Good morning. It is not even 9 a.m. I really wanted to get this in by 8 a.m. But
I know.
luckily I got Ryan up and moving. Thank you, Ryan, for joining me this morning.
Good morning, brother.
You were while you were doing whatever, I was putting in hella work last night. My ass went to sleep early. That's why you haven't heard from me. And I was up and ready to do this, man. So I got a bunch of stuff put together for today. Um, I've got a little bit of everything. I'm really gonna start with I've got a lot of personals. I got a lot of big and small stories, but definitely we're gonna be hitting on some stuff. I'm really interested in how I am going to put this in order to match up with everything. So this should be fun. But again, we've got real fast. We've got Trump versus Mamdami. I think they're meeting up tomorrow. We got the Epstein files release. We've got a White House press conference. We've got a ton of news stories. So, we'll get into all that. I am going to start with this one right here. All right, guys.
How you doing, Reed? Good morning.
Wrong.
I'm
Good
still
morning,
waiting on my lawnmower.
buddy. He said he wants his lawnmower.
I want my lawnmower, bro.
All right, guys, let's get it in. Crazy story here, man. I saw this last night. Was like, what? Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's move.
Moment, but first, let's go to Mike Tobin live there with the details. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Parents and frankly, people all over Chicago are now kind of horrified and outraged at this video that's not going viral. It has gone viral of a mother and a 9-year-old son who were mobbed and beaten by a group of school-age bullies. Now, the video is a bit brutal, so be ready for that. But it shows this mother and the aggressiveness of the kids increasing as Korshwanda Hatter tries to protect her son. Finally, this mob of youngsters started to strike Korshwanda and her 9-year-old son. They were both knocked to the ground, and the beating continued.
Hey, bro, let my homie go. Let my homie go. Let my
Oh, hell no.
Can you believe this?
Oh, my God.
What the hell?
She says her son had been bullied at. She says her son had been bullied at school for 2 years, and the school did nothing to protect him. So she showed up to walk her kids home. Now, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson did say, he put out a statement on X that he was deeply disturbed, and we should not attempt to normalize this type of senseless violence. Chicago police
Absolutely not.
No shit.
Hospital in serious condition. No one is in custody at this time. The Area 2 detectives are investigating. And Illinois State Senator Willie Preston said this video is a symptom of something that's been going on for a long time, that the kids have not been held accountable and the parents have not been held accountable for the actions of their children. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thanks so much. So our next guests know this family very well. Chicago Councilmember Joseph Williams met with the mom after the attack, and Pastor Corey Brooks, founder of Project Hood, knows the boy who attends his after-school and summer programs. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining the program. Pastor, this is something that you have been working with for years now, trying to stop nonsense like this with our young people. What's going on?
Well, unfortunately, this is the cycle that we continue to see in the city of Chicago, where violence is so rampant and parents are being held unaccountable. And that's the reason why I'm walking across America, trying to get people to wake up in our urban areas so they can understand the magnitude of the issues that we're faced with every single day. Chicago is just a microcosm of what's going on across America. These young people are unruly. They have no moral compass. And we need organizations to really work hard to make sure we change the direction of our neighborhoods. If we're ever going to change the trajectory of our young people, we got to catch them early. We got to continue to do the work. But the tragedy is in Chicago right now, we're facing some devastation that has been going on for years, and we need to get a handle on it.
This is what the mother had to say about this incident. Let's play it.
I'm trying to get justice for my son. They fought my son. They hit my son first, all in his face. Then they dragged me in the grass and pulled my little baby hair.
Right. This is how the community acts. This is how the community acts.
Haven't held these kids accountable. We haven't held parents
They need to hold everybody accountable in this shit state.
accountable. No mother should be that helpless and be targeted by children inside of our own community.
Councilman, where's the fear and respect? I remember growing up, we were afraid of the neighbors because we knew that they was going to get us, and then our parents was going to get us when we got home as well. None of that respect seems to exist anymore, Councilman.
Yeah, you know what? I completely agree. I think we've gone away from that, and we have to get back to those days. I think no mother and child, or children rather, should have to experience something so traumatic. To look at that video and to see you guys replay it, it's a horrifying video. I mean, it shows the disrespect. No child should ever feel comfortable putting their hands on an adult. And I think, as Senator Preston said, and many have said it, is that this has gone on for so long, right? The mother has come to the school and talked about this, and nothing had been done about it. It had not been addressed. And the thing about it is that, you know, I was glad to be there to be a support to that family and to help them through the process. But this is so much bigger than just that school. This is happening throughout the Chicago public school system. Many children are being bullied, and we have to put measures in place and make sure that those parents' voices are being heard and that those children's voices are being heard. Because if not, this can really overspill into something even bigger, I believe.
It's so true, Councilman, and it's already spilling into the streets outside of the school. Pastor, I want to get your comments on this repeat offender in Chicago with a lengthy rap sheet. He's accused of setting.
Thank you. I can do while they're on the train.
So this is the type of leadership that we have in Chicago. We have children who are being held unaccountable, and we also have criminals who are being criminals who are being allowed to wreak havoc on the streets of Chicago. That's one of the reasons why we have so much violence. That's one of the reasons why we have so much recidivism. That's one of the reasons why we are experiencing the type of atmosphere of violence that we have in Chicago. These individuals are not being held accountable, and then you have these policies that are being put in place by our legislature and by our government that sometimes help the criminals more so than help the victims. And if we continue to go down this cycle with the leadership that we have in place, we're going to continue to see our community go in a downward spiral. We're going to continue to be the laughing stock of America. We're going to be it may look like we're one of the best cities or voted one of the best cities externally, but internally, we all know the serious issues that we have inside of Chicago, and it all falls and rises on leadership.
Councilman, I'm already over time, but I have to ask you this question. We know how Chicago is run. We know how Illinois is. It's all blue. Is it time to explore something else? Because something is not working. And there's only one side that's in charge right now.
Yeah, you know what? I'll say this. I'll say there's no problem with being a blue state. I represent that. But what I will say is that we have to make sure we're being intentional and we're putting the resources where we need to put them at. We got to invest into those nonprofits that are on the ground doing the work. We got to make sure we're building more community centers so our children can have someone to play. And we got to put the investment where it needs to go. Some of those things that you're saying are mental health issues. We got to really invest the money and put it into people. And when we see that.
Okay, so now we're going to move over to stay in Chicago, and we are now going to talk about the story that they showed, but they actually didn't mention, which was yesterday. A man set a woman on fire on a train station. Dude. Unreal. You can't make this stuff up on the actual train. Here it is. Can't make this stuff up. And then we'll get into the bigger, the Mamdami and all that. I just wanted to get some of these little stories you won't hear out the way.
Hit the like, share, subscribe, please. If you don't mind.
Facing a terrorism charge after police say he set a woman on fire on a train. Shanley Painter joins us now with more. And Shanley, we saw this take place in New York and now Chicago.
Right,
Dude.
Carly. So police say the
Come on.
26-year-old victim was riding the Blue Line train in Chicago around 9 p.m. when this man, 50-year-old Lawrence Reed, allegedly approached her from behind, removed the cap from a bottle of liquid, and then poured it all over the victim's head and body. The woman attempted to fight off Reed, and then she ran, but Reed eventually caught up with her. Police say after igniting the bottle and then he dropped it, he used it to ignite the bottle and then set the victim on fire. Now, according to the complaint, surveillance footage showed the woman's body engulfed in flames. And then when she tried to extinguish it, she was rolling on the ground. And then she gets off the train at the next stop, but collapses. Police say she was taken to the hospital and is still in critical condition. Reed allegedly walked away from the scene, but federal investigators caught up with him the next morning wearing the same clothes, and he had burn injuries on his right hand. They say Reed bought the gasoline about 20 minutes before the attack. Reed faces a charge of committing a terrorist act against a mass transportation system.
I knew you were up to no
prosecutors
good.
saying this quote, "This horrific attack was not just a barbaric assault on an innocent woman riding a train, but an act of terrorism that strikes at the core of our American way of life." The U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago, together with federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, will take immediate and resolute action to bring swift justice to the victim. Prosecutors also confirming that Reed has an extensive criminal history, including a previous aggravated arson charge with connection to a fire in 2020. And if convicted, Reed faces up to life in prison. Todd, over to you.
Shanley, thank you. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney and Fox News contributor Donna Rotuno. Donna, if blue states like Illinois continue to allow career criminals like this back out on the streets to terrorize communities, don't we need more creative prosecutions like this? The federal government saying, we're going to take the lead here and use something as what I would call unique as this mass transit hook.
Absolutely. First of all, this is a horrific crime, and my heart goes out to this poor woman on this train. I mean, you're living your life, you're going through your life, and then this happens to you. It's absolutely horrific. I live in Chicago, so this story really speaks to me. I'm very, very confident in the federal government in terms of taking this over and doing the right thing. I think that they've charged him as most significantly as they can, and hopefully it will be beneficial to the victims.
So under the Trump DOJ, you would expect to see more of these federal prosecutions when the state, quite frankly, gives up.
I would, and I will say that especially in Chicago, we have had a new state's attorney for several months now, and we are seeing a turn here in the tide in terms of more vigorous prosecution on gun crimes, violent crimes. They have risen the retail theft threshold. So I have seen.
Hey, Diana, please no cap.
Serious, which is good, but I definitely think the federal government taking over here was the right call.
I mean, it's the job of the prosecutors, represent the victims, because they have nobody speaking for them. That's literally their job. The fact that they've abdicated that role in so many blue cities and states across the country is horrific. Want to get your thoughts on this. 18-year-old Anna Kempter will be laid to rest in a celebration of life today in Florida as her grandpa breaks his silence in a statement to Fox News Digital. Quote,
I've got this
Anna was staying in a room
story
with her
lined up
stepbrother.
too.
We are living in a nightmare. The FBI has
I've
kept
got
us
this
in the
story
dark, never contacted us. The Kepners haven't told us anything. We've learned from Facebook posts that the stepson is a suspect. That's what reports are saying as well. At this point, Donna, what do prosecutors need from investigators to bring formal charges against the stepbrother?
Well, clearly, they're going to have a nexus between the way she died, where they found her body, and the fact that the stepbrother was somehow involved. It does seem, given the placement of her body, the fact that it was in her room.
I'll show this story coming up.
Where there are cameras everywhere, it does seem that they will be able to get to the bottom of this. I mean, no one can say what actually happened in the room, but you'll be able to see who went in that room with her, who else had access to that room. And it seems like, given the filings we've seen in a separate domestic relations case, that they are very aware that this stepson is the suspect here.
In your experience with
What
cases
in
like
the-
this, how tough is it?
Yeah, dude, I
Information when
got a whole
family
video
protecting
on this.
family, which you have to
I didn't know it was
assume is
gonna
the situation here with the
start
mom and other
talking about
relatives
this
trying to
right
protect
away.
the stepson.
So
Oh
it will
my
be difficult.
God,
However, the
man.
mother does not have any privilege to not testify against her son. So a court could compel her to testify, or she could be held in contempt. And if they believe the mother was involved in any way, they could give her immunity in order to get her to speak. So there are
Okay,
ways.
But could
dude.
you see, in light of the fact that there is no
Stupid.
mom-son
Here.
privilege, could you see the mother
30
being
minutes,
charged with
and then you can
obstruction
come back.
or worse?
Sure, I think she could.
Don't
be,
ever say that
depending on
again.
what the evidence shows, especially if she
What'd he
was either
say?
involved in some way or helped her son attempt to cover
A
it
bad
up.
word.
That's what they will use as leverage to try to get her to talk, to say, we'll charge you with either an obstruction or a contempt, and then the court could compel her to speak.
Donna Rotuno, I know this case is captivating the nation. We thank you for coming in and shedding a little light on it as we await charges in this case. Donna.
Thank you. Hi. So now we're gonna
Okay, asshole. For the next person, I'm going to give you 30 minutes too. The next person who says it is gone permanently.
Officers were injured in these violent clashes outside of the National Palace. The unrest follows the assassination of a mayor who had criticized Scheinbaum's approach to fighting drug cartels. Demonstrators, many of them Gen Z, accused the president of ignoring cartel violence and rejecting U.S. help to combat it. Leonardo Falcon and Ignacio Gonzalez are here. They are have a podcast called the Leo and Nacho podcast in Mexico, and we've had them on many times.
Hi.
Noticias. I'll start with you, Leo. Why don't you just explain to the American people what is happening at this moment? Because Mexico is in full revolt right now.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, good morning to the United States and good morning to you, Rachel. And what Mexico is currently facing is a national awakening. What we're looking at, what you're probably looking at in the screens, is a protest of the Gen Z movement in Mexico, where there are no parties that they are leading this. It's the youth, it's the Mexican people. It's not about the left, it's not about the right. It's about the Mexican people wanting the best for the country. And we're all together in this protest. We're all together for a better country. And we see it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We saw over more than 100,000 people during the streets of Mexico. And it was pretty impressive from our part to see it for the first time. And we were actually there. So we're very happy of the people that showed up in the country and that they are pushing for a change.
Nacho, why are the Mexican people so angry at Claudia Sheinbaum, your president?
Well, in a country which you have 60 murders and 40 missing people a day, every single day, of course they are shocked. Of course they are shocked.
Yeah.
We, the youth, are really desperate because we don't see the light. The generations see the teenagers after this horrific situation. We decide to protest.
Yes.
Not with a flag of any political party, no, because they are killing us.
Yes.
That's the reality.
Okay, so what do you believe that Claudia Sheinbaum is complicit in this? We've had senators on here, Senator Lily Tejas, who bravely said Mexico is indeed a narco state, and she said that Claudia Sheinbaum and her Morena party, the political party she belongs to, is in business with the cartels. Is that true in your opinion, Leo?
It is.
Well, when we look at what Nacho just mentioned, when we look at 60 murders, 40 missing people every single day, the narco state of Mexico makes it pretty obvious that there's some things going on behind the curtains in the Mexican government.
Yeah.
This is sad, but what we look at here in the protest is that there's actually a noticing. There's actually a noticing of all of the Mexican youth, of all of the Mexican families, that they are saying, how can this be happening? And when you have such a big amount of the population mad, upset at what's happening in the country,
Yeah.
Something's going on. And
Yeah.
that's when you have a protest like the one we had yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, people should understand, not only was that mayor murdered in public with his wife and his child there, but then a few days later, another mayor was executed. He was actually decapitated, his head placed on the hood of his car.
What?
This kind of stuff happens all
Whoa.
the time. It's totally normalized in Mexico.
Where did you find this stuff?
President Trump,
Dude, I
Nacho,
told you
has
I
said,
got up
I'm
for
going to
2
take on the
hours looking
cartels
for good
in
stories.
Venezuela, and of course, there are transnational networks.
9:09 in the morning.
Cartels in Mexico.
Sorry.
He's gone to Scheinbaum and said, will you help me? But her help appears to be very superficial, not real. What do the Mexican people want, Nacho? Especially Generation Z, because Generation Z is the one who is sort of fueling this protest. In fact, Claudia Scheinbaum printed out the names of all the Gen Z influencers like yourselves who were encouraging people to come out and protest, which is like
They're gonna
the
get
lookout
murked.
for the cartel.
They're gonna get
The young people like you want the help from President Trump's administration and from our military.
The Generation C want peace. We don't care if that peace come with American flag in the left arm or the right arm. We don't care. We want peace. The situation we're living in Mexico is crazy. It's crazy, and we have a president who prefers to talk about influencers and content creators instead of fixing the real problem,
which is
as
the
Leo
cartels.
said, which is the cartels.
Last word,
we
Leo.
don't know what the problem is. We all know it. But
yeah, you know that
she
the
prefers
problem.
to look the other way.
Correct. Last word, Leo. Do the Mexican people, does Generation Z Mexicans?
Oh yeah, where else is this
President
being
Trump
recorded, dude?
to eradicate the cartels, even if that includes military
Are you telling me this guy's a Mexican?
work, military actions?
Yeah, I guess.
And I think this question works for every single country that is facing such a big and important problem, such as in Mexico. When the Mexican people is in these conditions, when the Mexican people is desperate, as Nacho said, we don't care if it's
I know somebody
Russia.
that looks
We don't
more
care if it's
Mexican
Russia.
than that.
We don't
Get
care
outta here.
if it's the United States. We just want collaboration. We just want collaboration to end this problem for once and for all. We want peace for the Mexican
looks like
people.
me.
We want growth for the
Hey,
Mexican
if you
people.
spam
We
again,
want the
you
future
gotta
Mexican
go.
kids to be in a state of peace,
Okay.
not in a state of war,
If that's
in a
what you
state
want
of
to do.
insecurity. We don't want it anymore.
Yeah. Well, you are our neighbors, our biggest
I'll
trading
give you
partners.
one more.
What happens in Mexico should matter
just let 'em go.
to
No.
our entire hemisphere and especially the United
We
States.
don't need
So
bullshit.
we wish you luck, and we are really
either
proud
be
of the
cool or
courage
get
of
the
your
fuck
generation
home.
to stand up to cartel
Bye.
violence, corruption, and crime, and take that on in the streets. So good luck. Thank you, Leo and Nacho. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Rachel. We are going to win.
All
Thank
right,
you. Have a
so
good day.
we're gonna go ahead and stick with this topic, and we're gonna get into the largest bust in U.S. history. Oh, hold on, guys. I have to. Hold on. I went full screen too soon. Hold on. I didn't pull up the video first. I got ahead of myself. Sorry. Now I can do these things. Let's go. All right. Hit the like, subscribe, share. Oops. That's
Definitely subscribe.
Shocking discovery in an auctioned off storage unit that resulted in a record breaking drug bust. Take a look.
This will be quite the story to tell. Oh. Yep, we're gonna call it. No, that's an absolute metric ton of fentanyl. Gentleman just bought a unit over here at the storage facility off of John Stiles. And it's got, yeah, that one's full of pills as well. But we're looking at a couple hundred bags of blue pills.
Quite the
Oh
story
my
indeed. The
God.
unit contained a 1.7 million
1.7
counterfeit
million.
fentanyl pills.
Lock
Joining us
them up.
now, Douglas County Sheriff Darren Weekly. Darren, this is a remarkable story, not only because of the record seizure, I understand the largest drug seizure in Colorado history of fentanyl, but also how it came about. Walk me through that.
Well, the gentleman, he had won that storage unit at auction, paid $250 for it. And then when he got into the unit, he inspected it and then uncovered a bunch of drugs. He immediately realized what it was, backed out, and notified the sheriff's office.
And Sheriff, just to show our viewers again, just the magnitude of these narcotics, we can show you the seizure.
I bet you somebody got deported and left that there.
Had 198 kilograms of counterfeit fentanyl pills, which is approximately 1.7 million pills, 12 kilograms of fentanyl powder, and 2.5 pounds of methamphetamine. Was this an eye-opener for your area to have this significant of amount of fentanyl in your jurisdiction?
Oh, without question. We're just south of Denver. We're about 10 minutes south of Denver. We're a suburban community and rural as well. But things like this don't happen that often, and certainly not the largest drug seizure of fentanyl in Colorado's history. So it was shocking, and my reaction was much the same as the deputies.
And Sheriff, even significant not only in Colorado, but really nationwide. I understand it's the 6th largest. In fact, statement from the DEA's Rocky Mountain Division saying this is the largest one-time seizure of counterfeit pills in Colorado history and the 6th largest single seizure of suspected fentanyl pills in U.S. history. Does that suggest that the cartels and those that are moving these illicit drugs are targeting Colorado?
Well, we have two major interstates in Colorado, right in the middle of the state, I-25 and I-70. And so Colorado, Denver is specifically a major hub for drugs. It has been for decades. And this seizure in particular is tied back to the Sinaloa cartel.
And so, therefore, this individual, this good Samaritan that notified you guys, I trust you are protecting his identity because of fear of retribution from the Sinaloa cartel or others?
You know, we're taking necessary steps to do that, but we're also not going to be intimidated.
I'm going to show the press conference after this.
We're going to enforce the law, and we're going to do what's right for our residents to keep them safe.
And Sheriff, I just want to point out that
crazy.
There are so much that the Democrats and Republicans are fighting on, but it appears the Democratic governor there, Jared Polis, is certainly leaning in and offering local and federal law enforcement all support they can get and might need. Governor Polis saying this. Getting more of this deadly drug off the streets saves lives. In Colorado, we are cracking down on crime, apprehending dangerous criminals, and keeping our communities safe. Are you seeing a lot of cooperation?
Well, I can't speak for the governor. His actions don't mirror what he is saying. So Colorado has become less safe over the years. Our far left legislature has deteriorated penalties for fentanyl specifically. They've reduced penalties for other crimes throughout Colorado. This is not the Colorado that I grew up in. And so we need to turn the tide. But, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just Sheriff, and lastly, in the time I've got left here, a few seconds, do you think there's a lesson in this for Governor Polis?
Yeah, we need to do better, and we need to enforce the law, and we need to put these drug dealers behind bars and stop the catch and release that's going on in Colorado.
Douglas County Sheriff Darren Weekly, thank you for your service, and thank you.
Hey, you guys go check this out, you guys. This is crazy, dude. The fact that this is even a thing is crazy to me.
Hey, Anthony, no caps, please. Thank you.
The public safety,
Sorry.
public health threat, which fentanyl and those who traffic it continue to present to our community. Fentanyl remains the deadliest drug threat to face our country, and the state of Colorado is certainly not immune from the harm it has done and continues to do. Fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. At a national level, drug overdose deaths have declined from highs of around 110,000 deaths in 2022 and 2023 to the most recently released data of 73,690 reported deaths for the 12-month period ending April of 2025. Those numbers still equate to filling a professional football stadium on a Sunday afternoon. While it's a positive sign that both state and nationwide overdose deaths are trending downward, Denver County is seeing an increase in overdose deaths compared to last year, with many of those deaths involving fentanyl. Our DEA Rocky Mountain Field Division is on pace to seize a record amount of fentanyl for 2025, in no small part due to the record-breaking seizure presented here today. With a reminder that only 2 milligrams of fentanyl is considered a lethal dose, and DEA's one pill can kill messaging, here laid out before you is the Colorado state record for a single seizure of fentanyl. Approximately 198 kilograms, or an estimated 1.7 million counterfeit fentanyl pills, along with an additional 12 kilograms of fentanyl powder. This marks the largest ever single seizure of fentanyl in the state of Colorado and the 6th largest ever in the United States. Let's be clear, this seizure represents thousands of lives saved. It is also indicative that the Mexican cartels continue to traffic significant quantities of fentanyl to Colorado, and the seizure has been tied to active DEA investigations involving federal, state, and local partners touching 6 different states as well as Mexico, targeting the Sinaloa cartel. We will continue to work with our partners to target them and their supply of deadly fentanyl in an effort to protect our communities and save lives. I am joined today by Douglas County Sheriff Darren Weekly, who's going to detail the origin of how this seizure came to be. He will then be followed by Colorado Bureau of Investigation Director Armando Saldate to share some of his insights on and CBI's role in the larger investigation before I return to add some additional comments on our efforts on holding accountable those responsible for trafficking this poison into our nation. And with that, Sheriff Weekly, if you'll come up.
Good morning. Last Tuesday, November the 11th, our deputies were called to a storage facility in Highlands Ranch. Someone had legally purchased through auction one of those storage units. And shortly after they inspected that unit, they realized there were illicit drugs inside. And they did the right thing. They immediately contacted the sheriff's office. When our deputies got there, they secured the area and confirmed that the unit contained several kilogram-sized packages that looked like illegal narcotics, plus a huge number of M30 pills, the kind that are often counterfeit and often contain fentanyl. Now we'd like to show you a video of what happened when our deputies arrived on scene and the conversation with the supervisor.
Hit the like, share, subscribe.
What's going on at the moment?
That's an absolute
Sorry, so I was still on the Discord. Devil just popped in like, yo, there you are. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look, imagine buying a storage unit off an auction for $250 and walking in on all that. What would you do? What would you do? I'd be so scared. I would be so fucking scared. Dude, there's a no-win situation. It's a no-win situation. Like, you know, you could get shot by you could get unaligned by the cartel. If you
start a podcast with Riverside, all you need is a concept and a way to record it.
There's no winning. You know,
here's how it works.
In that situation, I feel like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Again, to put this into perspective, here's what we seized. 198 kilos, about 1.7 million counterfeit
How you doing, James?
pills. Another 12 kilos of fentanyl powder. Again, this is the largest single seizure of fentanyl in the history of the state of
Devil's
Colorado.
in the house.
We also seized
All right.
2.5
What's
pounds
up,
of meth.
Devil? Hope you're feeling better.
I want to be clear that this citizen did exactly the right thing. The moment that he realized that something was wrong, he stopped, he stepped back, and contacted the authorities. Because of his actions, we were able to remove a significant amount of dangerous narcotics out of circulation. Drugs that could have
I
easily
don't like
made it
how
to our
everybody's
streets
like
and
at
to our
whatever,
communities.
not their name.
To be clear,
I know, dude.
this
What is
reporting
going on
party
with that?
undoubtedly saved countless
Oh.
lives, not only in Douglas County, but throughout Colorado and likely throughout our nation.
I hear you.
This incident highlights the very clear and real danger that fentanyl poses to our community. Even in small amounts, fentanyl can be lethal. And it's hidden not only in counterfeit pills, it's hidden in storage units and hidden in many different forms. It's a serious threat, but I want to make something also very clear. We are dedicated to this crisis. Fentanyl and illegal illicit narcotics will not be tolerated in our communities. And particularly in the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, our deputies, our detectives, and our crime lab professionals are committed to keeping this community safe, and we will remain relentless in that mission. I want to thank the citizen who reported this, the storage facility staff and the management for their cooperation, and the deputies who responded quickly and professionally. I would also like to thank our federal partner, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and CBI for their quick response and partnership. None of us can do this job alone. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the Director of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, Armando Sedalte.
Good morning. Thank you for coming here today to discuss this record fentanyl seizure that highlights the ongoing efforts of law enforcement to combat drug trafficking in our communities. I'm happy to be joined by these partners here that are vital to this fight and the fight that we take every day to make our communities safer. This massive seizure just mentioned that we've just talked about represents over hundreds of pounds of fentanyl pills alone. While the CBI certainly does not take credit for this seizure that occurred in Douglas County from this storage locker, what I'm here today to talk to you about is how these drugs were directly associated with what started as a CBI investigation earlier this year into a drug trafficking organization operating here in Colorado. Earlier this year, a wiretap investigation involving many partners, including CBI, identified a major drug trafficking organization linked to the Sinaloa cartel that funneled drugs into Colorado, led by two brothers who led that drug trafficking organization. That investigation led to multiple arrests and drug seizures earlier this year, but obviously not all the drugs the group produced were found. It turns out the fentanyl you see today was sitting in a storage locker for months. We now know that storage locker belonged to a drug courier linked to this organization. Once the courier was arrested, the storage unit bill went unpaid. CBI agents conducted search warrants and identified suspects in connection with this drug trafficking ring. The sheer volume of drugs found in this storage locker indicates a very sophisticated operation, likely producing millions more pills. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Drug Enforcement Administration for their cooperation in our original joint investigation, and of course, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office for the storage unit's discovery and investigation following. These joint partnerships are crucial in identifying and dismantling drug rings, such as the one believed to be associated with this drug cartel. The seizure of these drugs represents countless lives saved, as these dangerous substances will never reach our communities. Our mission to get drugs off the streets and put drug traffickers behind bars and make Colorado safer remains as vital as ever. Thank you.
I love running a busy real estate office.
Do you though?
Did anybody get back to?
How does it make you feel?
Sheriff Weekly, Director Saldate, and also joined by our Rocky Mountain HIDA Director, Keith Weiss. Personally, on behalf of DEA, I'm grateful to each of you and your agencies for your support, partnerships, and investigative collaboration. The first phone call from Douglas County to DEA actually went to a Douglas County task force officer who was assigned right here in this building to our DEA HIDA task force. And as a federally deputized task force officer, they have access to all of the same databases, tools, and resources.
Look at
that
that
agents
table,
have.
dude.
And as a result, within minutes of that phone call, they were
Look at
able to
that
link
table.
this seizure that you see here to an ongoing and active DEA investigation with tentacles along the southwest border and into Mexico. As mentioned earlier, this seizure has been linked to elements of the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most powerful cartels in Mexico and heavily involved in fentanyl trafficking. The Sinaloa cartel was designated earlier this year as a foreign terrorist organization, due in large part to its involvement in fentanyl trafficking. Had this amount of fentanyl hit the streets, numerous lives could have been lost. While we are limited in what we can say related to the specific investigation, know that DEA is relentlessly pursuing the Sinaloa cartel and working towards their elimination. We have identified an individual associated with this storage locker who is part of the organization and has been in custody since April of this year as a result of this multi-agency effort.
Told you.
The fact the individual has been in custody for the past 6 to 7 months in part corroborates why the storage locker had gone to auction. The individual is going through his criminal proceedings, and as a result, we are limited in terms of what we can share on his background.
I knew it.
While there are countless captivating storylines that I don't doubt will be generated by this fentanyl seizure, from its record-breaking amount to a made-for-TV episode of Storage Wars, the bottom line is this seizure represents countless lives saved. We are going to continue to pursue those who traffic such poison into our communities, and while one pill can kill, one conversation can save.
I quit a 6-figure career to follow my God-given.
So I am going to do these stories until then I'll get into the Mamdami and all that after I get done with these stories. This is what's actually going on, not just the world stage.
We always do on a significant event. We report as soon as we can. I always give this disclaimer. The information that we give you tonight is very early in the event.
Oh my God, man.
Certainly subject to modification as the investigation goes on. But if we waited until we gave you absolutely 100% totally accurate information, I would be talking to you in about 6 months whenever the medical examiner's report came back. But I want to introduce someone to you. This is Kente Gavin. He's 41. He spent over half of his life in the Florida prison system. And you might ask, my goodness, what did he do? He sexually battered a child, and he spent 16 years, and then he was released on probation. And then he failed to register, and he went back to prison for another 7 years, for a total of 23 years. In addition to that, he has just been released in the last little while from prison. And he was living in this community at what the neighborhood referred to as the Chomo house, the child molester house. And he was living in a child molester house because we continue to have checks on them. The last time we checked on this house was October the 31st, Halloween. So let me take you to about 3:07 this afternoon. We received a 911 call that there was a man out here with a brick, and he was beating an elderly man in the head.
Can you believe this?
Beating this elderly man in the head.
No.
Another lady, a witness, tried to shove our suspect off of our victim. When she was successful in doing that, he chased our second victim into a shed where he beat her up and stole her cell phone because she said she was calling 911. He said over and over, I am not going back to prison. They will have to kill me. Information was relayed that it was an armed person acting erratic who was in the process of beating an elderly man, and our deputies arrived.
Can you believe this?
Was the first to arrive by himself, and he was followed up by Deputy Sheriff Soko and Mathis. Deputy Diaz.
There's two. I'm sorry, guys, but look, you protect the children, the women, and the elderly. This guy is just disgusting, and he's already involved with the other two.
Told our suspect several times, throw down the brick, throw down the brick, throw down the brick. He refused. Not only did he refuse, he started toward the deputies. They attempted to tase him. 2 of them did. One of our witnesses said he just pulled the taser out and continued to charge at the deputies. At that time, 2 of our deputies, Mathis and Deputy Diaz, fired a total of 6 shots. They immediately began to provide life-saving measures after they were able to get, obviously, the brick from him, subject to him being shot. He was transferred subsequently to Lakeland Regional Health, where he succumbed to his injuries.
A prison sentence just for carrying your firearm.
Now I can piss.
Gun laws are changing in 2025, and this is one of the
I don't want to miss this. Damn it.
Now, interestingly, 2 of our witnesses were incredible. One of them is currently on probation and said, look, I've been in trouble, but those deputies acted professional. They didn't have a choice. He was coming after the deputies with the same brick that we now know he beat a man with. That victim is still at Lakeland Regional Health. In addition to that, we had another witness. He looked our detectives in the eye and said, I was raised to resist law enforcement. I've always resisted law enforcement. But I can tell you those guys didn't have a choice. He was coming after them to attack them with this brick. So the investigation goes on. We have an officer-involved task force. The lead agency will not be the sheriff's office. We will work with the task force. We have members on the task force. The information we develop through our investigation will be sent to Brian Haas, our state attorney. He and his team will review it and render a final judgment. But it's abundantly clear to us tonight, based on the information that we have, that he had no intentions of being arrested. He had feloniously attacked one person. He had robbed another lady with violence. He was erratic and out of control, and they said had been sleeping very little this week. It's too early in the investigation. We don't know whether he was on drugs or not, but certainly his conduct was out of control. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may ask. However, it's important to point out, I've pretty much told you what we know at this point in the investigation. Interestingly
I like him
enough,
because he
we
gives
asked
good
that very
transparency.
question. Why was he beating the man with a rock? Was there an argument? Was there a fight in advance? And they said no. They were apparently sitting on the porch of this home when all of a sudden he became angry and he picked up this actually large piece of stone, and that is about the actual size. It's the size of your hands, and charged him, knocked him down, and then was on top of him, beating him with a stone when our second victim tried to shove him off. That's when he jumped up and chased her into the shed where she was in the process of dialing 911. He attacked her, beat her around, took her phone, and left the shed. So that's the only information we have at this point.
Sheriff, was the other person, the first victim, the man who's getting hit with the brick, does he live at the same home or is he somewhere else in the community?
I don't know right now where he lives, if he was at the same home or not. But he obviously lived in the community. I'm not sure exactly where he lived. Here's what's important to understand is for reasons that we don't know early investigation,
under the ground.
He had not been sleeping much, had been acting erratic, and all of a sudden attacked what was described on 911 as an elderly white male with a brick. Our deputies came here to save his life, to protect him, to stand in the gap between good and evil. And they were forced to shoot him when the taser did no good. I believe, based upon the early information, this was clearly a suicide by cop. He had been in prison over half of his life for sexually battering a child. And he said over and over, I am not going back to prison. I am not going back to prison. They'll have to kill me.
Man.
And that's what he did. He made us kill him. It was his choice to be shot tonight. We didn't make that decision. He did, and we obliged him.
And we obliged him. Good.
Drug use will be part of the ongoing investigation. We're not sure. We know
Hi,
he was
Candy.
unemployed.
Hey,
He was getting
Candy.
federal assistance, SSI, and living in this group home for sexual predators and offenders. I mean, this guy is the worst of the worst. He is a sexual predator that abused a child, sexually battered a child. And he was on SSI and living, as the folks said in the neighborhood, in the Chomo house.
In the Chomo house. Oh, dude.
The exterior of that house, or did it move?
Wow.
It happened in the street. The conflict, when we arrived, we saw him very erratic, very animated with his brick in the street. We told him over and over, throw down the brick, throw down the brick, throw down the brick, and he didn't. We tried to tase him as he advanced on us and came toward us. Did not do any good, and that's when the deputy shot.
When you say to someone who has a similar background or history like him, who's thinking about, I guess, acting erratic?
Well, you know, the bottom line to this is he did not have to end up like he did. He made that decision. But he was erratic. He committed several felonies tonight. And he knew he was going back to jail and ultimately probably back to prison. And previously, and I forgot to mention to you, he had in addition to all of this, he had a long criminal history, a remarkable criminal history. I think he had a total of 24 previous felony charges in addition to a sex charge, everything from burglary, theft, arson, weapons charges, aggravated assault. This wasn't his first rodeo.
Yeah, he
This
sure
is a bad man.
Morning, Meg.
And he
How you
made one
doing?
last bad mistake. And as a result of that, he chose the end. He chose the place. He chose the time. He chose the method. He's a bad man no more.
Bye-bye.
And he made that decision.
No one's gonna miss you either,
Okay,
dude.
good night.
No one's gonna miss you. Bye bye. All right. So now this one's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and finish these more personal stories before I get into the mainstream stuff. I wanna kind of make light to what's going on, make people see what's going on other than Trump, Mamdami, and that much. But I do have all the stuff that's in the title still. I just want to show that there's other shit going on.
Starting on November 5th, us, along with the BCA, Eden Prairie Police Department, Roseville Police Department, Airport Police Department, and Richfield Police Department conducted Operation Creep, which we were looking for individuals who were trying to purchase sex from a 17-year-old girl. We have the very best detectives here in the city of Bloomington, and I, for the life of me, don't understand why people want to come here and do this, or do it just period anyway, but especially coming here to the city of Bloomington.
Good morning, Meg.
Worked so hard in this operation,
Morning.
and we arrested 16 people. So
I think this
I'm
is
calling
my
this
last one,
Operation
and then I'll
Creep,
get into the
because there's a
mainstream
guy I'm gonna
shit.
talk about is Emmanuel Lopez, 30 years old. The last shall be first. He was the last one we arrested, and he is from Bloomington. He wanted to have sex with a 17-year-old girl, and he kept talking with our decoy, and he persistently wanted to do this. So he was the last person we arrested when the operation was over. And since he lives in the orange jumpsuit district, he gets an orange jumpsuit.
He
should
thinks
come
he's
here.
Sheriff
You
Brady,
live here,
doesn't
man.
he?
Emmanuel, you live here, dude. You're coming here to try to mess with a 17-year-old girl. So we locked him up. Next, Mr. Jacoby Timler. He shows up. He brings 4 grams of meth, and he works for the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Maybe he'd go to work and figure out how to get that pollution out of his mind, come in here to try to mess with a 17-year-old girl. Next, we got some good ones for you today, and I'm going to butcher. I'm just going to say Mr. Urbina said he would like a 17-year-old, but then he goes on to say people who like 17-year-olds are weird Fs. Creep, a weirdo. Came here looking for a 17-year-old girl, and he even called himself a weirdo. He is currently has some issues with some federal ICE authorities.
You don't
so
say.
he is locked up. Next,
ICE, of
Daryl
course, is involved.
Kelly, 2 first names for his name. He was so nervous before he came.
It's
He
not
had to
Sheriff
leave
Brady.
himself. Number 2 in the car, and he put it in a plastic bag. Well, if you're that nervous, where you got to do a number 2 in a plastic bag, maybe you shouldn't come here. So we.
Oh my God! What the hell?
Mr. Justin Moulton.
I'm sorry.
He is a technician, and he wanted oral sex from a 17-year-old girl. Film production. Well, he's getting film production with this orange jumpsuit he got. We locked him up. Next, I'm just going to say a Mr. Borrera. He is a healthcare software development person. He said he shouldn't come because 17 years old is too young, but he decided to show up anyway. Well, if he makes these type of decisions, I hope he's designing our healthcare software a little bit better than.
I just want to make it clear while everybody's screaming about, you know what, the list. This is going on in your backyard.
Judgment he used when he showed up today. Next, Mr. Flores showed up wanting a 17-year-old girl. He is also currently, I believe, he has some issues with some federal authorities that he had to deal with. Next, young man, I'm just going to say Mr. Ocean No. He showed up wanting a 17-year-old girl, so we locked him up too. Next, Gormandi, I think that's how, dude, I can't say it. Gormandi. He has been convicted twice of trying to solicit a prostitute. He showed up wanting a 17-year-old girl, and he asked her for nude photos. He does HAVC work. I would not have this dude anywhere near my house if he's gonna come do some work for you and your.
Yo, there's these average ass
If he's
people.
wanting to mess with people's 17-year-old
All
girls.
types.
Look at this dude's picture. He shows up to your crib trying to do some HAVC work. I call somebody else. Next,
Tell him, sir.
Mr. Barry. He took an Uber to the scene, and he kept asking the 17-year-old girl to send her what size her breasts are. Well,
You don't think they'll get jail time there? Comedy?
Eating breakfast sandwiches in the jail that he's got because we locked him up. Next, Mr. Irvin Van Marshaw. I'm going to show this video here. I'm going to let you guys get ready for this video. So Mr. Marshall decided
Rooster.
that he told
Stop,
our
Bubba.
decoys that he was going to show up
Hey,
with a
Rooster.
gun in his hand. So we decided that we were going to de-escalate that situation
hear
as
you,
fast as
Tommy.
possible. So we'll roll this video here.
Don't do it, Rooster.
There he is. You can see. Yep, he got
Bam! He's stuck
Brian
up.
Flores, you need to call one of these police officers here. That was a textbook tackle de-escalation here. He brought coke, and he is a convicted felon for possession of an illegal firearm and fleet police. Do not come to Bloomington telling us you're going to bring a gun in your hand to an operation to meet a 17-year-old girl. We're going to lock you up. Next, Mr.
He got his ass, bro.
Cargo, I think. He wanted the 17-year-old decoy to suck his male parts, all of them.
God, he didn't say it. I was like, don't
when
say
the decoy
it.
told
I
me
thought he was
17,
gonna.
said, that's cool. Well, you know, certain school districts have bus drivers that ride buses to take kids to school. He's a Met Transit bus driver. So if your kid is riding the bus to school, make sure that this dude is not the driver, because that could be some issues for you.
Bloomington, Indiana, I believe.
Next, Nicholas. I can't say his last name. We're going to show this other video here. I want to show you the drone footage of Nicholas when he shows up to the hotel here. You can see
that
him
is one of the
his
dumbest
vehicle.
fucking questions.
I know, dude.
Crossbody bag on. Mind you, this is the middle of the
Gotta
night,
have a
and he's coming to meet a
mentality of a
17-year-old girl.
spectrum. Come on.
And he has no
They must be
idea
new.
that he's on drone footage.
Took me everything to not say what I want to say.
Here's some other things about Nicholas.
Look.
He showed up with coke, meth, and
Wow.
he showed up with 8
dude.
firearms. He shows
Sorry,
up
man.
with this hand cannon here.
Agree.
Again, he's going to meet a 17-year-old girl. And he shows up with this rifle here.
What the hell?
And he shows up, of course, with the drugs. And look at these needles. He's coming to meet a 17-year-old girl, right? So we locked him up. Next.
What chipper, dude?
Mr.
I wish, Karen,
Aaron.
but, you know, that's almost
He
impossible.
works as at the Historical Society in Brown County. And I think if he would have studied history, he would have realized you don't come to Bloomington looking for a 17-year-old girl, because everybody does that. We lock up. So maybe he can write this in his scribe, what story he happened when he came to Bloomington. Next. And before I get, well, I'm going to come back to, I'm going to do him last. Next, Mr. Baraz. He's a construction worker. Maybe he needs how to fix his desire so he doesn't come here looking for a 17-year-old girl. Next, this one shames.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
Tragedy in many respects, but people at the Department of Homeland Security, I know there are great people there that come to work every single day and do their jobs and do it admirably. Unfortunately,
Hi, Mark.
Mr. Recently married back here is not one of those people. He works for ICE, and he is an auditor for them, a civilian employee. When he was arrested, he said, "I'm ICE boys." Well, you know, unfortunately for him, we locked him up, put him in our jail. He got reappropriated to our jail, and my understanding is he helped send people to send federal authorities. I think he's going to see some federal authorities, because I think the feds are going to take this case. So
they better take the case.
And I'll take
I don't
questions.
give a damn if he's ICE, dude. Get his ass.
The tactics that these people are using on these apps continues
throw
to
them in the
continue to
wood
change.
chipper. Fuck it.
A lot of these
I
platforms are
agree.
getting sophisticated, which is making these operations more and more difficult to do. And that's why I say we got the best detectives out there, because they continue to adapt to this. But we need to make sure that we pass some laws that make it so these companies can't continue to have these people on their platforms, and then make it that much more difficult for us to get on there. And you've seen these videos, there's not a single one of these guys, it's the middle of the day, that would not have had sex with a 17-year-old girl had they been given an opportunity. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Yeah, number one. Number
I
one.
think they should be working on that right now.
Brewster. Hold on, I'll type it in the chat in a second, buddy. Hit the like, share, subscribe. A good time.
It's a free country. Everybody has the right to make an argument in court. And some people, I get it. That's why you got straws.
Love you,
so everybody has
Candy.
water. Ooh, a bunch. Yeah, no, we do a couple a year. Yep. I think we've started to see a little bit of a decrease here, especially here in Bloomington. But when we partner with other agencies, you're seeing an uptick because people aren't used to people running operations in those areas. So people kind of know not to come here in Bloomington and do this. But that's why our location was on our border this time when we did it, because people don't want to come and be one of these guys on TV here. We did a couple of different ones. All 17. Yep. I think it was 3 days for this operation. Most people were within the Twin Cities. Yes. And you know, yeah, it's just I don't understand why these people do this.
I know they should. I'm gonna start doing this on every one of my shows.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
gonna
still
show
seeing
these
human
every
trafficking.
single
That's
night.
why we're
I'm
here.
going to explain this a
That's
little bit
what
in
we're
detail here,
doing,
why
brother.
it's so difficult to bust up these operations, and why when we do these, you don't see 15, 20 people being rescued.
Expose these bastards.
Damn early for me,
We do this
Candy.
for the one, right? So right now, there's apps out there. If you want to purchase sex from a trafficked person, you would call a number or go on the website. That website would get answered by a person in a different country. That person in a different country would call the handler here and arrange for the meeting with the sex worker. So it isn't like, 1980s or the old school where, these people were all connected. This stuff goes international across the country, and that makes the operations that much more sophisticated. Now, our folks are always still monitoring a lot of these websites and these ads to see if there are people who are being trafficked or juveniles. But again, the sophistication in which these folks are doing now is making our operations that much more difficult. The apps that we use and in the Sting. Yep. So basically there's these apps where people will go advertise their services and people will go to want to purchase them. And there's multiple apps, and some of them are a little bit more sophisticated than others. It all depends. Yep. So we, a couple of weeks ago, we partnered with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, where our folks went down there and worked with them. And we taught them, they taught us. They do a little bit different in terms of where they have people meet, but it's just wherever people want to meet at. I didn't get a reason for it. Yeah. No. The only person said he was going to have a gun in his hand was the guy that got football tackled in the hallway.
You got stuck.
Yes, if they did, but I don't think none of them do, and I think only one at this point is being charged federally, and we still have to verify that. But that's the ICE worker. He's a civilian employee.
Hey, well, that was your real news for the day. Got some real stuff for you. Now let's get hold on. Now let's get into new stuff. Where's it at? Here it is. Boom.
808, maybe just a little bit up. Can't hear you, Bubba.
Will take time to bear fruit. The September jobs report shows employers added more than twice the number of jobs expected. And while unemployment did tick up to 4.4%, the Labor Department attributes this to a large number of people entering the workforce.
People are wanting to work, and that's the exciting part.
The September report was due out early last month, but was
I'm on the wrong video. Oh shoot! Here it is. I was on the wrong video. Shoot, sorry guys.
You spelled Goldberg wrong. Hi.
This is
To the states. We're keeping that promise.
Secretary McMahon speaking from the White House today about plans to shut down her department, saying that a new agreement has been made where other agencies will take over the required role that right now the Department of Education plays. Brett.
And Alex, Democratic lawmakers up in arms about this Truth Social post made by President Trump, which he states a video some members made is seditious behavior punishable by death. What's the White House saying about all that?
Yeah, so Brett, when asked today, Caroline Leavitt said that no, the president is not calling for execution. She also wanted to put into context that this video was made in response to a video, or that post was made in response to a video by some Democratic lawmakers where they had urged military members.
About Delegate Stacey Plaskett's text with Epstein.
This
Crockett tried to make
it. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna go ahead and skip this. I don't know where the hell the video I had is. That's not it. Sorry about that. I'm gonna do something else because I'm not sure what that is. So sorry, guys. I had to skip it because I wasn't sure. Wasn't. I do know what this is. Man.
Missouri Republican Senator Eric Schmidt saying, quote, at the end of the day, they're mad the American people chose Trump, and now they're calling on the military and intelligence community to intervene. Sounds a little subversive to democracy-ish. Then there's this reaction from Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
Look, Democrats, unfortunately, their base within the government is the deep state. It is left-wing partisans who in the first Trump administration openly waged war with the president. And that's Democrats calling on the armed services to fight against President Trump, the CIA to fight against President Trump.
Then there's Washington Democrat Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez going after her colleague, Congressman Chuy Garcia of Illinois. Garcia initially filed to run for re-election, but then announced he would retire, ensuring his chief of staff would be the only Democrat on the primary ballot. The effort deeply divided Democrats, accusing Garcia of election subversion.
Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives disapproves of the behavior of the representative from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The Congresswoman later admitted she got her quote.
I got it. I'm going to play it next. I found the right one.
Left. Griff?
All right, Mike Emanuel, live for us in Washington. Mike, thank you.
All right, well, critics are going after 6 Democrat lawmakers in particular over this plea to members of the military and intelligence communities. Watch this.
This is crazy, you guys.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard.
Okay, you caught that, right?
This Ryan.
Military orders. That would be treason. Reaction, as you might imagine, swift and fierce. Libs of TikTok posted, Democrats are encouraging members of the military to commit treason and defy orders from Trump. And Republican Senator Eric Schmidt says, sounds a little subversive to democracy-ish.
Wait,
your
what
thoughts on
the
this?
fuck?
Well, indeed, I think that Secretary Hegseth was right. They have stage 4 Trump derangement syndrome. And it is inconceivable that you would have elected officials that are saying to uniformed members of the military who have taken an oath to protect and defend that they would defy the orders that they have been given to execute their mission. I find it inconceivable, but that is what they have chosen to do. And we will see what the response to them from Democrats. You know, Harris, I talk to Tennesseans every day. I did a telephone town hall last night. People want to see respect for the rule of law. They are appreciative of our nation's military and of the work they do to protect our nation. And I find this just so disturbing.
All right, dude.
They would say, defy the orders if you do not like the orders.
Bye.
I don't think they consider the slippery slope of what that does to an already unpopular Congress. We know that all of Congress doesn't ride high in the percentages of popularity.
No caps,
this
please.
takes away the trust. I mean, that is, it's untenable. Senator, I'm always glad when you're in focus. Thank you very much.
Happy to join you. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sona with
taking some heat online after posting a call for active members of the military to stand against what they call illegal orders. Listen.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders. Your
Wow.
vigilance is critical.
No.
You hearing this? I can't believe it.
More than ever.
The American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
Really quite remarkable. Let's bring in Texas Congressman Pat Fowler. He sits on the House Armed Services Committee and the Oversight Committee as well. Thank you so much for joining us and taking a look at this ad. I want to get your thoughts on it because what's interesting here is that Senator Slotkin as well as Senator Kelly, they recently collaborated and put forth some legislation that's intended to limit the president's ability when it comes to how he deploys the National Guard across the country. But that ad doesn't seem to zero in on that issue. What do you make of it?
No, I think that is very problematic and it's subversive, but also it's interesting that they use no specifics. There's no specificity in it at all. It's just this broad, you don't follow illegal orders. Well, guess what? As a former active duty member of the U.S. military, that's one of the first things they teach you is that you don't follow illegal orders. So they're being redundant as well. I would expect a video like this to come out of the fringe of the Democratic Party, not what these folks would probably self-describe them. They would describe themselves as moderate Democrats. This isn't a moderate message at all, and it's very problematic, and it really shows that they might have a little TDS in them.
Well, as you're mentioning that very thing, Senator Slotkin has presented herself as the moderate face of the party and is trying to get a groundswell of moderates to join her to push out the wokeness side of the party, that sort of thing. There's this article, a Politico headline from April. She wants Dems to ditch wokeness and muscle up. And it talks about her going forward. What do you make of this just as a political move on the part of Democrats?
I don't think it's that smart. And it also, I think that what they are often fond of saying is undermining democracy. I mean, we had an election in November 2024, and the American people resoundingly chose Donald J. Trump to be the commander in chief. And I want our military members to follow legal and lawful orders, which he's been issuing. I mean, I remember when Barack Obama was ordering strikes on terrorists with drones. Was that problematic for them? Because what are narco terrorists? It's the same thing. They are waging an asymmetrical war on the United States of America, and President Trump is boldly defending us.
You know, there are public Trump officials as well as officials in the GOP that are expressing concerns about this. They've had some reaction. Here's Stephen Miller, his reaction to the Democrat Don't Give Up the Ship video. He says Democrat lawmakers are now openly calling for insurrection. We also have this sound from Senator Marsha Blackburn reacting to the ad as well. Take a listen.
They have stage 4 Trump derangement syndrome. And it is inconceivable that you would have elected officials that are saying to uniformed members of the military who have taken an oath to protect and defend that they would defy the orders that they have been given to execute their mission. That is what they have chosen to do, and we will see what the response to them from Democrats.
Some fairly significant pushback there. And I think it's worth noting that the lawmakers in this ad represented a multitude of different branches of the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Central Intelligence. Your thoughts on how the GOP is reacting?
I think correctly. I mean, this was, at the end of the day, this was unnecessary, it was redundant, and it's dangerous. It is subversive, and it's really, I think it was political grandstanding, maybe to get the spotlight and grab some camera time. But it's something that we already know that the military is in very good hands. Perhaps I agree, the best hands we've been in decades. And I'm very proud of what President Trump has done, because we're losing 80,000 Americans annually to opioid overdoses, mostly from fentanyl. And if we're going to take it to the narco terrorists, more power to President Trump and Secretary Hegseth.
Senator Pat Fallon, thank you. We appreciate you joining us.
God bless. Thanks.
So this is the quote: refuse illegal orders. That's the message from a handful of powerful Democrats, all with military or intelligence backgrounds, who want service members to know.
I have a question for you. Which one is the real me?
What you got, bro?
Or is it me? All right, yeah, I'm the real.
Know their rights, they say, when it comes to strikes that they deem unlawful.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Our laws are clear. You can
Oh.
refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
Wow.
All right, so the world's largest aircraft carrier is now stationed in the Caribbean as part of Operation Southern Spear. The U.S. military has targeted
Please
21
don't use
suspected
caps,
drug
bro.
boats, killing at least 82 alleged
Man.
smugglers. Tommy Lahren is here, but first to one of the Democrats in that video, Colorado Congressman Jason Crow, former Army Ranger and Bronze Star recipient. Thank you very much, Congressman, for joining us.
You don't got to
today.
use caps.
You see some of the pushback to this video when some look at it and say, you know, if you are in the United States military, you sign up, you carry out the mission that is assigned to you. You know, the other option is to not join the military or to leave if you feel that you can't carry out an order. But the command is just an integral
What did
part
he just say?
of
He
what
said
you
no
sign up for, which
cap.
you know way better than I do. Thank you for your service. So, Congressman, thank you for being here. Why did you participate in this video?
Martha, we're standing by our troops, our service members who are often put in very difficult positions, and Donald Trump has put them in very difficult positions and has alluded to putting them in even more difficult positions in the months and years ahead. So we are reminding folks about what the Uniform Code of Military
Come on,
Justice
guys.
says,
I
what the
agree with a lot of the
Constitution says,
stuff
what the
you're
law
saying. But just
of
don't
war
use caps.
says.
Come
You know,
on.
this is really no different than what I did with my infantry
Okay,
platoon in advance of
dude. Now
deploying
you're
to Iraq
going
in
in time out
2003.
for
I
30
trained
minutes. You're
these
good.
soldiers on
Bye.
their obligation to comply with the law of war, to comply with the Constitution, and what is a lawful versus a unlawful order.
What law are you talking about that's being
100,000
broken? And then
people
you
coming
said
through here, if
that
not
he's
more a day.
implying that
We
he
need your
might
ass.
do
You
something
fucking
that
ruin
they
our
wouldn't
day.
want
Get outta
to
here.
uphold or follow through with in the future. What are you talking about specifically?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. Well, number one,
Okay. Okay. All right, dude. Here.
Can't you just shoot them?
You can think
Can't you
about
just shoot
that
them
for
in the
a
legs or
while.
something? That's a direct quote. And of course,
Say it again,
That was
dude.
not an order. That was not a military order. That was a comment. That's not a military order.
When that's coming from the president of the United States to your generals, don't you think that's a request? That's
I'm
a question?
asking
That's number
specifically
one.
right now what you're talking about.
Yeah, number two, he's also threatened to send the military into Chicago and other cities
This
to go to war
mother-effer.
with those cities. Right? That is a very, very disturbing thing. Number three, he's also alluded to sending troops to polling stations, which is actually a violation of U.S. law. U.S. criminal law prohibits troops from going to polling stations, and he's alluded to that. So those are just one of many examples.
You're talking about
Donald Trump
illusions. You're not talking about actual policy. You're not talking about things that are members of our service members who we revere and respect are actually being asked to do. So when you see this video on all over the place, when you see this video on social media, I think a lot of people scratch their heads and they say, what exactly are they talking about? Are they talking about
Martha,
not allowing gunboats to make it to the United States carrying drugs?
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
Martha, here's a novel idea. How about we actually prevent things from happening before they become a problem?
I think that's what they're trying to do.
What you're saying is we have to wait until there's a problem to respond to that problem.
No, I'm not.
Right? As a military officer, what I think is important is we train people, we give them information, we prepare people for challenges coming down the pike. That is what I did as a commander in the military. That's what I'm doing now, as we are standing by our troops. We are reminding them of their obligation.
Order from the commander-in-chief that we are asking our military to carry out, are you objecting to? This is very, very vague. And it was so vague in this video. I don't think people could figure out what you guys were all talking about, honestly.
Martha, Donald Trump has made a series of very disturbing comments and suggestions that would violate U.S. law and put our military in terrible positions.
Again, we're getting nowhere because you're not talking about an order.
I don't want to wait until that happens.
Typical liberal.
Our troops of their obligation, because then it'll be too late. We are standing by our troops and our amazing men and women in uniform to remind them
who sign up every day as you did to carry out the orders of the commander-in-chief. We are not engaged in new wars. We have no troops on the ground in Ukraine except some who were training pilot missions, not on any front lines of any kind. In the Caribbean right now, we've sent a carrier there. I thought these were the specific operations that are actually happening that you might be referring to. But we've created a huge presence in the Caribbean to stop fentanyl deaths, of which there were more than 48,000 plus in the last year alone. And the president doesn't want those drugs to make it to the United States. But you're not talking about any of these actual actions that have been
And I
carried
watched it and laughed my ass off. Hey, David, Fox is owned by the left.
First of all, that is a separate issue. We're not talking about Venezuela at all in this
stop
video.
with the cat.
But since you raised it, I actually am deeply concerned. We spent $3 trillion, 7,000 U.S. lives, hundreds of thousands of other lives in endless wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. They ended extremely poorly because we stopped debating it. We stopped paying for it. We stopped being held accountable for it. Well, that was Republicans.
I don't remember you making a video about that at the time.
Actually, you should look it up. I did make videos about it, as a matter of fact. I pushed back
on Joe Biden, now you're gone.
Trump, I pushed back on Barack Obama. I pushed back on George W. Bush because I had to fight those wars.
But at least that was something specific.
And I am thinking very clearly about the men and women who are being put in positions that, once again, without congressional authorization, without public debate, to do the same thing. Have we learned nothing about the last 25 years?
I think that what this president has said is that he has not taken us to war, that he wants to prevent that he wants to extract us from situations where we've said from the beginning that we won't have any boots on the ground
bombing
in Ukraine.
Iran,
So I think
bombing
it's a little
the Houthis, bombing boats in the Caribbean. This president doesn't see a problem.
We aided a mission by Israel in Iran. Did you have a problem with taking out Iranian nuclear facilities?
We've seen more conflict and more use in the military in the first 11 months of this administration than we have in any administration. What needs to happen is they need to come to Congress and we needed to debate this. And for him to say there's no new war, that's exactly the problem, because only Congress can declare a war. Only Congress, according to our Constitution, has the authority to send
we
our men and
understand
women
the
into
War Powers
conflict.
Act. We know how it
And,
works.
Well, apparently you don't, because you're saying
that's not
that
true.
no war exists, so it's not a problem. The United States Congress is the one that has to make that
specifically
decision.
what your issue is. And so for members, prominent
No
members of the United
caps,
States
please.
Congress, to tell
Oh.
young men and women of the military that they should not abide by illegal orders, and to leave it so vague, and to talk about comments that have been made in the past and what they might lead to, I think could potentially be very confusing for young men and women who have committed to service, which you honorably did, and I commend you for the
Martha?
sacrifice that you made. Let me just show you this. This is Senator Eric Schmidt.
I'm going to respond to that.
Go ahead.
Military service is tough. It's really tough.
I don't doubt it.
We send our men and women into very difficult,
420 fucking people in here.
I know that. I know the situation. That's why moral clarity. That's why reminding people about what their obligations are. That's why abiding by the law and providing guidance and training them in advance.
It moved up. I know, but
well,
it's
seems
really,
like
really important that we set the conditions right now to make sure that people understand their constitutional obligations. And we are only talking about unlawful orders versus lawful orders.
Right.
That is the
you just haven't
distinction
outlined what any specific unlawful order. This is Senator Eric Schmidt that he released on X. This is what he said. At the end of the day, he's speaking about the members of Congress who did this video. They're mad at the American people that the American people chose Trump, and now they're calling on the military and intelligence community to intervene. Sounds a little, quote,
they just showed a bunch of TikTok videos. It's not like Fox pulled it up.
Yeah, because the college is a tiny little channel here.
The actual video.
Okay,
I don't even know how to respond to
let me show you real quick what happens.
Their obligations under federal law,
I have it
under
highlighted.
the UCMJ, in no different way than
Bye.
I did when I was an infantry officer and an infantry lieutenant preparing my soldiers. It is as simple as that. So
Well,
people, that's unfortunate that in
seems-
politics these days, people grab something and twist it and contort it and lie.
Some
and,
might say that,
and make it into
you have grabbed
it's
something
not.
and twisted it and contorted it. You have, you're talking to young members of the American military, and you're not telling them specifically what it is they should see as illegal. So you're putting ideas into their head that maybe they're being asked to do something illegal. And what we're seeing actually is recruitment rising. And people wanting to join the military under the president.
Here's an interesting fact for you, Martha. Our men and women actually are very smart, very
They're
incredible
dirty.
men and women in our military. And
You don't
a
have to
recent
tell me
survey,
that.
well,
They're the
apparently I
worst.
do. 'Cause a
No, you
recent
don't,
survey
sir. I have
actually
great
told
respect
them,
for the United States military.
well, you don't think they can handle a reminder about federal law and the UCMJ is what I'm hearing. And a recent survey showed that 8 out of 10 service members deeply understand their obligation of lawful orders. Right? 8 out of 10. So we want to get that. That should be 10 out of 10. But this is something that they're trained on. Go and look at the training. Maybe even go and participate or observe some of the training that our men and women go through. It is incredible. We expect a lot of these men and women. They go through very intense, rigorous training because they're put in intense, rigorous positions. And frankly, I bristle at the notion that they can't handle a suggestion or a reminder of what the law requires them to do and what the Constitution requires them to do. You actually disparage them when you say that a simple reminder is something they cannot handle.
You're wrong. You're 100% wrong. I didn't disparage them in
That's
any
what
way.
I'm
In
hearing.
fact, I give them enormous credit.
You don't think they can handle reminders about their legal obligations?
I think
These men and
perhaps
women
if it was
certainly can handle it.
specific and they could figure out what order you're referring to, I have the most deep respect for everyone who serves in the military, including you, sir, for the sacrifice that you
808, 808.
I did not make that sacrifice.
I'm not even talking.
I put
I know.
everyone who makes that sacrifice in a very special place in my heart.
What, you can't
And
do
I
it?
believe they're there to serve the country. So you have put out this video. It's getting a lot of attention. I thank you for joining me.
Can you hear the
to
video?
talk about it.
All I hear is a bunch of scratching.
I think, people can look at it and take away from it what they want. just wanted to give you an opportunity to be specific about what illegal actions you were referring to. So thank you for being here, Congressman. Thank you again for your service.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Stephen Miller, summed it up pretty well. Democrat lawmakers are now openly calling
figures
for insurrection.
Yeah.
Stephen Miller joins me now to expand on that thought. It truly is an incredible video, Stephen, and one that you see as insurrection.
It is insurrection, plainly, directly, without question. And when you have one of the lawmakers on that video being unable to state in, as you say, lengthy cross-examination, a single so-called illegal order, it just proves the point. It's a general call for rebellion.
That's what I'm saying. What's the illegal
and the armed services of the United States by Democrat lawmakers saying that you have not only the right, but the duty and the obligation to defy orders of the commander-in-chief, that those who carry weapons in America's name should defy their chain of command and engage in open acts of insurrection, that the CIA, the clandestine service, which isn't even legally authorized to operate in the United States, should engage in, again, acts of rebellion and insurrection. These lawmakers should honestly resign in disgrace and never return to public office again for even daring to think, let alone to say these words and to say them proudly. But it shows what a dangerous moment we're in. We have seen the Democratic Party nurse the flames of violence and insurrection against the federal government for the last 10 months. When you see this continuous campaign of violence against ICE officers and Border Patrol agents, when you see Democrat sanctuary politicians and Democrat sanctuary governors side with the rioters, side with the assaulters over federal law enforcement, and that spills even into juries and grand juries, when you see Democrat jurors engage in nullification to let off violent attackers who are engaging in physical violence, physical assault.
I'm going to let you get away with that one
This is a dangerous moment.
word.
You have a political party, an organization, the Democrat Party, and their message is that any action, no matter how unlawful, no matter how dangerous, no matter how much it threatens constitutional order, is justified if it Democrat policies in effect at any cost.
I think we might have Stephen Miller back, and hopefully he can hear me now. If you might, Stephen. I have been going through some of the comments. It's no problem. I've been going through some of the comments to your call of this as insurrection. Both Senator Slotkin and Senator Kelly
I
say
can't
you
believe
do not
she's
understand.
up at
You do not understand
7:25
the
in the morning.
UCMJ. You do not understand the Constitution, and apparently they are the
Please
authorities
call me
on
later. I miss
insurrection and the Constitution.
But there is nothing graver that you could possibly say as a United States senator than encouraging, urging, directing members of the armed forces of the United States or the clandestine services of the United States to defy their president, defy their chain of command, defy their superiors. To say such a thing would require you to have and to present to the nation some extraordinary scandal beyond even our wildest imagination, which of course they don't have, because every single thing that this president has done has been not only lawful, but has been repairing and reversing the unlawful and unconstitutional behavior of the previous administration, which opened our nation's borders up to millions of illegal aliens and foreign terrorists and gang leaders and cartel operatives and everyone else threatening peace, safety, and public order in the United States. So this conduct by these lawmakers is a direct attack on this republic. But there's an even deeper issue here that we have to understand. The Democrat Party has reached a point of extremism where the only thing that they believe is legitimate
Mitch,
are
I
the
got
things
so
that
much to
keep
tell
them
you.
in power and
Sorry.
that keep their policies in effect no matter the will of the public. So, for example,
How you
President
doing?
Trump orders an illegal alien deported, they would have their district court judges block that deportation. But if they're in power, what will they do? End the filibuster, stack the Supreme Court, appoint 10 radical loyalists, and destroy our entire constitutional order forever. In other words, they don't believe in systems, they don't believe in rules, they don't believe in laws. They believe in whatever keeps them in power. And if what they think keeps them in power is a military insurrection or a CIA insurrection, that's what they support. But if in a different setting, if, say, a soldier doesn't want to take the COVID vaccine, then they represent a threat to order in their view, and that person must be crushed and deprived of employment, deprived of opportunity. If a Democrat, for example, complains about election integrity, that person's a hero. If a Republican complains of election integrity, that person's to be jailed and incarcerated for life. This is the moment that we're in. This is what we're dealing with. So when we say that Democrats are communists, we don't just mean that, well, they believe in the state control of property. We mean they've adopted a method of thinking in which any use of force is justified for their end state of power and control. So they become a third world party, and we have to internalize that. We're not dealing with the old Democratic Party. We're dealing with a third world party.
Stephen Miller, thank you so much for fighting through the technological issues, and thank you so much for being with us here today to address what I think is a very, very, very serious moment for our republic. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
President Trump says America is back as he shows off his skills as a unifier.
I'm going to have to do 5 minutes on you, buddy.
Of course, but what the whole point is what are the illegal orders?
It's very simple. Under the Trump administration, America is back and America is open for business.
What are
President
they?
Trump speaking at the U.S.-Saudi investment forum today to a pretty star-studded audience. Including Elon Musk.
What are the illegal
Friends again?
orders?
Seems like it. He touted investments he's brought in and his 3 favorite words, made in America.
In 4 long years, Joe Biden secured less than $1 trillion. In 9 short months, I've secured $18 trillion to rebuild our factories, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and bring back those beautiful words, made in America.
If you're a producer who hates AI, this plugin might change your mind. This is Reimagining Co-Producer. You can take
the president mentioning Elon by name during today's remarks, the father of Doge also attending dinner last night and getting some attention from the president. The other big-time visitor, soccer superstar Cristiano Ronaldo. It was his first trip to the U.S. in nearly 10 years. He's previously heralded Trump as someone who can help change the world. So Ronaldo gets it. World leaders get it. Business leaders get it. But not Democrats. And they are taking Trump derangement syndrome to a whole new level. We are talking about complete and total insubordination. 6 Democrat senators and members of Congress releasing a video telling our military to refuse the orders of our president. Watch.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out
What am I supposed to?
law or
How am I supposed to listen?
What are the illegal
And that it's
orders?
a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
Our Navy.
the Air Force,
Your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
The American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
Our Constitution.
And who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
You can refuse orders. That is what those Democrats are telling our military. What orders? What are the specific orders the Democrats are talking about?
What do you want me to say?
Vietnam at My Lai. This isn't soldiers in Iraq at Abu Ghraib. What specifically are they calling an illegal order? Because from this vantage point, it looks like a generalized call for insubordination, a generalized call for insurrection. One of those Democrats was just on this channel in an incredible cross-examination by Martha McCallum. No surprise, he had no answer.
Are they talking about
Martha.
not allowing gunboats to make it to the United States carrying drugs?
No.
Is that
Martha.
what you're talking about?
Martha, here's a novel idea. How about we actually prevent things from happening before they become a problem?
I think that's what they're
Right?
trying to do.
What you're saying is we have to wait
I
until
can't
there's
hear
a
this
problem
broadcast.
to respond to
It's
that
the
problem.
No, I'm not.
What
Reminding them of their
specific
obligation.
I can't hear this broadcast.
Yeah, miss. I don't know. It's been a while. You've been out of the game.
Like, I think Trump and Mamdami are meeting up tomorrow. So
Hey, Carolyn, no caps. I don't like removing stuff, but man, you got to keep the caps off of there,
Good
please.
evening, Brett. The economy and tomorrow's meeting, both very much intertwined.
No
as Mayor Elect
caps,
says he
dude.
plans to push
No
President
caps,
Trump
guys.
on
Please.
affordability when they meet tomorrow. It will be the first time the two adversaries come face to face.
Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers.
The White House crediting this aspect of the latest jobs numbers on the president's
morning,
trade and immigration policies.
Why does it
Immigration
keep going?
being one of the many areas where President Trump and incoming New York
Jesse,
City
good
Mayor
morning to
Zohran
you.
Mamdami have very publicly sparred.
Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
He's a
Hi, Kiki.
down and dirty. He's a communist.
President
Good morning,
Trump
Billy.
on tomorrow's meeting again calling the self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist a communist. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt doubling down.
It speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country.
Mayor-elect Mamdani requested the sit-down, framing it today as customary.
This meeting is between two very different candidates who they voted for the same reason. They wanted a leader who would take on the cost of living crisis.
The Trump administration has been adamant that cost-lowering strategies will take time to bear fruit. The September jobs report shows employers added more than twice the number of jobs expected. And while unemployment did tick up to 4.4%, the Labor Department attributes this to a large number of people entering the workforce.
People are wanting to work, and that's the exciting part.
The September report was due out early last
You
month,
missed
but was
the
delayed
beginning.
due to
That's where
government
we said all the
shutdown. For
lies.
Education Secretary Linda McMahon, the shutdown did provide one positive.
The Department of Education was not necessary during the shutdown. President Trump promised to send education back to the states, and we're keeping that promise.
Secretary McMahon speaking from the White House today about plans to shut down her department, saying that a new agreement has been made where other agencies will take over the required role that right now the Department of Education plays. Brett.
And Alex, Democratic lawmakers up in arms about this Truth Social post made by President Trump, which he states a video some members made is seditious behavior, punishable by death. What's the White House saying about all that?
Yeah, so Brett, when asked today, Caroline Leavitt said that no, the president is not calling for execution. She also wanted to put into context that this video was made in response to a video, or that post was made in response to a video by some Democratic lawmakers where they had urged military members to refuse illegal orders. That's how they put it. Here's what Leavitt added in her response today.
The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging.
So Democratic leadership, they're urging the president to take that post down. He has so far not done so. Brett.
GOP senators sent a friendly warning over to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Do not slow walk the release of the Epstein files. Senator John Kennedy saying it would be a mistake to do so. I fully expect the Justice Department, he wrote, to release all the documents. It will take a while, but I believe they've started on it right now. Others speaking out, Eric Schmidt, Lisa Murkowski, and others. The clock is ticking. It's time to get those docs out. Meanwhile, Jasmine Crockett has just spun so hard, even the angle is dizzy. She went on CNN to try to clean up those claims that Republicans were taking political donations from Jeffrey Epstein, when it was actually a totally different guy named Jeffrey Epstein. Well, this is how it went down.
I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein. My team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies. Because it was not the same one, that's fine. But when Lee Zeldin had something to say, all he had to say was it was a different Jeffrey Epstein. He admitted that he did receive donations from a Jeffrey Epstein. So at least I wasn't trying to mislead people.
Oh my gosh. That is one of the more absurd things I've heard. And I've been in Washington for a long time. And
that was pretty crazy.
I don't know. I don't know what I gotta step away.
Make it sound like he took money from
I did not know.
registered sex offender.
No, but I literally did not know. I made sure that I was clear that it was a Jeffrey Epstein. but I never said that it was specifically that Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. When Collins asked about Delegate Stacey Plaskett's text with Epstein, Crockett tried to make it about Trump, not the woman being coached through a hearing by a pedophile.
We knew, or she knew, or at least Jeffrey Epstein presented that he was very cozy with the president. If we had more information,
all the
sex
car,
offender or
all
not,
the feathers.
the bigger question is, why is it that the president was so cozy with a registered sex offender? Why is the president of the United States not the one that is in the hot seat for his relationship?
Are we talking about Trump? The same guy who broke off his relationship with Epstein long before any of those accusations came to light? She's totally ignoring the fact that her colleague was texting with him years after he'd already been in jail.
Stacey didn't initiate that chain. Jeffrey initiated that chain, and she took the information.
Do you think that was inappropriate? I mean, would you text with someone who is a registered sex offender about what you should ask?
I honestly know that he had never been convicted of any federal crimes at that time.
But he had been in jail already.
He had been
got a
in
plea
jail.
deal.
The Democrat Party, is this your future? How is this woman even a lawyer? The only reason that Epstein didn't get the federal charges is because he got a sweetheart deal. And then things got even weirder.
Were they sexting? Was it a matter of her being involved in the pedophilia? No, it was nothing like that.
You know, Stacey Plaskett was watching this and screaming at the TV for Jazzy to just shut up. That's how bad it was. I think it was one of the more bizarre interviews we've seen from a Democrat in quite a while, but kudos to Crockett for creativity. Here to respond, Eric Trump, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, author of the smash #1 bestseller, the new book, Under Siege. Eric, congrats on the book. The title is apt, still is all these years later. Have you ever heard a Democrat spin like that since the Russia hoax? I mean, that was classic.
Hey, Laura, let me give you a little tip. When Caitlin Collins is on your side, you know they did something really egregious, right? Because I don't think she's been on our side ever before. The other interesting thing was the donation from the doctor came after Jeffrey Epstein was actually dead. It was like substantially later, right? I mean, can you believe that this is actually what you have in DC representing the American people? This is the brilliance that's supposed to be running the greatest economy anywhere in the world, the largest superpower anywhere in the world. This is our representation. I mean, it was maybe the most foolish and silly excuse ever, and I think that's going to live in the halls of YouTube. That clip, in infamy. But it's hard to believe that these people have any say in our federal government, and now we actually manage our country.
Now, Eric, your friend Zohran Mamdani, mayor-elect of New York, heading to the White House tomorrow. Now,
say
I think
your
your dad's
friend.
showing again that he keeps the door
That's what
open
I would
to
say
anyone
to you,
who
Ryan.
Ely says they want to work with him. But do you think that Mamdani is kind of going to use this moment to set up some scene? And if so, do you think this should be done without the media present and just the two of them, maybe their aides in a room?
Well, first of all, my father loves New York, as we do as a family. And New York's gone in a totally bad direction. We all know that. The election here, I mean, you have a guy who wants to defund the NYPD. You've got a guy who hates Benjamin Netanyahu and the Jewish people. You've got a guy who wants to throw Modi in jail. I mean, I could go on and on. You have a person who wants to increase taxes in devastate New York and grocery stores and other things. I can tell you there's a lot of people who have gone into the White House before and, tried to make a scene and tried to have a big PR event. And I think most of the people got laughed out of it. I mean, we saw that with Zelensky, I think. I could probably name 25 people who went into the White House trying to be tough guys, and it didn't end up all that well for them. My father's, I think, performs probably better than anybody in that moment, but we'll see. I mean, my father loves New York. He cares about New York. He wants to see the best for New York. So he would have an open door, and I'm proud of him for having an open door. I don't think this is the right direction from New York. I hope this guy is a lot more bravado than he is real action, but we'll see tomorrow. This is Donald Trump at his best. If the guy wants to showboat, I think he'll showboat right back, and there's no one that does it better than the commander-in-chief, as you know better than anybody.
Well, I think that Jesse's points are good. It's obvious that Zohran needs the money, and Trump has said he will basically bleed the city dry if he doesn't like the way things are going, that he would cut off federal funding. But Zohran has a lot of problems because he has promised the Democrat Socialists of America that he will not allow the police to work with ICE. Tish, the commissioner, has agreed to stay on, but she is a very principled person, and she has done a good job. Crime is down in New York City over the past 10 months. So she's not going to allow that to slip away from her. So he's in a rock and a hard place. He's got to figure out how he's going to maneuver all of this. And he learned quickly on the campaign trail, and he did well in the race. But he's got these, the Democratic Socialists are having these meetings saying, like, you know, we own him. We own him, and we are not going to let him do whatever he wants. He is ours. So it's going to be, you know, I think it'll be kind of funny if they get like the "you're a commie, you're a fascist" stuff like right out at the beginning. I also just want to remind people of, you know, go back and listen to Mamdani's acceptance speech on election night, the second half. And in it, he basically said, we will tear down the city that created everything that created Donald Trump. We will tear down the institutions that allowed him to succeed, which is basically dismantle capitalism in New York City, because that's what allowed Donald Trump to succeed. So, you know, it'd be interesting to know if the president, you know, rewatch that, just like sort of let that sink in a little bit and see how this goes tomorrow.
You know, Jessica, I was shocked.
Yeah, I definitely will cover this if they do this.
Do you think that Zohran will be searched or
that's the Buckeyes
entering the White House? Yeah. And I thought that's a provocative question, but you raised a good point.
What we were actually talking about in the green room is how much easier it is to change the diaper of a baby girl than a baby boy. That is legitimately what the talk was.
That's what we were talking about.
So Mamdani has grown up real fast in the first few days since becoming mayor. So there was talk, obviously, he said, I want Jesse Tisch, who's the police commissioner, to stay on. That deal is now signed and sealed. He has been discouraging DSA members from primarying Democrats, saying Hakeem Jeffries, leave him alone. AOC said the same thing. Richie Torres, who represents in the Bronx, Michael Blake wants to primary him. He's going against the DSA grain, saying, you know, these primaries that are staked out over a position on Israel, that's not really good for business. And he also wants funding for all of these things that he needs Kathy Hochul to help with. And she said, not only am I not raising the personal tax rate, you're not going to get the corporate tax rate raised. So if on top of that, you're cut off from federal funds, you're in a lot of trouble.
There's no free bus.
So I think that they will, these are two telegenic TV guys, right? Or who are good at communicating that way. I think that they will allow each other to shine to a certain degree. Like they'll get their hits in on one another. And I hope as a New Yorker that they can also have, you know, some healthy conversation about making sure that New York can thrive and improve in certain areas. And I bet you could get a Donald Trump to say, you know what, I think universal childcare is a good idea. I think universal pre-K worked for the city. Maybe we can help out with that a little bit. And that would be my ideal scenario.
All right. I think I know this is a stretch, that there might be a smart socialist. I'm not sure. But you probably realize that socialists don't make things, they only break things. Therefore, you need the city to exist or you have nothing to experiment on. So he knows that it's like, I really can't, you know, start the revolution right away because then it's over. We don't know how to make things.
Well, like Jessica said, the campaign's over, and he's not even claiming to actually believe all the things he campaigned on. Now he's reaching for the brass ring, and he wants power.
Right, Mark?
Staying exactly. I love the montage that we just played, and it kind of reminds you of the two dogs that are barking on either side of the fence, and then somebody opens the gate, and then they're like, and they stop barking. And I think we're going to see that from Zohran because he's a shapeshifter already. The problem is that Donald Trump is not a shapeshifter. He's going to keep barking. He's not the dog that stops barking as soon as you open the gate. And we saw that from his first inaugural address where he came out and said, look, everything I ran on, every word of it, and I'm going to, I may not get everything, but I'm going to push for everything. And it shocked the world. And that was when the impeachments began back in 2017. And so whatever happens, I hope the whole thing is open press. I don't want to miss a minute.
That'd be crazy, bro.
Yes, there'll be some awkward, like, let's go for a walk over here, and he'll just walk them into the construction area and just bore him to tears with, see that over there? It's going to be awesome.
Well, tomorrow, it's a highly anticipated heavyweight bout. President Donald Trump will welcome New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani to the White House. They are expected to discuss affordability, crime, and the future of New York City. Fox News catching up with the mayor-elect earlier this morning, asking if he's ready.
Being a New Yorker means that you're prepared for all situations, all kind of comments, all kind of commentary. And at the end of it, the focus has to be, what's the case that you're making? Why are you there? And for me, it's not about myself. It's not about a relationship with an individual. It's about a relationship between New York City and the White House, the president, the federal administration.
All right, joining us now to talk more about this is Elise Stefanik, New York gubernatorial candidate, and a woman who, unlike the candidate in Tennessee, loves New York.
I do love New York.
Talking about, bro.
Everybody
What's up,
loves
Lemon? How you doing?
We do.
So it's going to be a very interesting tete-a-tete tomorrow. Here you've got Donald Trump, who is a born and bred New Yorker from Queens, who built much of the skyline of the city, has lived there all his life, loves New York, and he'll be going up against a non-native mayor-elect who never built a thing, barely held a legitimate job, and now wants to throw the whole system out for socialism.
Well, it's going to be very important for New Yorkers who will be watching this closely. Obviously, President Trump loves New York State. He is a born and bred New Yorker. And even though he lives in Florida, he understands the city extremely well. He is focused on making sure that New York is affordable and safe. And despite Mamdami trying to talk about those issues, Mamdami wants to raise taxes, and he's pushing the worst governor in America, Kathy Hochul, to do so. Mamdami has been on the record over and over and over again for defunding the police. Meanwhile, you have Republicans like myself and the president who support police, who understand the importance of a robust NYPD. And you're already seeing a mass exodus. So there's a lot of discussions that need to happen. But certainly, I am very focused on making New York affordable and safe. Look at the catastrophe we have had under single-party Democrat rule, led by the worst governor in America, Kathy Hochul, who, by the way, propelled Mamdami when she endorsed him.
All right, we'll talk more about her and CDLs being given to illegal aliens. But the president is really kind of setting the table for tomorrow's meeting. Put out on Truth Social, quote, Communist Mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, has asked for a meeting. We're hoping that they open this thing up to the press tomorrow because it could be Pelosi Schumer 2.0 in the Oval Office.
Well, certainly there's always surprises. I think it would be great to have it open for people to see the discussion that happens. My priority is always putting New York first and delivering results to the hardworking families of New York. What we cannot continue to see is this embrace of communism, which Mamdami has brought to the most important city in the country, and really the entire world is watching this. Again, he is going to make New York more unaffordable and less safe. He wants to raise taxes. He wants to double down on failed bail reform and defund the police. And he has made it extremely dangerous for Jewish families living in New York. The fact that he has said he will arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu, that he campaigned with unindicted co-conspirators of terrorist attacks.
I want to ask you about this because this first came to light in a different form in Oklahoma when Governor Kevin Stitt joined us to talk about an enforcement action that they were undertaking there with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. And this is another case of an illegal immigrant with a CDL from New York State being involved in a fatal truck accident. This one was in Indiana, killed an Indiana State National Guard. Let's put it up on the screen because you can see this person is a native of Georgia, the country, Goderdzi Gujabidze. And you're very critical of Kathy Hochul for allowing this person to get a CDL.
Well, look at this. It's New York State. Under Kathy Hochul's failed leadership, illegals are able to get New York State driver's license and CDL, driving extremely heavy and dangerous trucks that has literally led to the loss of lives. This individual, this illegal, killed a National Guardsman because of Kathy Hochul's failed policies. Her #1 executive order that she signed the first day in office was making New York a sanctuary state. She also has supported what's called the Green Light Law, allowing New York State to give illegals driver's license and then not allowing federal law enforcement to have access to our New York State DMV. This is catastrophic. And this is one of many circumstances. You pointed out the previous example in Oklahoma that Governor Stitt talked about. But just this past week, there were 30 individuals as part of one of DHS's busts, which was very important, of illegals who had New York State driver's license who were arrested on an interstate in the state of New York, all because of Kathy Hochul, who prioritizes illegals rather than law-abiding New Yorkers. And this is life or death, John. We're talking about a National Guardsman who was killed because of these failed policies.
You know, the CDL that was seized in Oklahoma didn't even have the person's name on it from New York State. And apparently there was a language problem too, because this from the Boone County Sheriff. Due to the language barrier with Mr. Gujabidze, he was transported to the Boone County Sheriff's Office afterward to meet with a translator. So again, I mean, this is like the two Indian illegal immigrants who were involved in these crashes. They didn't speak the language, didn't even read the road signs.
Right. It's dangerous for Americans. It's dangerous for law-abiding New Yorkers. And we need a governor, and I hear this from Republicans, Democrats, and independents, who's putting New Yorkers' affordability and safety first. That's not what Kathy Hochul is doing. She is an accidental governor. She's the worst governor in America. And what's more interesting, John, before Kathy Hochul was in this position, she was a county clerk. At that time, she opposed driver's license for illegals. She's done a complete 180 to bow and bend the knee to the radical left, pro-illegal, pro-criminal socialist party that has taken over the Democrat Party.
All right, well, we'll be watching this issue as you continue the campaign, and we're awaiting the big meeting with Mamdani and President Trump tomorrow.
Thank you, John.
Thanks for joining us. Good luck in the campaign trail. It's going to be a long one.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Sometimes tragedy brings people together. Today, Kamala was reunited with AutoPen. They were spotted together at Dick Cheney's memorial service, and you could feel the tension in the pews. Biden walked in, and immediately it got awkward. The big guy was looking down and around, everywhere, but at his former VP. Kamala was waiting for a hello, an acknowledgement, anything. She was like, man, he really is old. He forgot who I am. But Biden put his arm out and shook her hand and said, nice to see you, Kamala. That's it. That's what a lip reader told the Daily Mail. Dr. Jill said he wasn't ignoring you, baby girl. Relax. Harris was wagging her finger. I know he wasn't. I was thinking you're going to look at me, but he didn't. And where was Doug? Probably in spin class, breaking a sweat and taking a schwitz. During the funeral, Kamala and Jill barely talked. The doctor broke the ice, but it didn't look that friendly. Remember, Jill was anti-Mamala from the jump. She called her husband racist. But she was loyal to Joe. She didn't throw him under the bus. That was Barack and Nance. Even though everyone wanted her to, they still do. Kamala, 2 days ago, was still defending the big guy.
I know, right?
I feel like it was incumbent upon him to say to you, you go do what you need to do. If you need to throw me under the bus on a few things, you go do that, because we got to beat this mother. And instead, he did the opposite of that.
I just have to be very candid for the sake of my own well-being and sanity. That's not where I'm focused.
Kamala wrote a gossip book trashing Joe, and she doesn't want to talk about him anymore on her book tour. Biden must have gotten to her. He's all ego. He said from the start that Kamala couldn't win, and he still thinks he would have won if Barry hadn't staged the coup. Biden's inner circle says it wasn't Joe who needed an IQ test. It was the Democrat Party.
I thought the Democratic Party lost its mind. That's what I thought.
The Democratic Party lost its mind. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is I thought that Joe Biden was the best candidate. I thought he was the most likely person to be elected president. I thought he'd be the best president. On the day he got out of the race, he was behind Trump by 3 points. I thought he was disloyal. I thought it was an act of betrayal against the president.
Good thing Barack Hussein Obama wasn't there, or else the church would have blown up. A few weeks ago, Barack and Joe snubbed each other at Cafe Milano. It was the snub heard around the world. Where's Barack? Where's Michelle? This is Michelle's third straight no-show. She snubbed Jimmy Carter's funeral and the inauguration and blamed it on scheduling conflicts.
Is that Michael?
The only thing Michelle's been busy with is her podcast. She's out there calling the country sexist. Said America isn't ready to vote for a woman. Told us we need to grow up. But she can't spare a few minutes to pay her respects. She must have known Nancy was going to be there. Nancy has been talking smack.
I respect her, and I know that view is one that we all.
Is she drunk?
I think we have to change. The fact is that I've heard every excuse in the book. I thought the American people
Big
were
Mike,
more ready.
Right?
For
The
a
Big
woman
Mike
president.
podcast.
Just the
Everybody
thought of
tune
it, it's
in.
so exciting. And the message it sends to the
You've
world.
got the bigger
Nancy
you
isn't
are.
alone. Stephen A. saying, don't you point your finger at.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Mary Sanders. Look at
Didn't
that
we just see
face.
Abigail Spanberger win in Virginia, the gubernatorial seat? Isn't Kathy Hochul the governor?
Hold on.
of New
When
York?
did Stephen A. Smith become a freaking? Has he always been on Fox? When has this started?
Am I missing something? Don't look at this country and point to men and act like we wouldn't vote for you. Yes, we would. Yes, we would. Run, Michelle, run.
Remember, Stephen A. wasn't happy when Barack wagged his fingers at the base. Now the Obamas are back at it, calling him sexist. Nancy has more beef, and she's letting it all out. She's fuming at Hillary.
Why go now?
Why did I retire?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I've been eager to sort of go into another phase of life for a while.
Even to goofball.
I was going to win in 2016, and the Affordable Care Act would be intact, and our country would be in great hands. She was so qualified, and then that didn't happen, so we had to stay to make the fight.
Look at it this way, Nancy. You stayed in office for 10 more years and made $100 million. I'm sure Paulie P. has no regrets. I guess Hillary's the reason Pelosi has such bad TDS. And it's not looking great for Nance. It's starting to spread to her bones.
You said that President Trump was a vile creature, the worst thing on the face of the earth. Do you think he's different now than he was in his first term in terms of his abilities, his leadership?
By the way, I said that as a euphemism. I could have done much worse.
You could have done worse. You could have said worse.
Yeah.
Every day, your chances of surviving this terminal case of TDS get worse.
Donald Trump is the worst president of the United States for America's children. The worst president American children have ever had. Trump is the biggest con job in American history.
It's not just Nancy losing her mind. Chronic TDS is plaguing the whole
Thanks,
party.
Billy.
First of all, you. You to the highest order of you that you can be. Don't you
Jon
ever
Stewart, like, who just
ask me about that. You. And second of all, your guy hosted a live golf tournament in the shadow of the towers with the Saudis and palled around with them. So again, let me repeat myself. Yahoo.
When most people suffer from an affliction, their doctors tell them to cut out the cause. But if you're in politics or the media, you can't cut out Donald Trump. So it eats you alive day after day after day.
I know how it feels,
Donald. Think they found a cure, even though it's been tried twice. The I word.
In these times of challenge and controversy, we stand for the remedy that can make the difference and maintain the democracy, and that remedy is impeachment. Impeachment. But that's not enough. That's not enough. Impeachment we must do.
Maybe impeachment is like the vaccine. You need 2 shots in the booster. The left so triggered that Kamala's book tours turned into a therapy session.
Obviously, the book is about these 107 days, and it's a little traumatic for all of us. I mean, not to make this. I think this is probably true for everybody
How are
in
you
here.
feeling? How you
Thank you.
I
just wanted you to win so bad.
No caps, please.
If Messiah isn't performing miracles, Kamala's going to church and praying for one.
I'm taking it to church.
Amen.
And we have the power.
This is hilarious.
Our power.
Oh, you want to make puke?
We love our country. We care about community. And we love the South.
You know who should be saying this prayer? Chuck, the Palestinian. Better start saying Allah Akbar.
Dumbest motherfucker ever.
Look at where Chuck Schumer is. He's underwater with Democrats in the most recent Fox News poll, -2 points. But at this point, Hakeem Jeffries is running over 30 points.
Fake accents, dude. I know that's funny.
Chuck Schumer is. The anger on the left is much more so against Chuck Schumer than it is against Hakeem Jeffries.
Chuck and Hakeem better watch out. Raising Cain wants to trade his cane for a sombrero.
Good stuff.
No,
like,
I have
I
not
went through all
spoken
the real
to
things.
Democratic
Press
leadership.
And
I
now
am a liberated Democrat.
This is hilarious. The first hour is
Now-
intense.
Democratic leadership right here.
Bro.
There's that Cain cameo. We all know this isn't Al Green's party, and it's not Barack's, Biden's, or Kamala's. The party belongs to Kwame the Commie, and the Commie Caucus is kicking off a Dem bloodbath.
Thank you,
They're
Jesse.
predicting at least 30% of House Democrats could get
Definitely comedy.
Might turn out to be
Oh
even
my
higher.
God,
The Commie
dude.
Caucus is licking their chops. People's hair's on fire. They just feel like they've got to do something. People are pissed. They're sad. They're concerned. It's going to be a bloodbath, they're saying. Tomorrow, the face of the revolution enters the biggest arena of all.
What the fuck is a
Oval
liberal
Office, where
Democrat?
he'll come face to face with capitalism.
Comedy.
Tomorrow, we'll have a communist come into the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city in the country. I think it's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states.
The commie's the one who requested the meeting. That's smart. MSNBC is like, why would you do that?
What is your goal for a meeting with Donald Trump? What do you want to come out of a meeting with Donald Trump?
I want to just speak plainly to the
Is
president.
that right, Zach?
Means to actually stand up for New Yorkers and the way in which New Yorkers are struggling to afford
Bye.
this.
Mamdami hasn't even been sworn in yet, and his plans are already falling apart.
A political showdown headed straight for the Oval
Nah.
Office. Now, we could see
Don't
some
attack people.
fireworks, or maybe some smiles, maybe a little bit of both. Something between these two men.
Don't be
President Trump will meet tomorrow with New York City's
What are you talking about?
Democrat socialist Zohran Mamdani, a man he has called a
ditch him
communist
because
and a
he
danger to America. I'm Harris Faulkner.
What was Miss Lying?
The president made the announcement on Truth Social, writing this.
All right, well, let me bring him back.
Kwame Mamdani has asked for a meeting. We have agreed that this meeting will take place at the Oval Office on Friday, November 21st. Mamdani spoke about it this morning.
I have many disagreements with the president.
Ryan's really a
I
liberal.
believe
He
that we
acts
should be
like a
relentless
liberal,
and
but
pursue
kind
all
of-
avenues
Hey,
that
Mrs.
can
laughing.
make our city affordable.
I know
for
she
every
is.
single New Yorker. I intend to make it clear to
I'm not a
President Trump
Republican,
that I
so
will
blow
work with
me.
him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers.
President Trump has threatened to yank federal funding from his
Yeah.
former hometown of New York City if Mamdani
I'll
were to
take
win,
that as
and he
a
did.
compliment.
Even threw his weight behind Andrew Cuomo, who finished a distant second. He had to run as an independent because he lost in the primary as a
Cheeks, that's funny.
Democrat to Mamdani. Now, after months of vicious verbal attacks on one another, the two men will share the same space.
No,
miss.
No, miss. I just don't want to fucking deal with it.
That there is no borough that will be free from Trump's cruelty.
He didn't say nothing bad.
It's a disaster waiting to happen.
This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
He's a communist. He's not a socialist, by the way. There's a big difference.
I
He's a
am.
communist. He's down and dirty. He's a
Yeah,
communist.
My administration. They just woke up. I'm sure they're not in full mood.
But we know President Trump
I brought him
can
back.
talk to anybody at any
I know,
time.
man.
Peace breaking out in the Middle East with his 20-point plan that just passed
Yeah,
the
no.
United Nations. And now this here at home. Alexandria Hoff is at the
Yes.
White House with a preview of the big meeting tomorrow. Alexandria.
Hey, Harrison, you know, this is a realm that President Trump has plenty of experience with. It was really his past disputes with New York City mayors that helped shape his political ambitions, his political style, dating all the way back to Ed Koch in the 80s, where Donald Trump, a
Thanks,
citizen,
Jesse.
would see something being done, knew that there was a better way to get something done, and maybe his way would be best. Now, this is a bit different, though. The difference is that President Trump has with Mayor-elect Mamdani aren't just permits or construction projects. They are fundamentally concerned about New York City's future. Before the meeting was the president said this weekend he wants to do what he can to help.
The mayor of New York, I will say, would like to meet with us and we'll work something out. But he would like to come to Washington and meet, and we'll work something out. We want to see everything work out well for New York.
Now, on election night, Mamdani said once again that his administration would be Trump's worst nightmare, as you have played. But on tomorrow's meeting, he's taken a bit of a different tone. The statement here, quote, as is customary for an incoming mayor administration, the mayor-elect plans to meet with the president in Washington to discuss public safety, economic security, and the affordability agenda that over 1 million New Yorkers voted for just 2 weeks ago. He added this morning.
I know that for tens of thousands of New Yorkers, this meeting is between two very different candidates who they voted for the same reason. They wanted a leader who would take on the cost of living crisis that makes it impossible for working people to afford living in this city.
Now, no details have been revealed yet on the timing of tomorrow's meeting, but this will be the first time that the two come face to face. Paris.
Alexandria, thank you for that. Ben Domenech is here, Fox News contributor and host of the Big Ben Show podcast. Great to see you. So I mentioned this just moments.
We have something cool here. What you're looking at is the new Expedience home gym. This one is called the Gym.
Moments ago, and Alexandria went deep on this as well. This is the president's style. He talks with everybody all the time. How do you think this goes tomorrow?
Oh, man, look at this.
It's going to be kind of a cat and mouse game a little bit between the two of them. Mamdani obviously is somebody who has known for a while that he was in all likelihood going to become the next mayor of New York City. So he's not necessarily the surprise candidate that he was initially when he won that primary and set himself on this road. He's had time to think about how to approach this scenario. And obviously, regardless of the rhetoric that he used on election night, I think he knows that he needs the president and a good relationship with this administration if he's going to have the hope of holding on to millions of dollars that flow from the federal government into New York City currently, dollars that are going to be key, especially when it comes to his ambitious agenda. But personally, I think this is going to be most interesting.
It's scaring me.
Someone who probably
I just had Taco Bell yesterday.
Existence of President Trump in the first place.
No.
Mamdani is in many ways a response, a reflection from the far left wing of this backlash to Donald Trump. He's the first candidate, I think, who truly represents that in a new generational way. And because of that, I think it's going to be an interesting back and forth between the two of them. And we'll see what Trump takes of him when it comes to the measure of the man.
You know what?
What in particular are you watching for this in terms of issues? You've got this issue of affordability, which Mamdani says he won on, but interestingly enough, a lot of rich people voted for him, both in the primary and in the election that we just saw where he is now the mayor-elect. So what do you think about that?
Zohran Mamdani is only the mayor of New York because of that champagne socialist set that funded his efforts in different ways. And I think that he knows deep down that's the truth. So we can talk about affordability. That's the kind of thing that obviously appeals to the narrative about who he is. But he also understands the way that this is actually going to go in terms of his political future, which is that he needs those wealthy people to stay in New York, to essentially cut deals with him in order to leave them alone, not come after them. That's going to be the kind of thing that might rile some of his socialist base, but it's also just the reality of what has to happen once you win an election like that.
Well, an epic faceplant for Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Critics are going after her, mocking her for accusing EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin of taking campaign donations from Jeffrey Epstein, meaning the dead sex trafficker and convicted pedophile. Watch.
Folks who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. The NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick.
But these are all like Republicans.
Lazio.
So maybe she had someone who had not graduated from junior high do some of her research. We don't know. The problem is with all of that, the donor was an entirely different Jeffrey Epstein. Zeldin with this. Yes, Crockett, a physician named Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, who is a totally different person than the other Jeffrey Epstein, donated to a prior campaign of mine. No freaking relation, you genius. All of that.
Oh, cool, man.
Crockett's wild attempt to defend herself just dug the hole deeper, so much deeper.
I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein. I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. What? My team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just lie.
Wait a minute. Critics blew up on social media after
that.
So
Jesse, if you're coming by here, stop over.
Discussion.
Yeah, that was nuts, dude.
One user
What in the world?
Zeldin received from Dr. Jeffrey Epstein came after
because,
predator Jeffrey
yeah.
Epstein allegedly took his life in prison. Crockett is a total imbecile. Another with this. What an uninformed goofball she made herself out to be. And some suggest it was not just a mistake. She's not stupid. She was deliberately misleading. Here she is brazenly admitting it.
Don't know.
So which do you think it is? She's incompetent, didn't do her facts, had somebody just simply
That's
Google,
what I
or do you think this is strategy on her part?
Dude, I gotta meet you.
Jeffrey Epstein, the financier or the doctor? No, this actually
That's
matters.
not
I mean,
mumbling.
the actual question here is I mean, and by the way, pour one out for the poor fella who has to go through life with the same shared name. But the idea that you would have some kind of spin that this was some type of 4D chess that she was doing, no, she and her staff were just being very, very stupid about this thing. This is also a common mistake. And look, you know, I think that in the sense of things that you find online, there are all sorts of people who go viral for claims like this that are ridiculous all the time, that even a few seconds of research would reveal to you falls apart. The fact that she included donations to Zeldin that came after the predator
it
Jeffrey
happened. I
Epstein
watched
died in prison,
the Congress
is
hearing where she
particularly
fucking
absurd.
did it.
And she owes an apology to every single person that she claimed
It's
falsely
actually
on the
2
floor to have
videos
taken
ago.
money
You
in
can
this
go watch
instance.
it yourself.
I doubt we're going to get it though, because she just has the same attitude that a lot of these young folks have within the left, which is I can say anything and I will just see people boost me up, give to my campaigns, because it doesn't matter how dumb it is, it's still fighting the right.
Well, and this woman has been talked about as possibly running for the Senate. She needs to take those lack of skills in terms of research and knowing the actual facts someplace else, because that's not going to fly.
Absolutely, and I think that, you know, while she has huge political ambitions, you know, this is just another sign of why some of the people who are in that faction don't succeed outside of the world of TikTok and the like, where their claims can just go viral without actually being questioned. And the spin that she put on this is just absolutely ludicrous. I don't believe it for a second, and no thinking person does.
Well, and it's bizarre that she would think that she doesn't have to even try to correct that now, other than to say that's why she said a Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, okay. Last quick one on this, though, and that's that thought that, well, if you put it out there, maybe somebody will believe it. Nobody else is fact checking anyway. There is a portion of the population, the voting population, that will fall for this.
Yeah, I just think that they need to go back and look at Office Space with Michael Bolton, or understand the difference between the Big Lebowski and the other Lebowski before they make any judgment calls on this. But the truth is, you're right, Harris. There are a lot of people.
Oh,
who
Ryan,
say
read
for
that last
and will
text
assume
from
on
Jesse,
some
bro.
level that what she was saying was true, even if it was false.
Mamdani, great to have you. Thank you.
How do you avoid
Oh,
cocky
okay.
in Oval Office? You're on his turf, but he could attack. What's the plan?
Well, I think being a New Yorker means that you're prepared for all situations, and I will look to make clear that my interest goes beyond any one of an individual. It's for the people that I look to represent. That's the case I'll make.
The transition team for the mayor-elect
It's all
to the
gaslighting,
president
man.
about the
They
issue
should've
of
watched the first
affordability.
hour,
Hopefully, this will
hour
be
and a
open
half.
press
It
tomorrow,
was-
because
this
it will
is
be
what they're
very
giving you, man. No matter where you
Mamdani
go,
making that
this
a
is
cornerstone of his campaign,
We all
vowing to
know
freeze
it's
rent and make
world
buses
state
free under
bullshit.
his watch. But these policies are being
I agree. It's definitely some dividing stuff, but it ain't just Fox, dude. It doesn't matter what source you use.
ridiculed by Republicans who called the plans a progressive pipe dream.
I can't imagine why anybody would think that meeting would be so interesting, John. Jerry Baker wrote about Mamdani's victory in New York City, warning it is a gift the president must unwrap carefully. He will join us live right here on America Reports in moments.
I think it's got the potential to be Pelosi Schumer 2.0. We'll see.
Miss, I heard about that, Mayor. I heard about that, Mayor.
Briefing is going to start soon.
I feel bad for you.
Hi, good to be with you guys. Yeah, when you talk about this gift potentially that the president must unwrap carefully, I mean, carefully indeed. New York City is a city that he loves, that is called home. The president does not want to see a failure in leadership there to prove a point. And actually, when you kind of played some of those sound bites from the mayor-elect and the president, on the mayor-elect side, you heard some of his language be toned down today, kind of in anticipation of this meeting, saying he wants to work with the president, find ways they can work together. Even went as far as to say that the two of them were elected for similar reasons, for public safety.
You said it
affordability.
more
Clearly,
than once,
the voter base has
bro.
different ideas of
Come
what
on
that
now.
looks like. So this will definitely be an interesting meeting, and it's a realm that the president is very familiar with. I mean, he's had these public feuds or debates with New York City mayors since the early 80s. In many ways, it has shaped his political ambitions, his political style. So this is not new territory for the president. We're hoping we'll get some clarification on the timing for tomorrow's meeting. It's definitely going to be one to watch. If there is press availability, John, you mentioned that would be certainly interesting. We don't know if it will be. Something else we expect to hear today is about the jobs numbers. There was better than expected jobs numbers coming out today. That's for September. It was due to come out in early October because of the shutdown. That did not happen. So they are coming out today. Shows that 119,000 jobs were added. That is more than twice what was anticipated. With that, though, there is a slight uptick when it comes to unemployment, but more people enter the job force, so that could seem to balance out. We're likely to hear more about that today. Something else that might come up is the U.S. draft of the Russia-Ukraine peace plan. There's some criticism coming from the European side on that, so we'll see what comes out of the briefing, set to start any minute now. John, Sandra,
Yeah,
send it back
and
to
as
you.
I mentioned at the top, it looks like Linda McMahon's going to be coming out to talk about cuts to the education department. So got a lot
Linda
on your plate
McMahon,
today.
isn't she amazing?
Appreciate it. Sandra?
All right, Jerry
Yes.
Baker is here, editor at large for the Wall Street Journal and a
It is
Fox News
amazing.
contributor. Jerry, we need you ahead of this meeting because you said in your Wall Street Journal piece this: Mamdani is a gift which Trump should unwrap carefully. You say you couldn't design a better far-left foil, but you also say his voters' frustrations are real and serious. Explain.
Yeah, well, thanks very much indeed, Sandra. Look, I mean, that does capture it, I think. There's no question that Zohran Mamdani, as the face of the Democratic Party, is an extraordinary gift to Republicans, and particularly Donald Trump. Donald Trump is extremely good at defining his opponents. Well, it's one of his great successes, you know, whether he's calling them, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Hillary. He's really good. And that I would expect. I don't know if he's got a nickname yet for Zohran Mamdani, but it doesn't matter. Mamdani is a far left. He calls him a communist. He's a far left socialist who believes in the most radical things, all kinds of socialist ideas that have been proven not to work. And if he tries to implement them in New York City, it will be a disaster. But he is nonetheless, he can be portrayed as the face of the Democratic Party. But I think a lot of Democrats will spend the next 2 years running away from Mamdani as Trump tries to probably successfully tie them to Mamdani. The reason I say it's a gift, though, that has to be unwrapped carefully is, again, as you say, this issue of affordability, which we know is right now a real vulnerability for the president, for the Republican Party. Approval ratings on the economy for the president are very, very low. And it is driven by this concern about prices, the fact that things are very, 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 very expensive for most Americans right now. Mamdani was elected in large part because of that. Mamdani wasn't elected because the people of New York, although they can be pretty crazy, let's be honest, I'm here in New York, they can say and believe some crazy things. They didn't elect him because they wanted a communist or a socialist as their mayor. They elected him because, especially younger people, because they're furious with what they see as prices being out of reach, housing costs being out of reach, groceries costs being incredibly expensive. So he's got to handle Mamdani, by all means portray him as the socialist that he is. Mamdani will say and do things that President Trump will be able to demonstrate are far from the mainstream of the American people. But he's also got to handle this in a way that demonstrates that he does understand that Americans are really facing an affordability crisis.
By the way, I do believe President Trump has given him somewhat of a nickname. I've heard Mamdani the commie come from President Trump's mouth. This is Mamdani, who's also, by the way, taking heat from his supporters for meeting with the president. Here he is explaining the reason why he's accepting the meeting. Listen.
My team reached out to the White House to set up this meeting because I will work with anyone to make life more affordable for the more than 8.5 million people who call this city home. I intend to make it clear to President Trump that I will work with him on any agenda that benefits New Yorkers. If an agenda hurts New Yorkers, I will also be the first to say so.
So where do you believe there could be room for the two of them to discuss working together for the betterment of
I can't see it.
It's pretty hard to see right now. Look, as you said in your introduction, and John said too, that the president has an interest in seeing New York succeed. It's the largest city in America. It's got all kinds of economic and other problems, but it's still a source of, enormous amount of economic activity and a source of wealth for the country. He takes a very close interest in what's going on, not only in New York real estate market, which right now is in reasonably good shape, but also, of course, in the financial markets, which the main ones are located here in New York City. So, President Trump will want to see that whatever Mamdani does isn't causing tremendous economic damage, and his proposals to raise taxes on rich people, not that he can probably get them through, by the way, but that's his proposal anyway, to expand the public sector here in New York City. Those are things that the president is going to have to, watch very closely, because he can't afford to see New York City harmed. Obviously, the big source of tension, I think, between the two will be around immigration. Mamdani has in the past. He's kind of eased off some of these things during the campaign, but he said some very critical things about the administration, and he said some very favorable things about illegal immigrants, and indeed, he made a big point even in his campaign acceptance speech, in his victory speech on election night, saying, this was a victory for immigrants. So, when the administration tries to crack down on illegal immigration, on the number of illegal migrants here, that's going to be a source of tensions. But look, it's good that they're sort of coming together in a spirit of cooperation, trying to make things work for the country. But I think before long, we'll see that Mamdani will position himself and will be taken by Donald Trump to be the face of the Democratic Party.
Jerry Baker, always so good. Thank you so much. Previewing what will be a big meeting and a big day tomorrow.
Host of the Sage Steele Show, Sage Steele. What do you expect tomorrow, Sage?
I would pay good money to be a fly on that wall, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
First of all, I'm going to try to do the right thing here for 10 seconds and give credit where credit is due, because he did what? He requested the meeting with President Trump, which is more than the current New York City mayor did. It took him 2 years to realize, hey, at least align yourself with the guy, even if you don't like, just fake it. So Mamdani isn't even in office yet. He's doing it from there. So that's impressive, right?
Yeah.
Probably where I will leave it, though, especially because just 2 months ago, wasn't he saying that his administration would be Trump's worst nightmare? And now 2 months later, he's doing this. I mean, big picture, it is smart, but I would pay anything to see him trying to convince Donald Trump that socialism is the way to run the city that Donald Trump partially helped build. So
he just wants his money. He just wants the money, right? Because Trump says you're cut off if you get fresh,
right?
Or if you start building communist-run grocery stores.
Do you think he'll go in, because the second he got elected, he has those commercials, right, that were beautifully produced. So maybe he'll say, "Hi, Mr. President, beautiful office, love the Rose Garden, love all the new things you're doing with the White House, but I need $4 million before January 1st. Maybe you can help me out, help me raise the money."
I love that big, beautiful ballroom. Can we go on a tour? And while we're there, do you have any checks for New York?
Exactly.
All right. Well, so he's kind of trying to do the right thing. The rest of the Democratic Party is at war. Nancy's at war with Michelle. Kamala and Joe barely speaking to each other. Stephen A's mad at everybody.
Well, if that's the case, then forget it. It's all a disaster. Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, I think, I actually thought about this, the last couple of weeks, watching the implosion really live and in person. And it almost goes back to 2008, because the Democrats have gotten very complacent. They've gotten used to being able to do whatever the hell they want to do.
Yep.
And you had Barry in office for 8 years. It was all good. Shock when Trump got in. Then let's make sure that we don't let that happen again in 2020, which they did a very good job of making sure of that.
Did.
And then they thought we were all idiots for the last 4 years watching Joe Biden and thinking you could slide Kamala Harris in there. So I think it's a true panic, because they're used to getting their way.
They're having to work for it. For the first time, they don't have Barack Obama descending from the heavens and making everything good. They don't have the media. They don't have big tech anymore. They're actually having to earn votes.
What a concept. And in the meantime, you have Jasmine Crockett and her new wig every single day out there as the face of your party. I always thought the Democrats were so smart. Didn't like them, but respected the way that they ran campaigns. They were super smart in 08 with Obama, getting in deep with social media, Facebook. They don't know how to handle adversity. And it is showing right now.
They're soft.
They are so soft, and they're being exposed. And I will say, we're getting used to the Jill Biden, Kamala Harris icy moments. It's so entertaining. I kind of like it.
I feel bad because it is at a memorial service. And, you're not supposed to be like throwing back drinks and backslapping. But you sit next to someone You got to talk to him.
Yeah, I mean, again, fake it. You guys have gotten really good at that, but apparently not in those cases. They know the camera's on them. Jimmy Carter's funeral, same thing.
know.
They can't do it. These ladies and men.
Where's oh, and men.
And men, you guys too.
Us too?
I mean, not us.
All right, time to go to topic I don't really care. Here we go. Let's start with this. This is Hakeem Jeffries denying some Epstein stuff, and we'll get into the White House conference about releasing the files.
Talk to Jeffrey Epstein, and then Hakeem Jeffries flip-flopping, saying he didn't, and then he did, and then he said, yeah, he did speak with Democrat Plaskett over the Congresswoman letting Jeffrey Epstein coach her in questioning Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, during a 2019 hearing. And then that was Democrat Minority Whip Catherine Clark, not ready to respond to that. Plus, then you heard Democrat Jasmine Crockett claiming, well, Epstein was just Plaskett's constituent. Let's welcome back to the show Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, great to have you back on. So should voters out there just take Democrats' word for it that a convicted sex trafficker and sex predator was just a constituent of Plaskett who happened to have her personal phone number and was texting her during that hearing? Joe, first of all, we got to point out Epstein's companies got $300 million in tax breaks from the U.S. Virgin Islands when Plaskett was the general counsel of its Economic Development Authority. What do you make of the Democrats' propaganda here?
Oh, man. I mean, this is going off the rails, isn't it? I mean, the old saying, Liz, is that when you're in a hole, stop digging. And Stacey Plaskett is halfway to China by now in that regard. The bottom line is that she was texting back and forth, as you just showed, with a convicted sex offender at the time. She took donations from Jeffrey Epstein as well. And she could say, well, just a constituent. But as you just showed, he's complimenting her outfit, how she looks. She's like, oh, thank you very much. Look, this is the lengths that Democrats will go to in order to get Donald Trump, even making an ally of a monster like Jeffrey Epstein. She looks horrible here, and all the legacy media apologies in the world for her ain't going to change the fact that Democrats look far worse right now than Donald Trump does in regards to Jeffrey Epstein.
You know, Joe, voters anecdotally say they want D.C. to move on from this. Stop the gotcha politics, fix America. But liberal media and Democrats want to keep using it to attack Trump. Because, Joe, under this new law, 30 days from now, the DOJ will release even more Epstein files. Democrats are running away from their ties to Epstein. Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, nearly 90% of Epstein's donations went to Democrats. So what do you think? What do you think is going to come out of these files?
Well, we've already seen Hakeem Jeffries took donations from Jeffrey Epstein after he was indicted, for example. We're going to see a lot of smoke. What I think we won't see is anything that is going to be very, very negative about Donald Trump as far as all the innuendo that Democrats are throwing at him. And the reason why I know this, Liz, and that we know this in general, people that are saying it, is because when Donald Trump ran for president in 2016, 2020, and 2024, all those three times when Democrats were in power, they didn't weaponize this against Trump. If there was anything in there against him, they would have used it by now, and they have not. So this is going to be like Russia collusion all over again, a big nothing burger that will eventually boomerang back to Democrats who have been hyping this for weeks and now are realizing that, we look a far, far more culpable here than Donald Trump ever could in regards to that man you see on that screen, that monster Jeffrey Epstein.
And, Joe, there's also this Democrat Jasmine Crockett's off-the-wall merry-go-round explanation for why she falsely smeared EPA chief Lee Zeldin, falsely claiming Jeffrey Epstein had donated to him. It was a different Jeffrey Epstein, a Dr. Epstein, who donated years after the other convicted sex offender was already dead. Watch this.
Who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin, Rick Lazio.
And I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein, just so that people understand when you make a donation, your picture is not there. And because they decided to spring this on us in real time, I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. So my team, what they did is they Googled, and that is specifically why I said Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies. Because it was not the same one, that's fine. But when Lee Zeldin had something to say, all he had to say was it was a different Jeffrey Epstein. He admitted that he did receive donations from a Jeffrey Epstein. So at least I wasn't trying to mislead people.
Yes, you were.
That's
What were
absolutely
you
nuts
trying to
what
do?
she just said. It is off the wall
What
crazy.
a liar.
There are so many twists and turns in what she just said, you know, that you got to wonder if voters who voted for her should
kidding
rethink
me?
why they voted for her.
Yeah, Liz. I mean, she has two things right now, just from that clip alone: a cartoon character and a prolific liar. And those aren't good from a political perspective. And let me tackle this from a media perspective, by the way. Jasmine Crockett is like the next Michael Avenatti. Remember him? Stormy Daniels, the sleazy lawyer, was on CNN and MSNBC in the span of 1 year hundreds of times. Why? Because he said provocative things about Donald Trump. And now Jasmine Crockett is the next shiny object. This is a lawmaker who mocked the sitting governor of her state because he's paralyzed in a wheelchair, called him Governor Hot Wheels. She wants that she wished
funny, though.
somebody would take
I
out
like her a lot.
Elon Musk for her birthday. That's a direct call for violence. And now she just throws out that a Jeffrey Epstein donated to Lee Zeldin, who's the acting EPA commissioner right now, except as you noted, that was Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, God rest his soul, and not the actual Jeffrey Epstein that we're all talking about. Instead of apologizing for it, she doubles down on CNN, and that ridiculous network, and Caitlin Collins doesn't even push back. So she'll continue to get on cable news. She'll continue to be a star. Lying be damned, integrity be damned, Liz.
You know, and also there's this. Larry Summers, that's Clinton's former Treasury Secretary, former director of Obama's National Economic Council. He was caught texting Jeffrey Epstein from 2013 to 2019 after he was convicted for sexual assault and sex trafficking. And, you know, so he's getting romantic advice from Jeffrey Epstein, also caught making sexist comments on those text chains with Jeffrey Epstein. This is how Larry Summers opened his class at Harvard. Watch this.
You will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward.
He was teaching students at Harvard. Now he's stepping away from Harvard. He's stepping off the board of OpenAI. He's stepping away from the Center for American Progress and other entities. How would the left react if Summers was a Republican?
Oh boy, if this was like Scott Bessent, for example, yeah, we would see 24/7 coverage, front page news, the editorial pages of the New York Times and Washington Post talking about what a horrible person this is. And I barely see any coverage on Larry Summers outside of this network, Fox News, and maybe a handful of other places. So yeah, that is the double standard that we're dealing with here, Liz. And his career is done. Let's face it.
All right, Joe Concha, great to see you.
Done. Let's
Sean
face
Hannity
it.
here.
All
Hey,
right.
click here to subscribe.
So I'm going to end it with this. I wanted to try to keep it at 3.5 hours. We're at 3 hours or 2:45. I got a few more things, but I'm going to show White House press conference where they speak about releasing the phone.
Hey, John, where are you from?
I brought a very special guest with me today, as you can see, Secretary McMahon. So I will begin my remarks. She's going to speak, and then we'll take some questions. She'll take questions, and I'll take questions from you as well. First off, yesterday, First Lady Melania Trump and Second Lady Usha Vance traveled
I'm right next door.
to Air Station New River in Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, where they spent the day meeting with students, educators, military families, and United States Marines. Both the First Lady and Second Lady were grateful for the warm welcome and remain deeply committed to supporting military families and the communities that serve our great nation. May God bless all of them. In economic news, the September jobs report showed the American economy remains strong, with 119,000 new jobs added, more than double expectations. These gains came after the summer passage of President Trump's historic tax cuts and multiple big trade deals with countries around the world. In particular, construction jobs surged by 19,000 in September, the largest monthly gain in a year. Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers, the opposite of what we saw under the previous administration. Inflation also remains under control, and wages are up by 3.8% over the year for American workers because of President Trump's pro-growth policies. In fact, real wages are on pace to increase roughly $1,200 for the average worker this year under President Trump. This is a complete reversal of the failed Biden era, when we saw inflation skyrocket to 9%, causing private sector workers to see their wages decline by approximately $3,000. We know that Americans are still hurting from the 4-decade high inflation caused by Joe Biden and the Democrats. But President Trump is making significant progress to fix this. And he will not stop working until he solves it. As the president recently stated, he is never satisfied. For example, President Trump's policies are working to make Americans' Thanksgiving more affordable this year, from their commute to the dinner table. Nearly 100 million Americans are expected to drive next week to spend time with loved ones for the holiday. And thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda, the national average price of a gallon of gas on Thanksgiving Day is projected to be at the cheapest price since the COVID pandemic in 2021. President Trump is bringing down gas prices and providing significant savings to American families at the pump. And again, we expect those prices to continue to decline. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation's annual survey, cooking Thanksgiving dinner will also cost less this year than it did last year and is down about 5% overall. The average price for a staple of the meal, a 16-pound frozen turkey, is down more than 16% from last year, which will provide critical savings for families and their budgets. President Trump's entire economic agenda is aimed at putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking.
I just don't see this food and stuff price cuts like they're talking about. I'm sorry, I just don't see
Americans. That's why he signed the largest middle tax class tax
I don't
cuts
see
in
it,
history into
dude.
law, from no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, to no tax on
I'm
Social
liking this Mark
Security.
Johnson
And
guy.
according to a new study from Piper Sandler, which is out this week, tax filers can expect an extra $1,000 bump to their tax refund next year, and what could be a record-breaking tax refund season. So there is more good news to come. We know these refunds will make a huge difference for Americans to help pay down their bills and use towards life's expenses. In other news this week, President Trump took a significant step toward delivering on a core campaign promise to finally close the Department of Education. To shrink the bloated federal bureaucracy, the Department of Education just entered into new interagency agreements with 4 agencies: the Departments of Labor, Interior, Health and Human Services, and State. These agencies will now ensure the delivery of legally required programs while also refocusing them to better serve students. This common sense action brings the Trump administration much closer to finally returning education where it belongs, at the state and local level, not in Washington, D.C. The Democrats' reckless 43-day government shutdown did manage to do one valuable thing. It proved that America does not need a federal Department of Education. During the longest shutdown in history, the Department of Education furloughed 90% of its staff, and America's education system was not impacted whatsoever. Schools stayed fully open across the country. Students attended class and received normal in-person instruction. And our wonderful teachers received their paychecks uninterrupted. The Democrats' government shutdown made it painfully obvious that American families do not need the Department of Education. Since its creation in 1979 during the Carter administration, the Department of Ed has spent over $3 trillion taxpayer dollars without improving student achievement. Despite pure pupil spending having increased by more than 245% since the 1970s, math and reading scores are down in public schools. In fact, the most recent Nation's Report Card from 2024 showed that 13-year-olds' math scores are the lowest they've been in decades, and their reading scores are the lowest since testing began more than 30 years ago. It's clear that throwing more money at a broken system does not work, and that's why President Trump appointed the amazing leader behind me, our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, who is making these monumental changes at the direction of the president. We're very grateful to have you here today to talk about these changes and then take some questions. Hopefully folks in this room will have some questions on the very important topic of education. So please, Mrs. Secretary.
You can't read, can you? I'm looking
Thank you
at
much, Caroline. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today, and thank all of you for being here as well. My purpose here is to speak directly to the American families, not just you, but to the American families, about the work this administration is doing in education to reverse our national decline with a hard reset of our educational system. That reset was a top campaign promise from President Trump to send education back to the states and end Washington's micromanagement of education once and for all. This week, we took the most decisive steps thus far to make good on this promise to you. We have linked 6 groundbreaking partnerships with other federal agencies to delegate education department programs that are redundant with existing programs at Labor, State, and HHS. These interagency agreements to cut our own bureaucratic bloat are a key step in our efforts to shift educational authority from Washington, D.C. to your state education agency, your local superintendent, your local school board, entities that are accountable to you, and we encourage parents to always
All
be
right, Mark,
involved.
take care of yourself.
Cutting federal bureaucracy
Have a good day.
a popular move among D.C. insiders. A chorus of anti-Trump voices have come
Definitely
out of the
enjoyed having
woodwork
you, man.
to complain that we are defunding education,
Don't forget to
harming students,
subscribe, man.
or acting without a plan. This could not be further from the truth. The majority of Americans across the country handed to President Trump the popular vote precisely because they have seen the brokenness of a top-down education system run by the federal government. They're painfully aware that only 3 out of 10 students can read proficiently at their grade level. They know that college students are collectively $1.7 trillion in debt.
Later,
Less than
buddy.
half of college graduates get a job that actually uses the degree which they studied so hard
No
to get.
cats,
They see
please.
more teachers than ever before
God.
leaving the profession due to burnout, over regulation, and lack of autonomy in the classroom.
How did you get that before I
Anti-Trump
did?
voices are stirring up
Unbelievable.
fear that returning education to the states is a draconian action. When Americans hear that we are shutting down the department, but given no other details, 51% oppose it. But when those same Americans are informed of our plans to preserve important elements of our work in other federal agencies and to maintain the K-12 funding that is distributed to the states, that number flips to an even greater majority at 56%. They support returning education to the states and breaking up the bureaucracy. That's because the Department of Education is a pass-through entity. It doesn't educate a single student. The money it sends to states for education can be sent directly without waste.
Definitely,
The Democrats' government shutdown proved that without a doubt, and I'll reiterate what you said, that the Department of Education was not necessary during the shutdown. Now, this is what I've seen already on my 50-state tour that I've embarked on. Educators are innovating in their schools. States are customizing their budgets and standards, and post-secondary institutions are planning for the economy of the future. But we're not leading them.
I see
They
that,
are
Keith.
informing us. That's why our final mission as a department is to fully empower states to carry the torch of our educational renaissance. Education is local. It should be overseen locally by those who best know local needs. We're not
Unicorn
ending federal
squad, yeah.
support for education. We are ending federal micromanagement and paving the way for education renewal through state reforms like school choice, the science of reading, and restoring the right priorities in higher education. President Trump promised to send education back to the states, and we're keeping that promise. America's next generation will look back on the work we've carried out, thankful for an education system that prioritizes students over bureaucracy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And we'll take some questions for the Secretary if you have them. Elizabeth, why don't you start?
Thank you for joining us. You announced the partnership to move some functions of the Education Department to other agencies. Are you talking to members of Congress about codifying this so that it lasts beyond the administration?
Yes, we started our conversation, and thanks very much for asking that, because there have been some reports that Congress is in the dark on this. That's clearly not true. We've been talking to, I've talked to dozens of members of Congress to explain to them exactly what we're doing, to bring them up to speed, and to say to them, look, when we have completed some of these transfers that are working incredibly well, then we will be looking to Congress to codify those, make them permanent.
Brian.
Thank you. Secretary McMahon, what is the update on the negotiations with Harvard? I know the president has publicly pointed to you as somebody who's worked on that. I think you've talked about that at length. I'd like to understand, where are things with those negotiations with Harvard at this time?
They're ongoing negotiations. I feel very comfortable that we are getting close to having those negotiations finalized. It's been open door conversation all along.
Deanna?
Hello, Mrs. Secretary. The president recently posted about establishing a federal standard for AI. Do you know if the administration has a view on the use of AI for students in schools? And Caroline, do you know if the president personally uses AI?
I
don't think so.
You can handle
I've
that
never
one.
witnessed it, so I can't attest to that.
Well, I do think AI is going to need guardrails, but I have witnessed AI firsthand. I was at the Alpha School in Austin, Texas, and the first 2 hours of every day in that school, students are learning through AI. They have their headsets on, they're in front of their screens, and the AI is really acting as like an individual tutor for those students, allowing those students that can progress faster to do that. Those who need a little catch up, it refeeds information to them. And so after those 2 hours of learning, the basics of what they're doing in their curriculum that day, then they spend the rest of the day. I mean, they have good recess and all of that time, but then they spend the rest of the day in what are called life skills, and they're actually using the information that they've learned this morning. So I've seen some AI in action that is really proving quite beneficial.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary McMahon, as the Education Department continues to pare down, can you talk about taxpayer services like charter school grants and how the department will continue to assist kids with special needs?
Well, we are going to make sure that there's no interruption in
Well said, right there.
grant money out the door. I mean, that money is it comes from Congress. It's appropriated by
Well
Congress,
said.
and we legally are obligated to do that. And the transitions we're starting to
Thank
make,
you.
our first
Yeah.
Our
program
mic
that
keeps
went over to
going
the
down on
Department of
its
Labor, that was a
own.
few weeks
I
ago. We
know.
actually signed the first
Like I said,
interagency
it's
agreement, which
bringing my
we
mic
accomplished under
down.
the authority of the Economy Act. We transferred grants for WIOA and for the Perkins Act. And the really good news is that the Department of Labor has a much more sophisticated system, technology system and grant fulfilling system than the Department of Education does. As a matter of fact, our executive manager that went over with that group over to Labor said he would compare what the labor system is to education's like held together by bubble gum that's not connected to any other part. So we were able to get those grants out the door more smoothly, and states have actually better access for those systems than they do at the Department of Education. So that's a real bonus.
Take a couple more. Carrie, go.
As part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion new regulations that came out from the administrations, a lot of schools, whether high school or even higher education is concerned, some of them are defying these new administration policies, even apparently according to a new report.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. But
As far as there's been a new report from the administration saying that half of medical schools are defying the administration when it comes to DEI policies. What type of action will the administration take for these schools that are defying the new DEI policies?
Well, certainly the president has been very clear, and the Department of Education has taken measures to make sure that as schools are developing their policies, or if they have open DEI offices, they're closed, or DEI regulations and rules are stripped, from their programs, and so that will continue.
Great. We'll take
No.
one more.
Yeah.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary McMahon, my question is, since you said 3 out of 10 students are literate with regard to their reading capacity, would now the states help to improve those numbers since you have gone back to the states?
Well, what we are finding that the states that are making great progress, it's through their own innovation. It's not coming from the Department of Education. I think the Department of Education is really misunderstood about what our function is. We don't teach one
God
student.
damn, man.
We have nothing to
Come
do
on,
with
now.
curriculum that are in any states. We are a pass-through pathway from money
This
that's
chick's
appropriated by
drunk.
Congress to get to
Could
the
be.
states. But what we have seen in those states that have taken that initiative and they are embracing the science of reading and returning that into their school programs. Louisiana has done it. Mississippi, they call it the Mississippi Miracle, because they were like, I think, bottom or next to last in reading proficiency in Mississippi. And now they're like middle of the pack, which has been a really big jump. Florida has, Iowa has, Tennessee. So, but these are innovations that are done at the state level. This is not anything we're dictating. And that's why I'm saying returning education to the states where they really are already leading in their education endeavors. And 90% of their budget they provide. The federal government only provides 8 to 10% of the budget for education. So let's make sure that that grant money that's coming from the federal government is getting in their hands as efficiently as possible and getting to students. We don't want teachers having to spend their time and money in regulatory compliance. There was one superintendent chief who said to me that they had done some calculation in their state and that for every dollar that went into the classroom in a grant, 47 cents was spent in regulatory compliance. So let's get the money into the hands of our students and our teachers. Let's raise the level of education. The other thing I'll do, and I'll quickly wrap up for you, is this 50-state tour that I have embarked on. We've done about 14
Oh
states.
my
Shut down a little
goodness
bit during the
gracious.
shutdown.
Erase the
But
one with that. I don't
what I
care.
am doing is
funny.
visiting different
What?
kinds of grammar schools, middle
The one who
schools, high
talks about
schools,
Triple H behind
micro
it.
schools.
Oh, I know.
And in the end, my goal will be
I gotta
as
give this
we
guy 5
step
minutes.
away and fully deliver
Oh,
education back
oh,
to
the
the
other one?
states is to
I don't
provide
care.
them with a best practices toolkit of all of the things that I have seen around the country to say, hey, this is working. Check with these superintendents, check with these governors. And you know what I found a little bit is governors are a little competitive. So it's kind of nice to give some of these best.
You could be
practices
lying
out
to the
there.
people,
It'll
but you
work
typed it
because
all
it's
caps,
already
so
working.
I
If
don't
we
know
leave
if
it with the people who are
that was
closest
you.
to the students, the president believes, as do I, the best education is that's closest to the child, and parents' involvement is critical to the success.
Awesome.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Linda. Thank you so much. I appreciate your
All
coming
right.
today. Appreciate your great work. And
Thank
she's
you all very much.
a busy lady, so we'll let her get
I'll
back
get
to
you
work.
some levels of them there.
All right. Thank you again. Well, let's get to it. You guys were so calm with her. I wish you were that calm
Here
with
we
me.
go. Now
We'll
let's
kick
get
off with
to
our
the
new media seat
shit.
as always. Javier, why don't you start us off and then we'll get to the rest of the room. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Javier Negre. I'm from Spain. I'm the owner of the biggest media platform in Hispanic politics with brands like La Derecha Diario, Ida TV, or UH and Plus, or Vicegrad in Spanish. And I'm happy to be here. Thanks for supporting the new media, also in the Hispanic community. We try to fight against medias like Telemundo, Univision, CNN, or NBC News that are spreading fake news and attacking ICE operations. We will premiere this Sunday the Real America's Voice, the Rainy Show, the first Hispanic show against communism and woke culture that is promoted by people like George Soros to bring communism all over the world, like it happened in New York. I have two questions for you, if you don't mind. In Mexico, the young people is protesting against President Sheinbaum. They think she's doing nothing against the cartels. Sheinbaum used the police to attack them, young people, kids, girls, and she's attacking journalists like me in a country where 150 journalists have been killed in the past years. The USA legacy media is attacking President Trump for his comments about the fake news media, while they are not publishing anything about the murders of journalists in Mexico. Why do you think they stay silent about the murders of journalists in Mexico and the attacks to businessmen like Ricardo Salinas? And my second question is, Trump said he has a plan for the narco state of Venezuela. Does he have a plan for Mexico where, according to Stephen Miller, the cartels are controlling governments and territories?
Sure. Well, thank you, Javier, for the question. And thank you again for being here. We're proud to have new media voices in the briefing room. As for President Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with Mexico. I will tell you that we have seen historic strides from President Sheinbaum and her administration in Mexico when it comes to cracking down on the cartels. They have been incredibly cooperative with the president's efforts at our southern border to crack down on illegal immigration and also the illegal trafficking of drugs at the southern border. Now the president is very interested in taking additional measures against the drug cartels. He's been very clear about that. He's spoken about it, and this is a promise that he made to the American public. And so his national security team is discussing these options all of the time. And on the campaign trail, the president promised to take on the cartels. He has taken unprecedented action to do so, and he has left additional options at his disposal on the table. So those are only decisions that the president can make. Thank you.
The silence of the legacy media about the murders of journalists in Mexico. 150 journalists have been killed in the past years.
Yeah, well, it's certainly something I wish the media would report on more, and it's something that this administration absolutely condemns. I can't speak for the media, but I can speak for the president. That's not something he wants to see. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Is there anything that Mayor-elect Mamdami could say tomorrow that would ease the president's concerns about his future leadership in New York?
Look, I don't want to speak for the president or get ahead of this meeting that we are currently working on tomorrow. As you saw, the president put out a statement tomorrow that the mayor-elect will be coming to the Oval Office, and so our teams are arranging those details. I won't get into the president's thinking on it. I think you'll all hear from him directly. I also think I will just add, it speaks volumes that tomorrow we have a communist coming to the White House because that's who the Democrat Party elected as the mayor of the largest city.
Is that today?
It's very telling, but I also think it speaks to the fact that President Trump is willing to meet with anyone and talk to anyone and to try to do what's right on behalf of the American people, whether they live in blue states or red states or blue cities. In a city that's becoming much more left than I think this president ever anticipated in his many years of living in New York himself. Nancy.
Thanks, Caroline. This morning, President Trump accused 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior punishable by death. Just to be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to. Because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military, to active duty service members, to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders. The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos, and it could incite violence, and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These 3 members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slaughter, a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the U.S. Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer, and notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message. And it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
But the president has
Chris,
frequently, but Caroline, can I just follow up? The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence? They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders. Every single
can refuse an illegal order, which
but
is
they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful. And the courts have proven that. This administration has an unparalleled record at the Supreme Court because we are following the laws. We don't defy court orders. We do things by the books. And to suggest and encourage that active duty service members defy the chain of command is a very dangerous thing for sitting members of Congress to do. And they should be held accountable. And that's what the president wants to see. Phil.
Thank you. Ambassador Mike Huckabee had a meeting with Jonathan Pollard, a former U.S. citizen who was convicted and spent 3 decades in jail for selling state secrets to Israel. Did the White House know that that meeting was going to happen? Does the administration condone it?
The White House was not aware of that meeting, but the president stands by our ambassador, Mike Huckabee, and all that he's doing for the United States and Israel.
You said that the president was going to do what was right for U.S. citizens, regardless of whether they lived in blue or red states. I'm curious if there's any chance in tomorrow's meeting with Mayor-elect Mamdani that he will be able to convince the president to abandon
No
the
cap,
promise to
please.
cut off federal funding to New York City.
Look, Phil, we'll see how the meeting goes tomorrow, and I'll let the president speak for himself. Natalie.
Thank you, Caroline. What did the president mean when he called a reporter piggy?
Look, the president is very frank and honest with everyone in this room. You've all seen it yourself. You've all experienced it yourselves. And I think it's one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president, because of his frankness. And he calls out fake news when he sees it. He gets frustrated with reporters when you lie about him, when you spread fake news about his administration. But he also is the most transparent president in history. And he gives all of you in this room, as you all know, unprecedented access. You are in the Oval Office almost every day asking the president questions. And so I think the president being frank and open and honest to your faces rather than hiding behind your backs is frankly a lot more respectful than what you saw in the last administration, where you had a president who lied to your face and then didn't speak to you for weeks and hid upstairs and didn't take your questions. So I think everyone in this room should appreciate the frankness and the openness that you get from President Trump on a near daily basis. Go ahead.
As a follow-up,
Yes.
The Washington Post just reported that the Coast Guard has.
I'm calling on Bloomberg. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you. 2 questions for you. The New York Times is reporting that the administration is now sending a U.S. official to the G20. They are sending Mark Dillard. Can you confirm if that is true, and then also explain the shift in?
I'd be happy to explain, because there is not a shift. The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team. The ambassador or the representative of the embassy in South Africa is simply there to recognize that the United States will be the host of the G20. They are receiving that send-off at the end of the event. They are not there to participate in official talks, despite what the South African president is falsely claiming.
On Ukraine, there have been reports that President Zelensky said, he's looking to look at the plan, that there's been reports about the Trump administration proposing a plan. Can you just give an update on where Russia-Ukraine stands, and does the president plan to speak with Zelensky anytime soon, or when do you expect that?
So I'm happy to provide an update. I've seen quite a bit of reporting on the latest with Russia-Ukraine. So let me
What
clarify
are
and
you,
give you
Logan?
guys the truth on where it currently stands.
So what are you?
President Trump has made it very clear since day one, and even on the campaign trail, that he wants to see this war come to an end. He has grown increasingly frustrated with both sides of this war, Russia and Ukraine alike, for their refusal to commit to a peace agreement. But nevertheless, the president and his national security team are steadfast in seeing this war come to an end, to end the killing and deliver on the president's promise. Special Envoy Witkoff, that Marco Rubio, have been working on a plan quietly for about the last month. They've been engaging with both sides, Russia and Ukraine, equally, to understand what these countries would commit to in order to see a lasting and durable peace. That's how you get to a peace negotiation, right? That's how it worked with Israel, with respect to Israel and Gaza and all of the Arab countries in the Middle East. That's how we accomplished that historic agreement, which the UN, by the way, voted to commit to and accept this week, which was a huge monumental moment. So They have been engaged with both sides. And these talks are continuing. As always, I'm not going to litigate the details of this plan as it's ongoing and it's in flux. But the president supports this plan. It's a good plan for both Russia and Ukraine. And we believe that it should be acceptable to both sides. And we're working very hard to get it done. And I'll also add, I know Secretary Driscoll did meet with President Zelensky today. We spoke with him. He was very optimistic following that meeting. And so, again, we are having good conversations with both sides with respect to ending this war. Sure. Go ahead.
Follow up on Ukraine. You said this is a good plan. So according to our sources, this proposal demands major concessions from Ukraine and doesn't demand much from Russia. So was Russia involved in drafting
Your
this?
understanding is wrong. Have you read the full plan? You haven't.
Sources said.
Yes.
So if you can give details, maybe.
You've read reporting from one side of the war. And so I want you to understand that the administration has talked equally with both sides. You have seen President Trump engage directly with both President Putin and President Zelensky. Likewise, his national security team has as well. In fact, Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio met with some of the Ukrainians just in the past week to discuss this very plan. And so just like you saw with respect to Israel and Gaza, we are hearing out both sides of this war to understand what can you commit to end the war. And that's ultimately how we are going to get to an agreeable solution. That's what the president has directed of his team. I know there's a lot of criticism out there and a lot of doubters, but I would just remind you of the historic success that this president and his team accomplished in the Middle East. We believe that is possible with Russia and Ukraine, and we're hoping and working very hard to achieve that. Stephen.
Could you provide a little more context on what to expect tomorrow with the Mamdani meeting? Will it be in the Oval Office, or is it going to be open at least partially to the press?
I don't have any more details to read out for you on the meeting quite yet, Stephen. I know it's of great interest to you and the New York Post, but we'll keep, maybe if it opens, we can commit to letting you in. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. It came up yesterday during a confirmation hearing for the president's pick to lead the CFTC that the CFTC currently has 0 Democrat commissioners, whereas usually it's had 2 or more. Does the president plan to appoint Democrats to financial regulators like the CFTC and SEC, or does the president feel that there shouldn't be Democrat leadership at those agencies, consistent with the administration's move earlier this year to remove Democrats from the FTC and other agencies?
I'm going to be completely honest. I haven't spoken to the president about the CFTC in quite some time, but I'm happy to check in with our presidential personnel office and see if there's any updates that we can provide you there. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Last week on Fox News, President Trump said that we've had a lot of problems with the French. How would you describe the current relationship between France and the U.S.?
Look, the relationship remains very strong. President Trump speaks quite frequently with Emmanuel Macron. I think they have a good working relationship. But the president is not shy to point out when he has disagreements with world leaders as well. And he's done that with respect to Mr. Macron as well. Deanna, go ahead.
There are reports that Qatar is acting as a mediator in the Ukraine peace process. Can you confirm that? And why did the president choose that country?
I'm not going to get into further details other than what I previously shared, which I think was quite a bit of information. Brian?
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. You were talking about 4 earlier in this briefing about the president's orders. You were going back and forth about what the ad said, what it didn't say. My first question is
the ad,
the advertisement that Senate Democrats were featured in. So the first question is, no matter what the order is, it could be to any administration official, military or otherwise, no matter if legal experts might think it's illegal, does the president expect those cabinet members, administration officials to go ahead with those orders regardless of any outside thinking or experts?
The president expects his cabinet officials and the administration to follow the law and to demand accountability and hold people accountable for their dangerous rhetoric. And I would just add that if this were Republican members of Congress who were encouraging members of the military and members of our United States government to defy orders from the president and from the chain of command, this entire room would be up in arms. But instead, it is the other way around, and I think that's quite telling. I'm going to let you all go because the president, excuse me, I appreciate the encouragement this afternoon, but President Trump is about to meet in minutes with Israeli hostages who this administration freed, and so I'm going to go up to that meeting, and you will hear more about that later. Thank you.
All right, now we got this, and this will probably maybe be the end, but this is Trump's meeting with the Saudis, and it was very interesting. He goes off on the media a couple times that were very interesting. Like, wow.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a extremely respected man in the Oval Office today, a friend of mine for a long time, a very good friend of mine. And, I'm very proud of the job he's done. What he's done is incredible in terms of human rights and everything else. And he's the crown prince, the future king. And I just want to pay my greatest respect to your father, King, who is an amazing man. I met him early on. He greeted me at the airport at an age that was pretty high up there. And it was about 117 degrees, and he was standing on the red carpet.
The red carpet as I came out of the plane.
And he's amazing. And when I met his brilliant son, it was at the Oval Office. Shortly thereafter, you came in representing the country, and I called the father. I said, "This guy is fantastic." And I don't know if that helped you or hurt you, but obviously it couldn't have hurt too much because here you are.
I'm
Right?
sure he has.
So we had a great meeting, and the office has changed quite a bit. And we inherited a mess. You actually told me you thought the country was in big trouble. I'm not going to use the exact word that you use. I refuse to say that you thought our country was dead a year and a half, 2 years ago. But the country was in trouble, and now we have the hottest country in the world. You said that also. And we do. We have the United States is right now the hottest country in the world. And
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here with your news. The world's central banks are making
Trump's
between
losing
the
me.
tariffs and the election, November 5th election, we've done things that nobody can believe. $21 trillion will be the amount invested in the United States or committed to invest in 1 year. So I'm here 9 months. We're up to almost $18 trillion. Biden, as an example, the Biden administration, if you call it that, it's not to me, it was the Biden lack of administration. They were less than 1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to be 21 trillion for 1 year. I think that's hard to believe. The biggest in history was a certain country, 3 trillion. We're going to be 21 trillion. On top of that, prices are coming down. We inherited a mess with high prices, the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation that was a single 4 years, the worst inflation in the history of the United States. Gas prices through the roof. And that's after destroying our petroleum reserve, which was meant for wars and big emergencies, not to try and win an election. They opened up the reserve so that people get $3 less in gasoline, and it didn't work. They got about
Sean, what are you talking about?
because as big as those reserves are, they're peanuts when you're talking about that kind of traffic. And we're rebuilding the reserves. We're doing all of this, and we've done a job. We're also bringing down prices very substantially, and we've already brought them down very, very substantially. Gasoline is way down. I think you'll be seeing $2 gasoline, but we're now at $2.50, $2.45. Some are lower than that. It was $4.50, $6, $3.50, $3.75, under by all different numbers, but way high. And we have energy way down. But the biggest thing to me, because I know what it means in jobs, is the fact that we're at over $17 trillion, Scott, and we expect to be around $21 trillion in 1 year. And that's many times bigger than in history. The highest number was $3 trillion. And we're going to be at 21 trillion. That means new plants, new AI, new auto plants. We have auto plants coming in from Canada, from Mexico, from Germany, from Japan. Toyota just agreed to invest $10 billion on new auto plants, all American workers. We've never been in a position like this. You can go back to the beginning. Our country has never been in a position like this. And it really is because of the fact that we use tariffs to bring all this money in. And you're going to see the results in a year when these plants start to open up. We have more plants under construction now than at any time in the history of our country. And these are big plants. These are the biggest plants anywhere in the world. And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. And because he's my friend, he might make it a trillion, but I'm going to have to work on it. But it's 600. We can count on 600 billion, but that number could go up a little bit higher. Yes, or I don't know. We'll see. But we appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion. And that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street. And what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs. We have a lot of jobs. So I just want to thank you. We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue. I think we've done a great job in wiping out the nuclear capacity of Iran. Nobody else could have done that. No other president would have done it. We had the pilots in the Oval Office right here. We were celebrating a very successful attack. So I had them in with that beautiful B-2 bomber that's over there.
Nobody cares
And,
about Canadians, bro.
They said, sir, for 22 years, we practiced this attack. Our predecessors, these were very young guys. So 22 years, they said our predecessors and us practiced the attack on Iran. But no president ever gave us the go-ahead. 3 times a year, they went out and they practiced the attack. Nobody let us do it until you came along, and I let them do it because it was the right thing to do. You can't have a nuclear Iran. And so we put you in a very good position. But I
Okay,
just
you
want to
gotta
say
go,
it's an
bud.
honor to be your friend, and it's an honor that you're here.
No caps,
And if you'd like to
please.
say a few words, but thank you very much.
Just for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This relation
Don't use
has been a relation for about 9 decades, and we've been working together for a long time. But today it's a very important time in our history because there is also a lot of things that we're working on in the future. We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President, really creating a lot of good things and good foundation to create more economic growth, more business in America. And it will also your work for the world peace. I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas in technology, in AI, in earth materials, magnet, etc., that will create a lot of investment opportunities.
So you are doing that now. You're saying to me now that the 600 billion will be 1 trillion.
Definitely, because what we are signing it will facilitate that, and
I like that very much. No, that's great. I appreciate that. That's great. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever done. And in all fairness, if you didn't see potential in the U.S., you wouldn't be doing that.
Definitely,
you don't want to lose money.
As you said, Mr. President, it's the most hottest country in the planet. But what you're creating is not about opportunity today.
This makes me kind of nervous.
This video
was created by AI. With AI, you can create any character you want.
real life.
Opportunity in the United States of America that will affect American economy positively in the next coming decades, preparing the right foundation of emerging technologies.
Hey, Candy.
For America in a good way.
I see you.
Yeah, we're doing really well. And this, you don't see what we're doing so much because we have, although the construction industry sees it. If you look at Caterpillar, who's been incredible, the tractors, everything else, the numbers that we're doing in construction are unbelievable. Some of the plants that we're building, AI, and they're building their own electric with the plant. I gave them the right to build their own electric with the plant because no country, frankly, will have this. China's working very hard to produce enough electric, but we're building substantially at AI, which is a big thing. And we had a great meeting 2 weeks ago with President Xi, but on AI, we're doing well. And I have a man, David Rommel. David, could you say a few words about what you're seeing on the job front and all of the some of the assets, and also how we've been helped by the Saudis in terms of the kind of investment they've made, please.
Yeah, most certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a facility leader for GE Vernova. And if you look at the landscape for GE Vernova investment, over $750 million in the U.S. focused on true manufacturing jobs here stateside. We're looking at tripling the output of our Greenville, South Carolina facility, where we make the gas turbines that are.
John, you seem like you know a lot.
Saudi Arabia needs.
Right.
So real jobs.
Well,
$300
bullshit.
million in gas investment, resulting in over 500 pieces of new equipment being installed in the Greenville, South Carolina facility. That translates into roughly 1,800 jobs across the board for GE Vernova as we try to scale capacity to be able to meet this demand. Along with that, we're partnering with local communities to build the skill set that's required to meet these capacity needs. So that talent pipeline is incredibly important. So it's real jobs in the manufacturing space.
Well, you've been great, and thank you very much. And we love that state. I won that state by record numbers. I won a lot of states by record. Texas, a lot of them by Indiana. Just we're working with Indiana or something right now. We won that. We won a lot of them by records, but that was one of them. I want to thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you. So just in wrapping up, we'll take a couple of questions, but I want to just tell you what an honor it is.
There you go.
And I very much appreciate the investment of now $1 trillion. Okay, I'm glad you got that out. I didn't want to be the one to tell them, but that's great news.
We keep increasing, Mr. President.
I know.
Each time the opportunities are just increasing more and more.
Well, the opportunities. We're doing better. If even if you look back 6 months ago, I mean, all of a sudden you feel even better. So,
Yeah, your
and I think we're
Canadian
only going to go
cousin
one
has
way.
to sit there for
Does
2
anybody
weeks
have any
to get his
questions?
broken wrist
Mr. President, have you
dummy.
the export licenses for advanced chips
What's up, Mike?
to Saudi Arabia? The export licenses?
We are working on that. We're negotiating that right now. Marco, do you want to talk about that, or Scott?
Okay, well, I mean, that's part of what we may have announcements on that later today. But that's what we've been working on is the mechanics by which something like that can be achieved. And it's part of the broader process, part of this broader engagement and cooperation between our two countries.
Certain levels of chips. Yeah.
Your Royal Highness, you're talking about $1 trillion of investment. Could the kingdom continue to do that with oil prices in the mid-60s?
We are not creating a fake opportunities to, please America, please President Trump. It's real opportunities. For example, when you ask about the AI and the chips, Saudi Arabia has a huge need of computing power, and we're going to spend in the short term $50 million consuming those semiconductors for our needs in Saudi Arabia. And with the
welcome everybody. Hit the
of
like
America,
and
that will allow
subscribe
us
on your
to
again.
focus
You're
that
having a beautiful
consuming
day.
power in short term by $50 billion from the South of America, and long term with hundreds of billions of dollars in the long term. So there's a lot of real opportunities that fit to our need in Saudi Arabia and fit to our investment strategy.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the.
Hey, he goes off right here. Yeah. This what made me want to show it.
And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You're with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news, ABC fake news, one of the worst in the business, but I'll answer your question. I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot.
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried in the past. We tried other work
Right in the
management
middle of the
platforms.
best part of the whole press.
And anything they've done has been very
All
good. That's
day.
what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been, no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in $21 trillion. That I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. I mentioned somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
Just yes, Mr. President. I feel painful about the families of 9/11 in America, but we have to focus on reality.
It was Israel,
and based on a lot of documents that Osama bin Laden used Saudi people in that event for one main purpose: is to destroy this relation. To destroy the American-Saudi relation. That's the purpose of 9/11. So whoever
Exactly. What he's saying is true. It was the Messiah. It had nothing. I mean, it might have had something to do with them, but it wasn't. The narrative is not that.
Buying that means they are helping Osama bin Laden's purpose of destroying this relation. He knows that strong relation between America and Saudi Arabia, it's bad for extremism, it's bad for terrorism. And we have to approve him wrong and to build our relation, continue developing our relation. It's critical in the safety of the world. It's critical against extremism and terrorism. About the journalists, it's really painful to hear, anyone that been losing his life for, no real purpose or nothing illegal way. And it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps, investigation, etc. in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that. And it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best.
Andy, I don't know what you're trying to say here.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Crown Prince has been instrumental in helping lifting the sanctions on Syria. Will there be any joint investment between the U.S. and Syria? And will you visit the
Oh, man. Go Caps, bro.
I'm from Palestine.
Oh.
You got him before I did.
Very good. Well, they like me. The Palestinians like me. The Palestinians are doing very well, actually. I think we're working with a lot of people that make everybody happy, including Israel, the Palestinians, and everybody. That's very interesting. No, I think that I will tell you, the Crown Prince called me, and he specifically asked me if I would lift the sanctions on Syria because he wants to see Syria make it. As you know, the leader of Syria was just here. We had a great meeting, and he's a strong guy, and I guess you need a strong person to run it. And I think Syria's made tremendous progress. So we did lift the sanctions. The request of the Crown Prince, also the president of Turkey, Erdogan, called me specifically. He said, if you don't lift the sanctions, Syria doesn't have a chance. If you do, they have a very good chance. And between the two of them and some others, I lifted the sanctions. And the results so far have been pretty good.
F-35s that are being sold to Saudi Arabia. Are these the same ones that are being used by the Israeli military? And if so, how does that allow for the qualitative military edge for Israel? And then I want to ask you, because you brought up the plight of the Palestinians, are you aware of relocation flights to South Africa that are taking place right now?
Which flights?
There are relocation flights that are taking place. Some Palestinians are being charged up to $2,000
I'm not going
a
to
seat.
South Africa for the G20 because I think their policies on the extermination of people are unacceptable. So I'm not going, so I won't refer to anything having to do with South Africa. South Africa has behaved extremely badly. But I will say that when you look at the F-35 and you're asking me, is it the same? I think it's going to be pretty similar, yeah. This is a great ally, and Israel's a great ally. And I know they'd like you to get planes of reduced caliber. I don't think that makes you too happy. They've been a great ally. Israel's been a great ally. And we're looking at that exactly right now. But as far as I'm concerned, I think they are both at a level where they should get top of the line. Yes, please.
He doesn't need to tell a prompter simply.
It's all right. Steve, 1 second. Go ahead.
Have you reached an agreement on the U.S.-Saudi defense treaty today?
Maybe if you pay attention, you get it.
Exactly. Biden couldn't even read one of them.
I mean, it's like unbelievable the stupid comments I'm reading.
So definitely, we believe having
It's okay.
all these countries is a good thing.
Keep commenting, brothers. Keep
This
coming.
45-year-old
one's
man
gotta
went
go.
from brain fog, expanding waistline, and zero drive.
And we want to be part of the Ibrahim Accord, but we want also to be sure that we secure a clear path of two-state solution. And today we have a healthy discussion with Mr. President that we're going to work on that to be sure that we can prepare the right situation as soon as possible to have that.
I think I don't want to use the word commitment, but we've had a very good talk on the Abraham Accords. We talked about one state, two state. We talked about a lot of
You
things
can
in a
literally
short period
totally
of time. We'll be
read,
discussing it further too.
third grade level.
But I think you
For
have a
real.
very good feeling toward the Abraham Accords.
I hope you're talking about
We
Biden.
want peace for the Israelis, we want peace for the Palestinians, we want them to coexist peacefully in the region.
Saudi Arabia.
To reach that day.
And the defense agreement, have you reached agreement
Ah.
on that?
We pretty much have.
Trying to keep up. Ryan, where's the strike from?
We have reached agreement on that.
I wanted to ask you about the direct talks between the United States and
Yep,
Iran.
I just
Have you
got
been
done
fully
with
briefed on that? And are you concerned at all about how this might impact Saudi security interests?
Well, we are close ally. We'll be working closely together on that issue, and we will do our best to help to reach a deal between the United States of America and Iran. And we believe it's good for Iran's future to have a good deal that will satisfy the region and the world and the rest of America. So we will do our best to see that they happen.
And by the way, Iran does want to make a deal. I can say I think they very badly want to make a deal. I am totally open to it, and we're talking to them, and we start a process. But it would be a nice thing to have a deal with Iran, and we could have done it before the war, but that didn't work out. And something will happen there, I think. But they would very much like, I mean, they may say something else, but they would very much like to have a deal.
Do we have a timeline?
Yeah,
that you are going to sell 35 F-35 jets. You are planning. You said you are planning to sell the F-35 jets to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Is it part of the security agreement? And how you assess the defense partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States? And the question was,
Well, I just said it. I mean, we're going to sell them F-35s. That's the end of the question. I
He
guess.
sells them mad weapons, dude. That's
We're going to have.
that's
We're going to have
actually
a
Saudi
deal.
Arabia.
They're going to purchase
Go look it
F-35s.
up.
They're buying them from
Yeah, Travis.
Lockheed, and
Go look up Trump's connection to the Saudis. He's had 3 of the largest weapons deals in the U.S. history, and they're all to Saudi Arabia.
it's a great plane. We make, by the way, the best military equipment. You saw that during the Iran little skirmish. We make the best planes, the best missiles. We make the best defensive missiles. We make the best military equipment in the world.
nice. For His Royal Highness, I would like to ask you about how you see the cooperation between the United States and Saudi Arabia in the advanced technological field, especially AI, and how it will support Saudi Arabia to serve its goal to achieve the vision of 2030.
Well, I will try to answer that in short, but definitely there's a lot of interest in many industries between Saudi Arabia and America, and we are signing a lot of agreements that really add value to American economy, but also add value to us in Saudi Arabia. And AI, it's critical for us because one of long-term problems that we could have is lack of workforce. As you've seen in the past few years, some of them have reached 30% of the global migration to Saudi Arabia. So we know that to assure the Saudi Arabia GDP growing with the lack of workforce that we have, we need to use a lot of computing power to replace job in the long term. So that's huge demand in Saudi Arabia, and we want to link it to American private sectors.
Why would you even put those two names together? You're stupid.
And we're also involved in AI in Saudi Arabia. So we're working, and we're leading by a lot on AI. Actually, China would be in second place, but we're leading by a lot.
Thanks, Candy.
And I have to say this, and our relationship with China has been very good. And as far as the buying our farm products, they're pretty much on schedule, Scott. I'd like you to call them so they could speed it up. Really good. Okay, but they're pretty much on schedule.
I may have a question for both the Crown Prince and Faisal Abbas from Arab News, Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency.
It should be a friendly question.
Your Royal Highness, just picking up on something you've just mentioned about how some people try to destroy the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States. Perhaps, since the launch of the vision, we've been used to having a bigger picture and that everything fits into the bigger picture. Might you want to elaborate a little bit about where is the relationship, the bilateral relationship, the strategic partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States heading, and what's the big picture there?
Well, I don't think it's a relation that we can replace it from the Saudi side or the American side. It's a critical relationship for our political attempt, for our economical attempt, for our security, for our military, for many things. And it has been Therefore, 9 decades and the opportunities that we have today, it's huge, and it seems that it's going to get deeper in the next few decades. And what we are having today and tomorrow with President Trump, it's really a huge new chapter in this relation that will add value to both of us.
You know, when you think about it, I'm just sitting here. You're with the future king, a man who's respected by everybody, a man that doesn't have to be doing this, really.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record,
I don't have to be doing it either. And yet we're sitting here taking questions. Anyway, we just say, oh, you can't talk about this.
Stories.
And there's never been transparency like this, even in his country. But there's never been, in our country, that's been acknowledged. But we didn't put restrictions. And I'm saying it's sort of wonderful to be taking questions from all over the world. Everybody's here. This is just a small group representative of tremendous numbers of media that are outside that are very jealous that these people were so.
There you go, Travis.
A lot of people that are outside. I think it's terrific that we can be sitting here being this open. You know, I think it's really a wonderful thing. Yeah.
If you don't mind, I have a personal question for you.
Okay, here we go.
So apart from everything you mentioned in your opening remarks, you forgot to mention that you've de-escalated 7 wars since you started. At least in our part of the world, you are seen as a peacemaker. And adding that to all the executive orders and everything else you've mentioned, I really have to wonder, you, in your speech in Saudi Arabia, I was there, you said that His Royal Highness does not sleep at night thinking how he does things better. We wonder in Saudi Arabia, how do you manage your own time?
Watch the video, what, dude?
Not sleep much, and I don't sleep much. I think we have the same schedule. We're thinking about our countries. And if you sleep a lot and you're president, we just had one that slept more than any president. He broke every record. He sleeps all the time, during the day, during the night, on the beach. The only guy could fall asleep on the beach with the press watching. No, he's not a sleeper. I'm not a sleeper. We don't. We talk at night. I can call almost any time. He goes, hi, how you doing? It's like the craziest time.
People like you.
No, when you
Hold on.
love your job, when you love your country, and when you're in a position like we are, future king, highly
Breaking in.
respected
All right, buddy.
crown prince, and
You know what?
in my case, president.
You're a
You're thinking about your
freaking
country.
moron.
You're thinking about
Goodbye.
making America great again. We're thinking about keeping Saudi Arabia strong and vital, and in a pretty tough part of the world, tricky part, right? Tricky part. A lot of tricky people, but he thinks about his country, and I think about my country. I don't want to sleep.
President Trump, do you expect a formal civil nuclear deal to be reached soon? Can you talk to us about that aspect of today's with Saudi Arabia?
I can see that happening.
Do you think that an agreement will happen
It's
today?
not urgent.
Like yesterday.
It's always
Today it's Mamdani.
We have more oil than almost anybody else. We
I don't know if
actually
they
have
show
more oil and gas than they do, but I refuse to say that.
Here we come with another two birds, same fucking, two sides, same bird, two wings, same bird. Bullshit, dude. I don't want to hear that shit now. Not right now.
Saudi Arabia moving to normalized
Israel will be
relations.
happy. Israel's going to be
That
happy.
condition of the F-35.
Israel's aware, and they're going to be very happy. Okay? Yeah, please. Hello.
My name is Amal Hazani from Sharq al-Awsat newspaper from Riyadh. I have a question for the Crown Prince and for you, Mr. President. Crown Prince,
I gotta make sure you're fucking
developing the cooperation with the
I
United
mute
States
yourself. We're gonna
in
need
the
to
field
stop.
of new energy, AI, supply chain. How much you expected from that?
Okay.
We just continue pushing forward. There's no limits. So we just push forward for all the opportunities that we have.
PDS.
This is, you have to understand, this is really a great ally. Just the fact that they're now doing, I came in here at 6, I did not know that. I was pushing for the 1 trillion, but he didn't tell me that. Now he told me. This is a great ally of ours. You know, when you invest $1 trillion, that's national security for us too, because it creates jobs, it creates a lot of things. And I would say, Scott, right? When you hear one country is putting $1 trillion into the United States, that creates national security. And, you know, I think that they don't have to say that, but I think a big part of that is also the fact that tariffs are in play. But even beyond tariffs, that's a real ally that will do that. Creates a lot of power for the United States.
We are also in Saudi Arabia very happy for this much of Saudi money is functioned here, and of course it's come back for us for benefits. So it's complementary interest. So this is the I think what's the different friends and ally do.
Well, look, I love the country of Saudi Arabia. I know the people very well. The level of treatment that we go when we go to Saudi Arabia is something that is incredible. And the people like us, and I think they really like America, especially when I'm president. I don't think they like America so much, maybe.
Oh, I don't
I think
really, I
Obama
don't
treated
trust
Saudi
you,
Arabia very,
dude.
very badly, as you know. And I think Biden didn't have any idea where the hell he was. I don't think Biden knew the difference.
How would you describe the future relationship with Saudi Arabia? I mean, from the strategic aspects, how would you describe that?
Say the relationship is with. I would say top of the line. It's as good as it can. I don't think it can get much better. We have.
Then what about the moment when you actually realize that you're not here by accident?
Look, we have a country that trusts us, and that's why they make that investment. If they didn't trust us, they couldn't make that investment. And we trust them. They've been very reliable. Now, I rebuilt our military in my first term, and we spent trillions of dollars, and we gave away some of it in Afghanistan stupidly because we had stupid people running our country. But we gave away, but that's as much as it was. It's a tiny fraction of what we put here. And we're bringing our military to a new level, the highest level ever. We have those plants are going out. And again, it's all American jobs and everything. So it's good for a lot of reasons. But as far as Saudi is concerned, no, I don't think our relationship could be better. I don't think they had a great relationship under Biden, and I don't think they had a great relationship under Obama. But they have a great relationship under Trump. When we did the presidential Walk of Fame, you saw that, right? And we're walking, and I asked the Crown Prince, so outside of Trump, because I blow everyone away, who was the best president for Saudi Arabia? And you could maybe, it's an interesting answer.
Roosevelt, Democrat, and Reagan, he's one of the historical presidents that have close ties with Saudi Arabia. But we've worked with all presidents.
Does Trump blow them all away?
No, it's another league, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
And Trump doesn't give a fist pump. I grabbed that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand's been. I grabbed that hand. When he travels for 20 hours, gets out, and he gives a fist bump. No. When you get out of the plane and you got the future king and the man who's one of the most respected people in the world, you shake his hand. You don't give him a fist bump, right? We don't want to ask
Remember when he shit on Zelensky and made him leave?
you about that, but I can't imagine you were thrilled. You were like a little bit
Biggie
surprised.
Bob, if you haven't
He's
seen
a
George
fantastic
Carlin
guy. You
in
don't do
person,
that. Yeah,
please don't
please.
talk
We're
about
getting closer to the end of the year. Have you started the interviews for the Fed chair?
Yes.
it.
I think I already know my choice.
Who is it?
Well, I liked him, but he's not going to take the job. He refused. You like Treasury better, right?
Much better, sir.
So we are talking to various people, and frankly, I'd love to get the guy currently in there out.
Yeah,
right
Biggie.
now.
I
But
seen
people are holding me back. He's done
I've
a
seen
terrible
Carlin
job.
in action.
Hurting housing a little bit. The truth is, we've been so successful, we've blown past his interest rate stupidity. He's been wrong. That's why I call him too late. He's too late. Jerome Too Late Powell. He was recommended to me by a guy that made a bad choice. And it's too bad. But despite that, it's having very little impact because we have all of these things happening.
Man.
But it has an impact on housing to a certain extent. He's a
I'm
fool.
sorry,
He's a
Biggie,
stupid
but
man.
no cap, bro. You
we have
can't
some very
cap.
good people.
Yes, sir. You'll be sitting down with them in the near future and
We have some surprising names, and we have some standard names that everybody's talking about. And we may go the standard way. You know, it's nice to every once in a while go politically correct. But we have some great names. Steve,
Sure,
Have you
Biggie.
talked to the President Maduro of Venezuela yet? Are you still open to that?
he wants to talk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm open to talk. I talk to everybody. But no, he wants to. They treated us very badly. They sent all of their prison population into the United States, and we're getting them out rapidly. But he sent all of his, and he sends drugs into the United States and other things. No, he treated us badly. He was dealing with a bad president.
watch
and he
all
was
his
able to
shit.
get away.
Bill,
Now,
Biggie.
I think we have the strongest borders anywhere in the world. Nobody's coming in unless they come in legally. You know, we're taking very weak borders. For the last 6 months, I mean, I don't do these reports. They say zero people have been able to come in. They're pretty good.
Mr.
I don't know.
President, Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it
You
now?
know, it's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC. They're going to psych it. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. As far as the Epstein files is, I had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. But I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single
Hey, Pablo,
night, every
go
single
back to your
weekend.
country,
They lived
dude.
together. They went to his island many times. I never did.
Do you know why over the last year, more Americans bought precious metals from Birch Gold?
Andrew Weissman, I hear. All these guys were friends of his. You don't even talk about those people. You just keep going with the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, zero, no money to me, but he gave money to Democrats. And people are wise to your hoax. And ABC's is your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it down?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC
company.
because your news
He said your crappy company.
is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that, because I think when you come in and when you're 97% negative to Trump, and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible, and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with him all the time. That creep of the fund guy was with him all the time. What's his name? Who? Reid Hoffman. I don't know Reid Hoffman, but I know he spends a lot of money on the radical left. Reid Hoffman, in my opinion, should be under investigation. He's a sleazebag. And those are the people, but they don't get any press. They don't get any news. And you're not after the radical left because you're a radical left network. But I think the way you ask a question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. You ought to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you. Who else has a question?
Prince, very quickly.
Before this is over, I gotta show
Is Saudi Arabia giving for Gaza reconstruction?
We have discussion about that. Still, there is no amount in
It'll be a lot.
name, but we will definitely help.
Yeah, he's gonna. It's very important to him.
And a quick follow-up, the International Security Force, given your pledge there would be no U.S. boots on the ground, what is the U.S. role going to be in that? And how do you sort of ratify the allegations that this could undermine Palestinian sovereignty and even the path to statehood?
Look, I think we're going to get along great with the Palestinians, and we know their leadership. We just had a very, you hate to say war, but it was a war. Very, very successful. And you could say really it was on behalf of everybody. We did that on behalf of everybody. And the outcome was extraordinary because we had the best pilots, the best equipment, the best planes, the best everything. And Israel bought the best equipment. They bought it from us. Everything's from us. It all starts here. This office, I was talking to the Crown Prince a little while. You walk into this office, for somebody from the outside, the Oval Office, it's the most powerful place in the world. You're standing right now in the most powerful place in the world. And no matter how big you are, these are the biggest people, the richest people. They walk into this office. It's special, isn't it? Look at him. He's so happy to be here. But you walk into this office, it's the Oval Office. And we've done a lot of good with this office. I've stopped actually 8 wars. I appreciated your question before, but I've actually stopped 8 wars. I have another one to go with Putin. I'm a little surprised at Putin. It's taken longer than I thought, but we stopped India and Pakistan. I could go through the list. You know the list better than I do. I'm very proud. And I stopped one that was almost ready to start again. You know, there was one that was ready to start, and they're doing very well. So it all took place right here in the Oval Office, whether by telephone or whether by they came in. Many of these leaders have come in, and you know they signed their peace deals right here in the Oval Office. So no matter if it's the biggest business people in the world or the greatest leaders in the world, the biggest leaders in the world, like the gentleman on my right, everybody walks into the Oval Office and they say, wow. And now, by the way, the Oval Office is in the kind of condition that it should be in. Whether you look at the walk or the marble floors or anything down the road, we're fixing the White House. We're building one of the greatest ballrooms ever to be built. You know, we have an event tonight, and we're going to have about 118 people because we have a very small room. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom, and now you're going to get a great ballroom. And I have to say, I probably made a lot of enemies because in your honor, we're having a dinner tonight, a beautiful dinner tonight, and we have a very small room, right? It's called the East Room, and it's beautiful, it's lovely, but it's like for a little cocktail before you go into a ballroom. It's a very small room. They've wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. We could have sold the big ballroom out 3 times in honor of this gentleman. So I made a lot of money because I have a lot of people that are invited tonight or are unable to come because of the size constraint. But you know what we'll do before I leave office? We'll have another dinner because we'll have it ready long before I leave office, and it's going to be beautiful. It's you know, it's a very popular thing what we're doing. And by the way, no government funds. It's all put up private money, all private money. And in the case, I think it's there's a restriction on foreigners. Otherwise, I could have asked you just for a check, okay? But there's a restriction. These are all private individuals that put up a lot of money to build the ballroom. Not one penny is being used from the federal government. So it's really a nice thing. But I look forward to it. I just pointed it out. If this would be a perfect night to have that ballroom open, Susie. If we had that open, we'd have a lot of people very happy. Right now, we have a lot of unhappy people because they all want to be with us tonight to honor this great man. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
For what I was looking for.
If you feel like your brain craves pleasure just as much as it craves being a man of integrity, it's probably no coincidence that God put this.
While I look, let's see if this is real. Jordan. Hold on, guys. So apparently during that trial, I don't know, it sounds like to me that Jim Jordan got his phone with him, and during that
So continues to unravel. Now, it turns out it wasn't just sitting U.S. senators and Republican operatives around the country and groups like Turning Point that were targeted. It was also Jim Jordan. Tonight, our team has exclusively reviewed documents obtained by Jim Jordan showing that in 2022, lawyers running the Arctic Frost investigation had subpoenaed Verizon for Jim Jordan's complete phone records going all the way back to January of 2020 for an investigation that was supposed to be about January 6, 2021. That's not all. They also wanted his address, his payment information, and the unique identifiers of all of his devices. And to top it all off, the subpoena came with a court order of secrecy. Verizon was not allowed to tell anyone about the data request because a court somehow determined that, quote, disclosure will result in fight for prosecution or witness intimidation. A Verizon spokesperson tells us they are working with the House and Senate on this issue and says, quote, we uncovered new information regarding Chairman Jordan. We shared it with him as soon as possible. We are committed to restoring trust through transparency. And just in case you forgot, Jim Jordan, not exactly some criminal mastermind that you got to worry about him fleeing to another country. He is and was during all of this a sitting member of the House of Representatives and chairman of the all-powerful House Judiciary Committee. He joins us right now. Well, I think I said to you, it's only a matter of time that your name's coming up. And mine probably right behind you because I guarantee you my phone number and contacts were in the information they got. I want a lawsuit.
Yeah, well, Sean, we say this all the time, but I mean, the only thing we get wrong when we start these investigations is it's always worse than we thought. So think about this. We know they spied on President Trump. Then we learned it's senators and the Speaker of the House. And now we learned they were spying on me for 2.5 years. I mean, think about 2.5, all the way back, as you said, to January of 2020. They gathered information that told them who I called, who called me, when we called each other, when the call took place, how long the call was, and where I was at when I made that call. They got your location as well, and they gathered that for over a time period of 28 months. This is how ridiculous this is and why we are doing everything to get to the bottom. You're right. I bet there's a bunch of other members of Congress, a bunch of other citizens like you all over this country that they were looking into, because this is the epitome of the weaponization of government against against the other party. President Trump, Republican, all the senators, the Speaker of the House, Republican, and of course the top Republican on the Judiciary Committee. That's how ridiculous this whole thing is.
Did they get your text? Because I've had thousands of my personal private text messages released to the public.
Great question.
They didn't get it from me. They never got it from me. I don't save text messages. I don't have an iCloud. But they end up putting it up. Putting it up there in hearings and in the newspapers and use it in criminal cases, of which I am not a party to. Do I deserve some degree of privacy? Do you deserve that? I think you do.
It's called the Bill of Rights. It's called the Fourth Amendment, for goodness sake. Yeah, of course you do. Our understanding of this subpoena is they got the time you sent the text, who you sent the text to, just like they would with the call. They did not get the contents of the text. But we know the January 6th committee got some context of text from you and from me and everyone else. So, but this subpoena was for when those texts were sent, not the actual contents of it. But what I want to know is who signed off on this ultimately? Did Chris Wray know about this? This is the Biden DOJ. Did Merrick Garland know about this? Because this subpoena was sent in April of 2022. Did Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General? Who signed off on this? This idea that you got one branch of government run by Democrats going after the legislative branch at the time run by Republicans. I mean, the top Republicans. That's how crazy this all is. So, look, we're going to keep gathering information. We're going to be ready for when we bring Jack Smith in for his deposition, because we're going to have a lot of questions for him.
They determined that, quote, disclosure would result in a flight, that you might flee the country, or that you might intimidate witnesses. Who made that determination? Because that is the exact opposite of the person I know.
The same people who said we're going to take Scott Perry's phone. The same people who said we're going to surveil a member of Congress, Scott Perry, for a week. Go find out where he works, find out what kind of vehicle he drives, get photos of his home, his car. I mean, those are the same people. It's this Wyndham guy that we referred yesterday to the Justice Department. He was the guy who signed off on that subpoena to get Scott Perry, a general in our Army, member of Congress for 14 years. It's that mindset that says anyone who's for President Trump is the enemy and we're going after them. That's what they did. So people say, oh, you guys, this is retribution. This is not retribution in any way. It's holding people accountable who did crazy, ridiculous things like Jack Smith, like this Arctic Frost investigation, and like the Biden DOJ.
Do you agree with this, Tom?
I'm sorry, Congressman, I really am, and I hope we get to the bottom of it. Why are they trying to take away a provision that would allow people like you and senators spied on illegally to sue?
I'd love to hear this answer.
Well, we passed legislation 2 days ago out of our committee that says you can't do these kind of gag orders. You can't have them for years and years. There's a higher threshold if you're going to issue these things. We're trying to push back on this in a big way. Maybe we need to tell these carriers, you can't do this at all. You can't. Maybe we need to look at that. So this is, again, we have the thing called the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. We should be respecting that. I don't think the way these guys did, I don't think it does. So we're looking at all kinds of legislation.
Chairman Jordan, thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
I'm glad that he's speaking up. I'm just glad that he's not a little puss and he's speaking up, because all this stuff's finally coming up. Even though if you believe it or not, it is what it is.
Yeah, Tom. I don't know what.
Wait, hold on. All right, now this room. No, this is brand new. Talking about a cyber attack. Apparently, it's just dropped.
I heard about this.
21. He was charged with quote unquote terrorism for criticizing the Saudi royal family online. It's coming just one day after the president met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House. The deal maker in chief securing a boosted $1 trillion of investment from the Crown Prince to America. President Trump also touted even more deals to come at the U.S. Saudi Investment Forum, where I was this week. Saudi Arabia also considering joining the Abraham Accords, the president told me. Watch this.
We want to be part of the Abraham Accord, but we want also to be sure that we secure a clear path of two-state solution. And today we have a healthy discussion with Mr. President that we're going to work on that to be sure that we can prepare the right situation as soon as possible to have that.
I think I don't want to use the word commitment, but we've had a very good talk on the Abraham Accords. We talked about one state, two state. We talked about a lot of things in a short period of time. We'll be discussing it further too. But I think you have a very good feeling toward the Abraham Accords.
Joining me now is former State Department Senior Advisor and Center for the National Interest Senior Fellow, Christian Whiten. Christian, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Your reaction?
Well, it's a pretty big deal. I mean, if Saudi were to join the Abraham Accord, that would mean diplomatic relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia right in the wake of this war that, of course, was started by the Palestinians, started by Hamas, but finished by Israel. So that would be a big deal. There's also one other thing, in addition to what you mentioned, the nuclear deal regarding to nuclear energy in a so-called 1-2-3 agreement. The U.S.
I don't think that's what they're saying.
Emirates. Saudi wants one. Saudi's smart enough to realize it should actually use nuclear power to power its own country so it can save the oil for export. So really just a lot of progress and a total 180 from the
Outlaw, go ahead.
That mistakenly thought it could and should isolate Saudi Arabia, make it a pariah. That was until gasoline elevated to $4.75 a gallon, and Biden had to go to Riyadh, and beg the Saudis to produce more.
He already got you.
Yeah, for sure. And President Trump is also working with the Saudis to secure peace in Sudan. This was a priority for the Crown Prince, and the president noted that the violence in Sudan is increasing against Christians. Watch this.
His Majesty would like me to do something very powerful, having to do with Sudan. It was not on my my charts to be involved in that. I thought it was just something that was crazy and out of control. But I just see how important that is to you and to a lot of your friends in the room. Sudan, and we're going to start working in Sudan. And it's horrible what's happening. And I viewed it as being just sort of a freelance, no government, no this, no that. And he explained the whole culture and the whole history. And it was very interesting to hear. Really amazing, actually, to hear. And, you know, we've already started working on that.
Well, there's an obvious strengthening relationship between the U.S. and the Saudis right now, Christian. Your thoughts on Sudan, or what else these two can do together to forward progress?
Sudan is a little tricky. The Saudis and the Egyptians have been on the side of the Sudanese armed forces. That's opposed to the rapid support forces. There's some who believe that the rapid support forces that are supported, for example, by the UAE are less inclined to involve the Muslim Brotherhood in a government. There's also an agreement, an argument that this dispute is mostly about economics, about gold exports, things like that. But regardless, what we see is President Trump placing himself, we saw it here in Sudan, but also in Nigeria recently, as really the only person who's a major world leader willing to support beleaguered Christians who are under the assault of jihadists. Certainly that is the case in Nigeria, and now it appears to be the case here. So this is a watershed for the presidency. You don't see the Europeans or the Pope stepping up for Christians who are under attack. And that Trump is willing to do this, I think, is quite an important evolution of the presidency.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky expected to speak with the president in the coming days over this proposal for a 28-point peace plan to end the war on Ukraine. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on the issue. Watch.
President Trump has made it very clear since day one, and even on the campaign trail, that he wants to see this war come to an end. He has grown increasingly frustrated with both sides of this war, Russia and Ukraine alike, for their refusal to commit to a peace agreement. But nevertheless, the president and his national security team are steadfast in seeing this war come to an end, to end the killing and deliver on the president's promise. Special Envoy Witkoff, that Marco Rubio, have been working on a plan quietly for about the last month. They've been engaging with both sides, Russia and Ukraine, equally to understand what these countries would commit to in order to see a lasting and durable peace. The president supports this plan. It's a good plan for both Russia and Ukraine, and we believe that it should be acceptable to both sides, and we're working very hard to get it done.
Your thoughts, Christian?
Well, the details are a little bit elusive, but this is also a big change. So far, the president has been inclined a bit toward Ukraine in this, not a neutral party. No one really wants to force Ukraine to accept a bunch of territorial concessions to Russia, but that probably, in reality, is what they're going to have to do. And also, they're going to have some Austrian-like neutrality. One of the reasons Russia went to war in the first place, because it didn't want Ukraine joining NATO. You know, making war is ugly. Sometimes making peace is even uglier, unless you have one side willing to unconditionally surrender, which just isn't the case in this almost stalemated situation. Ukraine actually slowly losing the war. So not a pretty outcome, but one that probably does move us closer to peace.
Well, look, the Wall Street Journal headlines their story on this morning this way. Trump peace plan demands major concessions from Ukraine. Exactly what you just said. But look, I got to move on to China with you, Christian, because the DOJ arrested 3 Chinese nationals and 1 U.S. citizen for smuggling NVIDIA and HP chips to China. The DOJ says that they set up a shell company to send the chips to Malaysia and Thailand, meant to end up in Beijing. This is China's MO. I mean, you know, I wrote an entire book about this, The Cost, where I detailed how China had set up offices for Motorola. And the woman who was arrested at Motorola was caught at the airport. She had pockets full of hardware from Motorola. They were smuggling this back to China. What do you make of these charges against 3 Chinese nationals and 1 American to smuggle AI chips to China?
Yeah, it just shows that regardless of what the Chinese say, if they say they're behaving better, they are not behaving better. They're engaged in full-scale economic and technological warfare against us. You know, there's a debate within the administration about how tough to be on export controls. When MBS came to the White House, there was not a full state dinner, but a big White House dinner. I think
Like, subscribe, don't
invitation list.
like,
A lot of people from tech there, people like Mark Benioff, big-time Democrats. The president and his team are leaning a little bit more toward deregulating some of these export regulations regarding ICs to China. People who want it toughened up. You know, I just think we have to realize that China is an adversary. They are after us, and we need to actually lean the other way towards much tighter, much tougher export controls. And as for these people, yes, it's nice that these ones were caught and indicted, but maybe it's best that Chinese nationals should not be working anywhere in technology, certainly not in integrated circuits, certainly not in AI in the United States. Those people need to be sent home, whether they're at a university or working in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, no, you're right. The dinner was jam-packed with executives from the tech field, the CEO.
All right, my last one, and then I'll bullshit with everybody. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene getting death threats over the whole Trump Epstein thing. And,
getting into some of the latest headlines. This having to do with the Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene as she's sparring back and forth with President Trump on social media. We've been watching this here behind the scenes on Live Now from Fox, and we want to bring you some of those posts to continue to add context to this conversation. Putting this one up, this is the latest post that's gone out from the representative's page.
You
In
gotta
just
go,
the
buddy.
last 2 hours or so. She says, quote, I am now being contacted by private security firms with warnings for my safety as a hotbed of threats were made against me and are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world. The man I supported and helped to get elected, aggressive rhetoric attacking me has historically led to death threats and multiple convictions of men who were radicalized by the same type of rhetoric being directed at me right now. This time by the President of the United States. As a woman, I take threats from men seriously. Now I have a small understanding of the fear and pressure the women who are victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his cabal must feel. As a Republican who overwhelmingly votes for President Trump's bills and agendas, his aggression against me, which also fuels the venomous nature of his radical internet trolls, so many of whom are paid. This is nothing shocking to everyone. My phone is blowing up with constant, amazing support. I'm so thankful to the political industrial complex. He does go on to talk about the toxic nature of some of this happening behind the scenes. It's a very, very long tweet as well, but she ends it off by saying that the political industrial complex and the toxic, violent nature of American politics must end. Our country is worth saving, and it can only be done if we pull together and save ourselves. That's, again, this is the latest tweet that we have from Marjorie Taylor Greene on calling for these hotbed of threats that have been made against her. But again, this is all stemmed from a back and forth conversation happening on social media. I want to put up the post that we also saw from President Trump this morning on his social site. He said this, lightweight Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, green grass turns brown when it begins to rot.
808.
The entire Republican Party when she turned left, performed poorly on the pathetic field, and became the rhino that we all know she always was. Just a different fake politician. No
Hey,
different.
your sound's messed up.
Which he has in parentheses Thomas
You're not
Massey,
hearing?
and got caught being a full-fledged.
Can you hear the video?
It was getting a little sketchy there.
Republican in name only. Then again, referring to the term rhino,
Yeah.
said make America great. Grass turns brown when it begins to rot. Betrayed the entire Republic. A very, very long tweet as well, but she ends it off by saying that the political industrial complex and the toxic, violent nature of American politics must end. Our country is worth saving, and it can only
It's hilarious.
pull together and
The
save
last one.
ourselves. That's, again, this is the latest tweet that we have from Marjorie Taylor Greene on calling for these hotbed of threats that have been made against her. But again, this is all stemmed from a back and forth conversation happening on social media. I want to put up the post that we also saw from President Trump this morning on his Truth Social site.
So what he
said this,
says.
lightweight Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Green grass turns brown when it begins to rot, betrayed the entire Republican Party when she turned left, performed poorly on the pathetic View, and became the rhino that we all know she always was. Just a different fake politician, no different than Rand Paul Jr., which he has in parentheses Thomas Massey, and got caught being a full-fledged Republican.
Why is he going after all, like, the only three people I like in politics?
Republican in name only, then again referring to the term rhino, and said make America great again. All of this exploding today on social media. And so to talk a lot more about what we see here, I want to bring into the conversation political analyst Brian Sobel. Brian, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Really a lot to get into. I wanted to read those posts out in full from social media so that way everyone at home can continue to see the context around this conversation. But really, let's focus on what we're hearing from Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and President Trump going back and forth. Where is this all stemming from?
Because in many ways, Christina, they're very much alike. They don't like slights. They don't take very well to people criticizing them. And from that perspective, if you just look at the length of the tweets, you could see that this is where they often air their grievances. Marjorie Taylor Greene, or now Marjorie Taylor Brown, according to the president, is the same woman who showed a lack of decorum on the floor of the House of Representatives during a State of the Union by former President Joe Biden yelling out liar and things like that. She
Marjorie Taylor Brown,
controversial figure, and it shouldn't surprise anybody, I think, that she eventually would end up in some problem with the president of the United States, and it happens here around these Epstein files.
And so again, what we're seeing here, I'm glad you pointed out some of the history of what she's done over the years. But for so long, she even pointed it out in her post. She normally votes for in support of the president's policies, and he says that this all stems from the fact that he won't answer her phone calls.
Yes.
Is this not an odd thing for two people who are within this party to be arguing over publicly? This isn't something that we normally see.
Well, all the rules have kind of gone out the window over the last few years. And so these grievances are aired more publicly today. And of course, that's a byproduct of social media. When somebody posts, somebody has to answer in another post. The idea of needing lots of FaceTime and hand-holding is as old as politics. It's just a classic. It's very hard for sitting members.
We're 16 likes away. Come on, y'all, let's get them.
Of any office,
200.
spend an inordinate amount of time re-establishing or continuing to establish communication with people who should be their friends and should understand how busy they are. Now, if you're to believe the president, she calls.
Hope everybody's having a good day. Thanks for everybody that stuck around.
I have 535 members of the House of Representatives and the Senate to deal with, and all these other duties. And his point is, I don't have the time to talk with her every day and essentially shore her up. And Marjorie Taylor Greene should know that. For her part, she said, I wasn't calling every day. So, it's one of these he said, she said. And the only thing I think for the body politic is that people understand that Marjorie Taylor Greene is the far right of the Republican Party and has been. And now, of course, the president is saying that she's, a rhino Republican in name only and all of that. So it's a spat. Donald Trump often makes up with people after he's had a problem with them. This may happen again in the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And I think I want to get to really what's going to matter here is she's going to be up for re-election at some point. With him now pulling support from her, do you think that will affect her standing with Georgians? Have we seen this historically when the president pulls their backing from a candidate, that even when a president is popular or unpopular, that can affect the outcome of that race?
Always, it's going to come down, Christina, to the candidate that's put up against her. And as the president said, he would be willing to back another candidate if it's the right person. That's a qualifier. And so that leaves some room for he and Greene to sit down and hash all this stuff out. But Greene on the right is very much like the AOCs and others on the left. They're very outspoken about what they believe. They don't take a lot of prisoners. And so she's got that reputation in Congress as sort of the counterpoint in many respects to some of these very progressive liberals on the left who emote all day long as well.
All right, so that's something we'll continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox as
Yeah,
that conversation on Twitter
dude.
is still going on. But I want to take a part of this conversation and lead what they've been talking about. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, in her own post on social media, has brought up the fact that next week the House is set to vote on their full release of the full Epstein files. This has been something that has dominated the headlines. It's really hung over the Trump presidency as it pertains to some of the issues he hasn't been able to get away from. She's talking about how important it is that these files are released. Where do you think things are going to happen around that conversation as we look ahead to next week?
Well, as always with this volume of information, people are going to cull through these papers, emails, and all of what has been collected and cherry pick it and put their own context to it. You've heard just a few moments ago the president from Air Force One talking about not only the volume but just the nature of the papers, whose names may be in them. We already know that all of the national figures, or at least certainly some of them, including former President Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, former Secretary of State, Donald Trump, and other people are mentioned in these emails. And so the full release will give everybody a chance to pick through them. But it's like any other volume release. People will be going through looking for a sentence here, a comment there, an attempt to put context to those, when in fact it's probably more advisable to look at the body of the emails and see if there are trends there.
Do not get a consolidation loan until you see this. Hey, Mario Lopez here, and if you're
Mario
thinking about getting a
Lopez,
consolidation,
And Brian, I have to ask you once again, President Trump has answered questions many times on the Epstein files, saying that there's nothing in them that connects him to them. And what you've seen throughout history, has there ever been another scandal this big hanging over the head of the president, where it still seems months and months and nearly a year later, still hanging over his head?
Oh, absolutely. We have going back almost now 250 years, we've had numerous scandals in American history that have hung over a president. If we go back just to the Watergate situation with Richard Milhouse Nixon, he had to battle these leaks and information coming out on Watergate literally for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. This Epstein deal for Donald Trump, I think if these files are released, there's either going to be, quote unquote, the smoking gun in there, which Democrats would like to find, or there's going to be a smoking gun in there that Republicans might like to find about Democrats. This is a kind of the third rail here for both Democrats and Republicans, depending on what is in all of these emails. And of course, part of the drip, 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 Christina, began with the Attorney General and others saying, we have names, we have files, and then none of that came out. But now it appears that perhaps as early as in the next couple of weeks, all of the huge volume of emails may be released, and everybody can pick through them and tell.
I'm going to my sister's birthday party at 4 o'clock.
Release like this.
Brian, as a part of this, of course, we know that President Trump is still getting continued to ask the question. Last night, he was on Air Force One. They asked him about Ghislaine Maxwell, because at this point, we do know that Jeffrey Epstein, he took his own life while in custody. So there was no trial that happened for him. There was no prison sentence that ultimately happened for him. But someone who is serving time is currently his longtime ex-girlfriend and, of course, business partner, Ghislaine Maxwell. Where do you think that the president, as he still kind of tried to stay away, saying, I'm not talking about this, I haven't thought about this, is that the approach that you would expect him to take on that?
Well, yes, generally. He he's got to convey that he's not thinking about this. He's not going to talk about it. He hasn't talked about it too much, only when pressed. And his answer to that is, hey, I've got a big world to worry about, not this thing about a guy that killed himself, as you saw in that presser on Air Force One. Trump saying he had never visited the island that Jeffrey Epstein owned, where apparently a lot of these things occurred, but Bill Clinton had. And so absent, again, a smoking gun, I think Donald Trump has to just continue to approach it just the way he's doing. And
Travis, absolutely.
what the additional emails provide. But at the end of the day, it is important to say that Jeffrey Epstein was, may I use the term, low life. It was a low life, and he took advantage of people in every which way. And unfortunately for him, he had a co-conspirator in Maxwell, and she's doing time. And one could speculate that maybe Maxwell knows more than she's talking about, and is and for that reason the president doesn't want to talk about it, because maybe sometime in the future he commutes her sentence. Who knows? But these are all speculative things that are being talked about, and we won't know much more until all the files are released and see where the ball drops.
I love running a busy real estate office. Did anybody get back to?
All right, and Brian, before I let you go, we can put an end to the Epstein talk for now, but I want to look ahead to what comes after this in the long term. I'm going to put up this live vantage point that we have there of the U.S. Capitol building, and also there of the White House. We know that all of these things have an effect on a presidency, especially as the government shutdown officially came to a close this week. Congress, again, the Senate and the House ultimately voting to end the 43-day long historic shutdown. But what long-term effects do you think that a government shutdown has on a president's legacy? Of course, the one before
exactly.
this was
That's what we're going to talk about
in presidency in 2019. That one, of course, had a lot of conversation about it. Now this one reaching historic levels.
Right, longest shutdown in American history. I think because Donald Trump and Republicans came out on top on this, it probably net doesn't affect him a whole lot. He appears to be the stronger person in all of this. There's more to come, and sadly, in all of these government shutdowns, people, just everyday people, suffer. And and it's unfortunate, and you hear the rancor, you hear the frustration by the American people, even about the fact that Congress exempted themselves some time ago from being affected by these shutdowns in terms of their own pay. They get paid through all of these things, and so the storyline there is that they don't suffer like regular people, like the air traffic controllers and these other people who are missing paychecks, or potentially we're going to miss more paychecks. But I think if the economy and everything snaps back, Christina, pretty quickly, it'll end up being another footnote. I will say one thing about Donald Trump, in contrast to past presidents, his ability to multitask is remarkable. He has an ability to, through his scheduled day, to touch numerous subjects and to have his arms around them. So as a multitasker, which he is, and I don't know that he sleeps very much either, he'll stay on top of world events and national events and deal with these other issues as well. Why do we know that? Because he already has demonstrated that he can.
Damn right.
As always, we appreciate for joining us here, Brian Sobel, political analyst, to break down some of this week's top headlines. Brian, we appreciate you for joining us here on this Saturday.
Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too.
Oh, what
And so we want
bad. All right, I'll leave it at there. All right, guys, I'll talk to the chat for a hot minute before I dip up out of here. Who we got up in here? Travis, man, enjoyed reading your comments today. Thanks for sticking around. Who we got in here? Peter. What's up, Peter? You think Trump gives a damn if people have food or medical coverage? I don't think any of these politicians really care, bro. Personally. Not really, man. No. At this point, I don't trust any of them. I'm going to be honest. My guard's up, dude. My guard's up. I'm going to be honest. Now, I feel like a president is just a puppet anyway. So, like, what is he really in control of? Is he just a voice? I think all this has already been planned. We've already been, this has already been planned. They're just using him as a voice, and he's funny as hell. But I don't trust him. I don't trust Biden. I don't trust Kamala. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of the politicians we watched over this whole week that voted on the Epstein files. I don't think any of them truly want them to get released. And if they actually do, which they won't, everything's going to be redacted. You're not going to see the real names. And we're going to be right at square one. Right at square one, which is the same names, the same people, the same shit. That's why people always say, why aren't you going after this topic more and more and more? I beat it up over the summer. And honestly, it's a waste of time. If you watch the beginning of my show this morning, the first hour and a half, 2 hours was just real shit. Go watch it, you guys. This political world stage stuff is a joke. Go watch the beginning. There's real stuff going on in this world, in this country. Real crazy stories, man. A woman was beat walking her kid home by a gang of kids. I mean, we're living in a country where kids will beat the shit out of a woman and a child. There was another video. I did another story of a man who beat an elderly couple with a freaking brick because he felt like doing it. And he was living in a Chomo house with Chomo charges. I mean, this is the world we're living in. So that's the shit that we really need to all come together and say, it doesn't matter what fucking side you're on. We got to stop that shit. This stuff is just mumbo jumbo shit that, unfortunately, when I show the real stories, you get your real people in there. The real people comment. The real people give a shit about what's going on. But, dude, as soon as I threw on Mamdani and Trump, man, the views just started flying up. People just started. That's what they want. Honestly, what if we all came together and said, screw both sides? They don't want that. They don't want that. I don't think we can. But, yeah, no, it's hard to get together with these leftists because they'll fuck everything up. I hear you. They lie and they fuck everything up. And so do the rhinos. A lot of the names that they were mentioning, Lindsey Graham, John McCain, all these names they were mentioning, who really likes those people? They're a bunch of neoconservative, they're Republicans. Like, bro, do you trust them? No. They all have allegiance to other things. They've all got rich off of being a politician. That means they took money to sell out our country. So, I don't trust any of them. So all you people that hate one side listen, I just hate stupid people. And I feel like there's a lot of stupid people. A lot of stupid fucking people. That's the problem. Like, I just want to know, what do people truly think they're going to get off this list? The only way you're really going to get truth and transparency is if you got to actually see them, what they took, if there was an actual raid, who's watching these videos, who's taking the notes, who's giving you this information. You see why it doesn't make sense? It's so easy for people to leave names out. It's such nasty topic that who's going to sit there and go through it all? None of us. They're not going to release any of that stuff. So now we're still going on the government's word on everything. They're not going to give us the truth. The only way we can really, really tell you what happened is if we saw it with our own eyes. Otherwise, it's just hearsay. And I bet they're going to push it off. They might give us something to keep us happy, but they're going to push it off. They're going to push it off and never give us the true truth that everybody in here wants. Unfortunately, I hope you guys know that. I think we all pretty much know that. I mean, I would say, and I say it all the time, that if you really want that truth, go, if you possibly can, and research back in 2019, 18, 17, 16, all the way back. All these people were being exposed. 2012, it was horrible. 2015 is when they really, we started dropping these people. This has been a thing for almost a decade. The fact that we're talking about it now is just crazy when we got all this crazy shit going on in the world where there's yesterday I did the story on 211 kids recovered in Florida alone. That means how many kids are actually gone still? Let's talk about that shit. Why are we revisiting something that is 12 years old when we're not going to get the truth? That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Trump knows what he is doing. Things are getting better. I hope so, buddy. I hope so. It's never enough, though. I mean, dude, we want the truth. They keep saying for how long now? Oh, we're going to release the JFK files. They still redact the shit out of it. We still don't know the truth, but we all know it. I mean, dude, how long has it been? When are we going to learn our lesson that, dude, the government is not going to give us what we want. They don't care what we want. They don't. You hope so, but you know not. I don't hope so. I know so. Because if they wanted to release that list or let everybody know, they would have done it a decade ago. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen because you got Democrats and Republicans in this mix, which means they're going to come together to not let that shit come out. This is a giant political stunt. There's more Democrats on the list than Republicans. I know, but it doesn't matter. They're all the same. They're all the same. It really doesn't matter. Left or right. If you're a chomo, you're a chomo. It really doesn't fucking matter what side you're on. I don't really care. I don't care what country you're from. I don't give a damn what you're from, what state. If you're on that bullshit, then you're on that bullshit. I'm not trying to protect nobody's name. I hope they don't, but they will. Trump loves idiots like this guy. Yeah, I know, bro, because you're really intelligent yourself. Please enlighten me. Please enlighten me. What do you know, bro? Give me something. Please enlighten me, bro. I don't understand how it's not that. Is it really that hard for you to read? True ladder. Yeah, definitely not true leader. That's for sure. Never would want you leading my platoon. You fucking die in a second. And you all interfere with years long of investigation, making them release files. And then it also fucks up foreign affairs. There's princes and kings and shit in these lists. There's a lot going on that just people don't get it. It's like all of a sudden there's this infatuation with the list. The list. Y'all didn't give a shit about it when we were screaming about it in 2016. You were calling us conspiracy theorists. Remember that shit? I do. I remember getting called a conspiracy theorist. I remember saying Jeffrey Epstein did not baba himself. I remember going down those rabbit holes years ago. And I'm the idiot? Get the fuck out of here, moron. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm the idiot? Okay, dude. Okay, you want to talk about J6, and I'm talking about something absolutely not about it. So take your dumbass comment. Oh, I read that wrong. You're right. Pelosi did some shit. Dude, they sacrificed that poor girl who crawled through the damn window, and they got her, bro. You see the cops guiding everybody through that. That was a setup. That was a honeypot. I don't even want to talk about J6. That's how fucking stupid. It's just like talking about this. It's a dead topic. Ryan, we got to erase it, but Phantom, I hear what you're saying, dude. I hear what you're saying, bro. We're 7 likes away from 200. If you could hit it, cool. Let's do it. But yeah, nah, bro. Hi, Kikis. Welcome back. We ain't taking that shit, Candy. Nah. Tell them, girl, what happens if they don't swallow? What do you do? You know what I'm saying? That's what these bitches are. They're like people who don't swallow. They just want to spit, spit, spit. They have nothing to say. They just spit. You're one of those. Slap the dog, taste out the... Exactly, Candy. Exactly. They get smacked. Exactly. Everything will work itself out. Be patient. This didn't happen overnight. Well said, Diane. Well said. And I agree. That's what I told everybody. Let this shit play itself out. You know, we can't start dividing and fighting and demanding. Like, dude, there's a whole world stage going on. This is something really old. There's other things going on. We'd be covering them every single day, which, you know, we have a communist in the White House today. I mean, come on. We really do. We have a communist in the White House today. I wonder if they're going to show it. I'll probably cover it if they do. I got to go to my sister's birthday party, but like I'll be back in a few hours. Like if they show it, I'll show it. Because I want to get down. I want to hear that shit. Imagine living next door to this. Hey, exactly, dude. You should have heard me like a year ago bitching about the illegals, dude. I wonder what my neighbors thought then as I'm smoking a fatty, like blowing up the hallway. I get it. But my neighbors love me, though, bro. We all see eye to eye, so they don't care. One of them's a sub, bro. Yeah. It's all good. Fidel Castro said he wasn't a... Yep. People are teetering on the extremism light on both sides. Being rational is hard to come by. That's all I ask, and I agree, Keeks, is people are going real far left or real far right. Whatever happened to common sense? I love when people don't get Tim. Hey, they don't have to get me, yo. They don't have to get me. It is what it is. You don't know me. People are teeter-tottering. Yeah, I read that. Undocumented immigrants contributed massively to our economy, by the way. And look, I'm not going to deny that they did that. Hey, they might contribute hardcore to our economy, and I'm not going to dispute that. But you called them undocumented immigrants. But the truth is, they're illegal aliens. Let's repeat that together. Illegal aliens. Okay? That means they are here illegal, broke the law. That means they are ghosts to our country. They have no number. They just don't exist. That's two different things. I have no problem with people working. I understand we need them, but they should go about it the right way. I get it. I agree. I want them here if they can do it the right way. And they may help us, the undocumented ones. But what happened is that used to be a thing back in the day. And you know what? Nobody really bitched about it that hard until they started getting these people coming in that are committing multiple crimes, coming back to our country, committing multiple crimes, and until they got shipped here by the Democrats by the assload. It's not just one or two, it's millions. Come on now. They're not just crossing Eagles Pass and coming through by like a couple of coyotes. They're being flown in by fucking Democrats and whoever the fuck. Donors, Soros, Tim Billard, you name it. They're being brought in for a reason. Now look at our country. Now we got to fix it. We knew it the whole 4 years that they were bringing in these people. We knew this was going to come to this. There's no way you can get rid of what you came in without there being an issue. I knew that. It was common sense. That's why someone said, imagine the neighbors. That's what I was screaming for the last 3 years. Go watch my old shows. You knew this shit was going to happen. And then when you do start to get rid of them, they start crawling out from under their fucking rocks. Look at ICE getting shot at daily. Look at all this stuff. They needed to go about it the right way. They didn't. That's why coming in here legally just doesn't work, dude. You know, I support it. My family are immigrants, dude. They're actually immigrants, though. They actually came here. They earned their, got their citizenship, and we're here legally. And they worked their ass off for it. They didn't get here, collect government assistance, live in government housing, and come to trash our fucking streets, not learn our language, and give a shit about our country. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Don't type in caps first off, and fuck you too, bro. Gone. Later. Hope they come and get you, bruh. Hope they come and get you, bro. There are tons of legal immigrants that work for ICE. Hey, man, people don't understand that. People don't get that. Dude, these people come in here, Diane, and they cry that these illegals got rights. Like they're us. No, they don't. Put yourself in their shoes. Look, I did a show with the president of Poland being on, and he talked about his foreign policies. And he said, dude, they have no crime and no illegals because they guard the shit out of their border. And it's not like here. They don't play that shit. A lot of other countries just don't play that shit. And their crime is not as high. Look at our crime rate. I mean, come on. It's affecting our crimes, our elections, everything. The schools, the hospitals, everything's getting overflowed, overrun. I mean, come on. Who supports that? Who supports that? For what? What is your damn agenda to want that? It does. Exactly. Mass illegal migration destroys economy. Exactly what they planned on doing, and they did it. And they did it. Well said. Well said, dude. It does. And we knew this was going to happen. We knew it. You know, I'm in Ohio, dude. I saw from first hands. Everybody laughed super hard about, oh, they're going to eat the cats and dogs. They're going to eat the cats and dogs. Well, you know what? They did do that shit. There's videos of them walking down Columbus with birds in their fucking hands. That's not a fucking opinion. Now, the news made it sound like that shit wasn't even real. But it was, bro. It was. Walking down Cleveland Avenue with a goose in his hand. Get out of here. We're not in a third world country. Then what happened? The little town that they went into, Springfield, Ohio, Akron. What up, AK? I went to college there, homie. From up that way, Cleveland. Yeah, man. They came in. They went into a town that held 25,000 people, and they brought in 25,000 illegals. Look it up. Look it up. What happened? Well, these illegals started going to school. They had no documentation. You had 16-year-olds in middle school. You had people driving with no license, crashing and killing people. You had people with AIDS going to the hospital. You had the overflow of people going into a hospital. The infrastructure could not hold the amount of people that were brought into that area. Do you not get what's going on? And they were eating the strays. That's a real thing. There's video of it. There's video of it. I've already been down the rabbit hole, my dude. I don't know where you're at, but I've already been down the rabbit hole. There was that poor old lady who caught the dude in the backyard cutting up her dog. Yeah. Okay. You tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that's fake. What about the little girl that got ran over by the dude, by the Haitian going to school? Dude didn't know how to drive. You guys are crazy. Anybody that thinks that's good for America, you are a traitor. Look out for your people, man. Damn. I understand, Diane, but that's in other countries. Take that shit somewhere else. We're not Haiti. We're in America. We're in America. And this isn't about how many white crimes people commit. This is about what illegals are doing. Who cares? This ain't about that, dummy. Peter, what the fuck question is that? How many white people commit crimes? Well, guess what? White people brought all these motherfuckers in. So guess what? They commit a hell of a crime. What do you want me to say, bro? Peter, do your research. If you think you're going to sway me off the topic, you're off your damn rocker. I wasn't born yesterday, bro. Exactly, Diane. Exactly. They are here. Uncontrolled illegals bring the culture here. They do. I mean, that's what they're doing. This isn't their damn culture. Their culture isn't going into a local park and killing the geese. Take that shit somewhere else. Take it somewhere else. We don't care. We don't want you. Why do we got to pay for you to be here? You're nothing but a fucking a burden on the system, a burden on the people, burden on the kids, burden on the elderly. You want your kids walking? Y'all are crazy, bro. Come on, get some common fucking sense here. Get some common sense, Peter. Get some fucking common sense, Bubba. I feel like you're smarter than that. Feel like you're smarter than that, but I don't. I think I truly believe if you're that dumb, you're that dumb. And I'll pray for you. Who the fuck wants you, bitch? You don't control the world. Thank God, because if I controlled the world, people like you would be sucking my balls, bro. You lucky I don't control the world, bro. I'm a dictator. I'll have your ass fucked, boy. I don't play that shit, son. I don't like none of it. You lucky I ain't in this bitch. If I ran this shit, we'd have this shit under control. Because you can trust me. I ain't going to let nobody either way. Yeah, exactly. Balls deep in that shit, bro. For sure. Balls deep. Balls deep. Balls deep in that ass, bro. Balls deep. He said, suck on my Peter. Man, get out of here. You must love dictators. Yes. Yes. Putin is a good fucking guy. Okay? How does that troll you, boy? I hope he comes to your house and makes some fucking stew for you. And by the way, I'm fucking around lightweight. You guys are so damn PC, no funny. Like, y'all are just lame. If you really believe the shit, are you guys that slow? I like to troll too. You look like a shirtless Putin on a bear. Bro, I wish I did, bro. I wish I could ride a bear. I wish I could take my shirt off and ride a bear like Putin. That'd be pretty fucking gangster. You can't blame me. They've never beaten those down low allegations. I think Diane has been on point. ID numbers for taxes for legals. Never say women are on government assistance with their anchor babies, scamming the system. You guys are funny, man. Even you, Peter. I love you, bro. That's why I love Americans, bro. We funny as hell. And if you're not, I like your humor. It don't matter. You don't got to agree with me, bro. I don't give a shit. But hit the like. We're 6 away from 200. Hit the like. I'm going to get up out of here once I get these 6 likes. Help me out. Help me out here. Let's see. This is America, bitch. Don't control who gives and who stays. Neither is your daddy, Trump. That's what you think, bro, but that's some corny ass thinking. That's going to get you and your family did dirty. I'm just telling you, bro. It ain't going to help you. I wish. Yeah, Ice Baby. You don't know shit about nobody on her, bitch. You're stupid. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? You don't know shit about nobody on her, bitch. You're stupid. What does that mean, Peter? The American bitch you don't control, who goes and stays, neither is your daddy Trump. Peter, is that all you got? Because you have said nothing that contribute besides stupid, ignorant ass shit. Is that all you got, bro? Because you sound like a corny ass liberal. Sit in the jizz corner and take this fucking jizz from a fucking R. Okay? Peter, now when you're sitting in the corner, right? Think about the dumb shit you say and do. Think about me when you close your eyes. Think about the dumb shit you say, you dumb ass mug. And I hope you don't run into a Haitian illegal. I hope he takes that ass and stretches it out, boy. And you know what? When you call the cops, they're not even going to know who he is, bro. He's going to be off in the dust. Peter puffs on pack of pickled peckers. He sure does. He sure does. I mean, clearly he loves them, so I'm sure he's gonna have no problem getting that. Dude, Tim, can you see me? I sure can, Keeks. What's up, girl? Peter Piper, pick the pepper, pick a pecker, pecker, pick a pick. Stretch out so hard, it'll be like throwing a lot of dog down. Yeah, no, stretched out so hard that, dude, all them dead. Never mind, I'll stop. Don't get me started. Don't get me started, bro. Don't. Hey, we're 4 likes away from 200. We're almost there, yo. Don't get me started, dude. I'll start saying shit I don't mean. I'm on for 5 hours now, and I drink too much coffee and smoke. So I'm like, you might catch me slipping. I'm doing my best to be YouTube friendly as I can. I'm doing my best. This stream gay as hell. I can't believe I said the word, but guess what? Clearly it is. You must be a little liberal. Well, then get the fuck on. Get, boy. Get. You say no shit like that. Bree, help me out, mama. Help me out with something that I could maybe clarify for you, bruh. Like what? I hope you get stretched out by a Haitian? Huh? An illegal one? You want me to say it for you in a different way, Bubba? Ask me how many fucks I give. 0. Ain't about you. This ain't about you, bro. No one gives a shit. Yeah, that not gay. Whatever you just said, bro. Whatever you said, clearly you're not American because you speak in another language. So yeah, keep your foreign. Okay. Just don't make eye contact and you'll be fine, right? You gotta look down, walk right by. I'm talking about what? Yeah, you are, bro. I think you are. I think you probably would take it. I think you probably would. You know June's your favorite month. I could see you marching in June for sure, bro. He said, I can't wait. It's June 1st. Now I could be me. I could do me now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to a parade. Yay. Fucking weirdo. Weirdos. You know how stupid y'all look to us? Bro, come on. I'm just being honest. Hey, honesty sucks. We're 3 likes away. Anybody? Nah. Do I look like I'm mad, bro? Do I look or sound mad? Y'all never heard me rant before, have you? Because I am straight chilling right now. Ain't raging, son. You ain't heard shit. You ain't heard shit, dude. You ain't heard shit. This is just straight talking. You ain't heard shit. You want to hear me rage, bro? You come tune in at nighttime, bull. I got you. This is me chilling, bro. I'm sitting back chilling, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. Oh, you're not talking about me? Oh, I thought you were talking about me. I'm like, bro, I'm chilling, bro. Do I sound like somebody in rage right now? Really? I got a lot of shit going on in this world, and your ass ain't gonna get me mad. I feel you. I feel you. Y'all do your thing in the chat. We're 1 like away from 200. Love y'all. Think we gonna smash that. Yeah, man. Definitely. It's not the whole feed, dude. It's like 1 or 2 that, you know. But it's funny because those 1 or 2 stuck around for hours. So they like this. They like this. They act like they don't, but they truly do. Because they've been here for hours. Like me personally, I'm the type of guy that if I see something I don't like, I keep it moving, bro. I keep it moving. Like, bro, if I'm on YouTube and I see some, rainbow person, dude, I just keep moving. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna comment. I'm not even gonna bot. I'm just gonna keep moving, bro. I don't have time for that shit. I don't care what they do. Let them do them. And I'm gonna do me. I don't give a shit. That shit don't bother me. I see Kiki's in the house. I see all these people, Mimsy, Exactly. Not my boat, not my fish. Exactly. I don't give a damn what these people do. I don't give a damn. Just move on. You don't like what I got to say? Move on. Nobody's holding you hostage, but you've been here. I've been on here. Yeah. Yeah. Got 200 likes. Grow some balls, bitch, and come get Peter. You don't got any. I bet you've got a plastic vajayjay. I bet you got a medical vajayjay, bro. I don't even think you got one, bro. You heard? You heard? Got that shit from the government too. Got that shit from Biden administration handed out free government veggies, and you copped one. What am I doing? We're one like away, right? And hit that shit. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh shit. Oh no, Trump's about to be out with fucking Mamdami. I know my balls are bigger than hater, and you keep arguing with them, except mine's on the top. That's what I just said to you, bro. See, you're not funny, dude. You're going to the jizz corner because you're not funny. You wasted my breath. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Think of something funnier, bro, because I'm about to get out of here. That was gay, bro. You got the jizz corner. We got 200 likes. You keep talking about it, weirdo. I just sent you the corner because you can't stop making me not being funny, dude. You're not funny with your designer twat, bro. You're not that funny. All right, let me see where I'm at with this. All right, hold on. Well, I'll finish this up. I'm not being funny. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Are you, though? Are you, though? I think you're playing I'm rubber, you're glue. You're repeating the shit I just said to you, weirdo. I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah. I'm not being funny. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, bye-bye. Finally, you sat here the whole day. I appreciate the watch hours, buddy. Come back through. I hope you hit the sub. Come talk dumb shit again. I appreciate it. I don't mind. I need people like you. I need people like you. People like you make me go. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart and the top of your plastic vajiji. Enjoy that shit. It's the weekend. Don't overwork it, buddy. Don't overwork it. Which I know you will. I know you will. But do the best you can. Mimsy Lambs, thank you so much. Thank you, Mimsy. Love you. Dropping jewels. Everybody's been dropping jewels. Thank you. I don't know what that stuff means, honestly. What does that mean? But I just know it's a sign of gratification. I appreciate it. I'm so tired and then the weather. Hey, I'm trying to stay awake so that I personally can go to a party. Relax, guy. I'm not your guy, buddy. Relax, guy. Hey, guy. Nah, buddy. What are you, Canadian, dude? I'm not your guy, buddy. Hey, friend. I'm not your buddy, friend. Buddy. I have enough to send stuff, though. Hey, love you. Imagine liking dictators. Those soft people can't handle others. I like how, look, bro. I like the way they run things to run a YouTube channel. Straight up. I don't know about real life, but to run a YouTube channel, you got to run one like a dictator. You got to control everything. And if you can't understand that, then just stay in the chat. You'll never know. You'll just never know. You know? So, oh, so you're a grifter. You don't even believe this shit? What? I'm just talking on my ass is what you're saying? No, I definitely believe you have a plastic vagina. I definitely do. For sure. I definitely believe you do. I bet it's government funded. I'm not lying. I do believe that. Nothing. They're corny geeks. This is how liberals do their thing. You know? This is how liberals do their thing. I'm a weirdo about stopping streams at weird like numbers. That's the only reason why I'm still going. And the fact that, y'all are sticking around, cool. But I'm weird about certain numbers, dude. Like I hate stopping at a number because it's bad luck. I get real weirded out. Exactly, Kev. I get you, man. Thanks, bro. I get you, brother. Mimsy, the happy poops make me laugh. I know. I can't wait to get you, Keeks, and Mimsy, and all of us on a live stream together. We'll make it happen. But I'm gonna get out of here though. I was gonna wait till an even number, but a Trump watch. What? What's a Trump watch? Is there one? Who cares? I don't like Trump, bro. I never said I did. Ever. You clearly don't watch my shit enough. I clearly lean conservative. I clearly voted for Trump, but I clearly said I don't trust any politician and I will never vote again. I don't know where you stand, bro, but I don't give a shit. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Seriously. I don't know what to tell you. But dude, he keeps coming. He's been here for hours. Hours. I even put him in timeout, and he sits in the timeout and comes back, bro. That's TDS at its best, dude. That's TDS. I don't care, Peter. You can sit here all day. Like I'm not like a soft person, Like you're not bothering. You could sit here all day. You gotta understand what that does for me. He does. He wants to know what's going on, and this is the best way he's gonna get it. He clearly didn't hear none of this shit where he gets his information. Clearly. Clearly. He wants that Epstein file where the sun don't shine. Exactly, Kevin. Much love. Much love to all the people that's sticking around talking their shit. Mimsy, Keeks, Kevin. Y'all are funny as hell. For real. But who cares about Trump's watch? See, that's called obsession. Like, who thinks about Trump's watch? I mean, like, really, who the hell thinks about Trump's freaking watch? Are you crazy? All the shit that I presented today, and you're talking about Trump's watch? Come on, bro. You could bitch at me about Trump for a million things, dude, and you're talking about a watch. There's a million things that I don't agree with about Trump, and your dumbass can only bring up a freaking watch? Oh, I know Trump. A watch, bro. A watch. You're not going to bring up any of the things that he had. See, you're not very intelligent. You're just not very intelligent. You're not a good troll, and you're not very smart in the political aspect. So you can't troll because all you got is the same little 4-line bullshit that everybody's sitting here laughing at you like a goofy. Trust me. We do this. I be doing this shit, bro. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Peter, You're better off just learning and just sit back and learn. Sit back and learn. I would stay off of all your other shit. Hey, let's see those patriotic shoes you bought. See again, shoes. I didn't buy shit from Daddy Trump, bro. That was very corny. That was corny, bro. I'm giving you attention because it's really funny. And what? You went and bought the Trump Bible, didn't you? I mean, what do you want me to say, bro? You went and got the Trump Bible so you could get the Constitution. Okay. Got you. Oh, Lord. Steve, I'm putting you in the corner because you're just corny. The corner gets corny motherfuckers. That's where you go, bro. Really weird, dude. Yeah. He's your daddy. You call him daddy. He's your daddy. Who is your daddy? And what does he do? Fuck. How do you go from the files don't exist to Democrat hoax to the files are real? Dude, because it's a shit show. It's a giant shit show, man. If you want me to give you the truth, how can I? It's a shit show. It's been going on for 15 years. It's a shit show. This isn't new. This didn't start yesterday. It's a legit piece of shit show. We're watching it on the world stage unfold right in front of us. We're watching it. Yeah, I know, Keeks. People like to just bump in right at the very end, like all the rest of the content that I produced isn't valid. Like, what? Listen, man, I'm not here to sway you either way. You guys can make your own opinion. I just think it's right or wrong. It's, it is what it is. You do what you do. I'm not voting next time, most likely. I'm not putting my stamp on any of these people. I'm really just fed up with it all. So for me to vote for somebody means I approve of putting my stamp of approval, and I'll never do that again. So what do you think should happen? I'm curious. What do you mean? Will you rephrase that question a little better and I'll answer it? Like what should happen with what? Like, what do you mean by that? I mean, there's a lot of things that should happen. What topic do you want me to answer that question with? You get what I'm saying? The ideal outcome would be, honestly, I can't see a future, dude. I wish that we could go back, less government, man. I wish we could go and just literally just kick all the politicians off, all of them. But that can never, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what a good solution is because we're so fucking far away from being able to be. It's like the Cleveland Browns, my football team. We're so far away from being a Super Bowl team. That would be like you asking me right now, well, what move could the Browns make that could make them a Super Bowl team? Well, I can't really answer that question because they need to make a lot of moves. Not just one, a lot of moves to be good again. So I don't know what you really mean by that, my brother. Yeah, I hope Shadur balls out. That would be one of the first things. Hell yeah. Hope he balls out, bro. That would help my Cleveland Browns. 1,000%. Kevin gets it, But that would be like, I don't get it. Thank you, Serenity. You too. I appreciate that nice comment. But yeah, you know, it's not about. It's literally. I don't know how else you want me to put it. You know, I don't know how else you want me to put it. It's hard to say. I just don't know where to begin, like where you would begin to recover this country or this world. I think they've gotten us so deep that I don't know if there's any coming back from it. Do you guys think there is? Like, I'm not trying to sound doom and gloom. I'm trying to say, do you think there is? Do you think that there's exactly, Kev? Hey, look, Kev's been my most positive commenter for the last half hour. You know, we're fucked. We're fucked. I mean, there's nobody that you think, come on, we're not going to bring anybody in that's going to make this shit better without just completely annihilating the whole entire system and starting over. I'm a big, firm believer in purging. I love it. A good purge is necessary. And I think that's what we need, bro. Think we need to get true Americans back in here, not people that have allegiance to every other country but America. And let's get this ball rolling. And that includes fucking Trump. Trump's allegiance to Israel is not my bag of tea. You could have hit me with that instead of all that other dumb shit you said. You could have hit me with that, bro. You could have hit me with his allegiance to Big Pharma. You could have hit me with his allegiance to Space Force. All these other dumb things that he's connected to, but you bring up stupid shit like shoes, watches, what? That's just like very low IQ. Very low IQ. I'm over here giving you an honest opinion and debate. I'm not over here like making shit up. I'm not over here trying to deny. I'm not over here sticking up for anybody. I'm just speaking what I feel. I'd vote for Mark Cuban if he's on the ballot. See, I think he's a snowflake too, though. I can't get with Mark Cuban, man. I don't know. I don't trust none of these billionaires, dude. We need a not billionaire. We need somebody who's one of us. But what ends up happening is you get somebody who is a working class, real stand-up human being, and they will end up getting bought out by big donors, and they will. It's a dirty, dirty system. It'll never be right. I just don't see it. That's why it's like I don't see it. I think we dug our hole really deep, and I think that was the plan. Now, I'm reporting all this stuff to you every day to show you how fast this news is moving. I mean, man, it's moving at a fast rate. I mean, look at it. Like we've had a lot of stuff happen in the past 6 months. Does that mean a Mamdani? All of them, bro. Mamdani's got to go. Anybody, I feel bad for New York, but I'm not shocked. Who is? You know? Who's shocked? I'm not. Ryan, stop coughing in my ear, bub. Please mute yourself. He's definitely smoking that good. I'm jealous. All he's doing is coughing in my damn ear. All right, I'm muting this cracker, bro. The fuck? Annoying as shit. So, I mean, does anybody else have like any other, I mean, what do you think? I think we pretty much nailed it at this point. Now it's just being prepared, being ready, knowing what's coming. I think when you're already prepared to know what's ahead, it makes it a lot easier. I couldn't imagine being somebody that has no clue of what's going on, And this is all just new to them. And it all just pops up on you at one time. I mean, it would have to be overwhelmingly crazy to be that person. I couldn't imagine it. Would never want to be that person. As much as I would rather also be the person that doesn't know, I would rather be the person that doesn't too. I can't. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. You know. Look, Peter's back, dude. Peter is back. True TDS at its best. Welcome back, Peter. Welcome back. Hopefully you got something better to say. Hopefully you got something good to say, buddy. Starting to get used to you now, even though you popped in and my shit just dropped. So you're going back for 10 seconds. Let's just see something. Let's just see if something moves a little different. If not, sorry there, dog. Peter loves, dude, Peter has that, he likes to get like, I think he likes like sadistic stuff, you know? I think he likes to be like told what is it? Dominant stuff. I think he likes that. Like if you don't like something, you just put yourself through that torture, like, oh yeah, give me more, weirdo. Oh yeah, gotta have some more. The fuck's wrong with you, Peter? He is dominatrix. That's it. Thank you, Fax. Dominatrix. He likes that shit. He likes to get smacked around, called a little bitch and shit. Yeah, Peter, we get it. We get it. It's okay, dude. It's okay. We figured you out, Peter. But it's all right. We'll accept you. Unlike the far right or left, whatever it's called, I'm accepting of all type of people. Okay? So, if that's your bag of tea, I'll still accept you in my chat, buddy. I just know that. There's always love for dominatrix, people that like to get smacked in the face. It's okay. It's okay. So that being said, we done had a great day. I hope everybody has a beautiful day. Stay safe out there. Have a good weekend. Facts. Peter, dude, thanks for contributing. Keeks, love you, girl. Kevin, I appreciate you, brother. You've kept it in. You kept it 100, man. Candy, love you. Serenity, thanks for popping in. Other people, Mimsy Limbs, love you, girl. Ryan, thanks for your help, bro. Anybody else I missed, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to miss you, but y'all have a beautiful day, and I am going to take a shower and get ready for a party. Y'all be good. I am out. Deuces. God bless.